Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. And as always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fams! Beautiful to see you here on this evening. There we go, got my sunglasses and hat. Lot to talk about, but first some shoutouts. Young Chris, Hermeteorologist, and Manda123 in the YouTube chat. HBX also here, Edward Thornton, Pitchforks Dragon, or Rumor, Begat, Skinny Stock, Moanoip, Omega Star, Don James Ducky, over on Twitch. Well, as I mentioned, we have a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. Epstein Files, Melania, Trump's war against his enemies, legal war, some might call it a weaponization of the justice system, lawfare. What else we got to talk about tonight? Yes, of course, Congress going after Hasan. House resolution, fuck Hasan Piker, introduced, that's not the real name. By two complete morons. Other Supreme Court stuff to talk about today, as well as inflation. If we get through all of that, that'll be pretty good. America time.
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this great.
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3 or 4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Unbelievable. That is unbelievable, everyone. I can't believe you're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. This guy? This creep? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is happening? Hype train. What caused this hype train all of a sudden? I'm only seeing one donation. It's a resub with Prime. By Don James. Did somebody else donate that I didn't see? Because I've never seen a dono pro. One single Prime sub start a hype train, but there we have it. Hype train. First 10 minutes. Hype. The hype is real. All right. Let's talk about the Epstein files. CNN from yesterday to get us started off talking about this discussion, this topic. A topic which I feel like we've been not talking about enough. There's been so many things that have happened since the initial release
Don James 1676 just cheered 200 bits.
Don James, thank you for the biddies. Much appreciated. So yeah, there's one thing. We've talked about the Epstein files a whole lot. We've talked about so many different things. But one thing that perhaps needs more focus is the fact that there are a litany of co-conspirators and other perpetrators, either named in the files or who had been named by Epstein victims in interviews with the FBI or other authorities.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 200 bits. Are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes. Yes, we are still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, as the robot says. Thank you for the bits, Omega Star. Much appreciated. Look at us. Halfway through a level 1 hype train already. Impressive. The hype is real. All right. Let's talk about all the perpetrators who have not been investigated. Alleged perpetrators who haven't been investigated.
They're the faceless figures in Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking ring. Women and girls whose stories fill the Department of Justice files. Some explaining they were raped, others lent out to Epstein's friends.
Illegal.
And another given sexual instructions for other men and trafficked.
Help, I'm being repressed!
Epstein went to jail for sex trafficking. So did accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell. But the Trump administration says evidence doesn't show other men participated in the abuse. From the FBI.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
To the DOJ.
Anybody with evidence, come to the FBI and tell us.
Victims did tell the FBI, but the files show little sign of any follow-up by investigators. A CNN review of the DOJ's own publicly released Epstein files finds more than a dozen times where victims told the FBI that Epstein facilitated sexual encounters with his rich and powerful network. In the pages of redacted reports, there's Wall Street executives, a wealthy psychiatrist, a now jailed film producer, a former prince. But here's what we can't find in the public files. Much evidence of further investigation after those women spoke to the FBI.
What does justice at the end of the day look like for you?
Before we can even get to, to prosecution, we need investigation, right? And so, unfortunately, what we're seeing right now is that there's been so little investigation.
Annie Farmer is an Epstein survivor. She says she was sexually abused by Epstein and his partner Ghislaine Maxwell when she was just 16. She's joined House Oversight Committee ranking member Robert Garcia in a public push for more accountability.
This is about some of the most powerful, wealthiest people believing that they can just get away with anything. And they empowered Jeffrey Epstein to be that person.
The files reveal how Epstein built a trafficking ring. The victims were teenagers or young women who needed money and influence to start their lives. Epstein paid for gifts and exotic trips to his Caribbean island for parties. Victims told the FBI at first he seemed harmless. One victim told the Palm Beach Police Department 2 decades ago how Epstein would groom his victims.
The girl that meets Jeffrey starts off with giving him a massage. The more you do with him, the more you make.
In this 2021 report, a victim told the FBI she believed they trafficked me. She says Epstein sent her to Dr. Henry Jarecki, a renowned psychiatrist who could help her with college. This is Jarecki, pictured here with Epstein in the files. Because she really wanted to attend college, she says she gave Jarecki oral sex. There's no sign of an FBI investigation with Jarecki. He says he's never abused anyone. A wealthy banker named in an FBI report is Jess Staley.
I have had a long-standing professional relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
A woman told the FBI that she met Staley at Epstein's New York mansion. The woman says Epstein was paying for her to attend massage school and told her to give Staley a massage. Photos show Epstein owned an elaborate massage room. The massage ended in rough sex. She told Staley she did not want this. Federal investigators spoke to local cops about accusations against Staley, but the files don't show much follow-up. Staley said in court he did have sex with one of Epstein's assistants, but it was consensual.
I love doing business.
Give me a
My whole
joke.
life I've enjoyed doing business.
Leon Black is a Wall Street titan. A woman
Dude, claiming that you had consensual sex with one of Epstein's victims is insane. He had no regular assistants, unless he's talking about Ghislaine, right? Like, are we being real here? Are we being real? Oh, it was totally consensual. Just some woman hanging out with at Jeffries, just totally for it. Really.
I don't want reality.
Really.
That Epstein told her to massage Black, who started becoming sexual. She then ran out of the room. Another woman said Black raped her. Files show the DOJ spoke about Black with the Manhattan DA's office, which began looking into him, but he has not been charged for anything. An attorney for Black said he has never abused, assaulted, or raped any girl or woman, and the idea of doing so is repulsive and reprehensible to him.
It's just an absolute travesty the way that the entire thing is played out.
Attorney Spencer Kuvin has represented multiple Epstein victims. One of his clients says Epstein and Maxwell loaned her to a corporate executive in Palm Beach, Florida.
Ghislaine approached her one day and said to her, look, I need you to go give somebody a massage. And she asked who, and they told her where she needed to go, and it was a home on the island. And she was essentially told, go give this particular man a massage the way that you give Jeffrey a massage. Girls were not people to him. They were objects to be traded. So he would utilize both underage victims, but he would also utilize other women who were over the age of 18 to satisfy men that he wanted to curry favor with.
You're almost talking about an economic ecosystem based on the abuse of women.
It was.
Victims say Epstein's favors involved famous people like film producer Harvey Weinstein. One victim says when she was 15, Epstein told her, I have a friend staying over. She says the man abused her. An attorney showed her a photo of Weinstein and the woman identified him. Weinstein is in prison, but not for any Epstein-related crime. Through a spokesperson, Weinstein unequivocally denies the allegation and has no recollection of any such interaction. The files also name Prince Andrew in allegations from Virginia Giuffre. She told the FBI the then prince had sex with her when she was 17 years old.
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady. None whatsoever.
It's in the UK, not the US,
reality.
where authorities moved, arresting Andrew on allegations he shared sensitive information with Epstein. Andrew denies all allegations against him.
When I started to read some of these files, I was, even for a seasoned investigator, I had to pause.
Moses Castillo is a former LAPD sex crimes detective. He says he'd expect to see more basic investigation and follow-up in the files.
It's actually policing 101, police investigations 101, a sex crime detective 101. You would do all those things. You develop a game plan, a strategy in how you're going to investigate this. You check the flight. You check all the hotels. You check this victim said this and that. Can you go out there and corroborate that? So it's time consuming, but it's not impossible.
Castillo says one possible.
Yeah, it's very strange how so many accusations, it's just so many accusations went uninvestigated, unfollowed up, like no follow-up, no investigation, just, oh great, thanks for the story, and they just move on. It's disgusting. No warrants, no arrests, no nothing. Not even close to that. It does show you how this particular class of people, this incredibly moneyed group of individuals, just sort of completely acted with impunity and with the expectation of zero consequences, and lived as such. Most of them have not seen any consequences for any of this. Seems like 98% of the people involved in all this, maybe higher, did not see any consequence. It might be higher. It might actually be higher than 98%. Because the only two people who really saw any consequences for this are Ghislaine and Jeffrey. And there's clearly more than 100 people involved in all this. So, yeah, it's got to be an infinitesimally small percentage. Hold on, I gotta reload my list, because something looks wrong here to me. Yes, there is something wrong. I knew it. Via airship. There's a fun name. That'd be a fun way to travel. Airship. Good to see a couple people in the vertical chat. Joe47, 771 first. Great job. Great job. Oh, by the way, thank you, Hermit Horologist, for the resub. Four minutes ago. Missed that somehow. Woot, 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 wheat. What does that say? What does that say, Hermit? Explain that one to me. It's very confusing. Okay. Now, we are going to move on to talking about one specific co-conspirator who was clearly not investigated and is currently in the Trump administration. Alleged co-conspirator, excuse me. Let me be accurate with my language.
Please.
Precision of language. One alleged co-conspirator. And definitely sort of creepy dude in general. I am, of course, talking about Paolo Zampoli. The man who is currently working for Donald Trump under his current administration. And I think he may have had a job. Hold on. I should know more about this guy. I can't remember whether or not he had a job in the first administration. He certainly knew Trump before this administration. He's known him for quite some time. In fact, he claimed that he introduced Trump to Melania. Did he? Yeah. He was on the board of the John F. Kennedy Center in 2020. Right? Trump appointed him to the board. And what's incredible is the Biden administration just left this guy there. It's wild. He was also on the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition. Although I don't think he has any expertise in any of that. I don't believe he played sports, nor was he. I don't know what his expertise in sports was to get that one. That was fascinating. But yeah, he's been in the Trump administration twice in the government as a result of Trump for nearly a decade. Well, not quite half a decade, a little over a half a decade. But let's get into it. Let's talk about this guy a little bit. Get into the background of Paolo Zampoli. With a woman who I'm unfamiliar with, but found this video while doing research on this guy. I found this fairly informative. Becca Day posted this to her channel on YouTube 4 months ago.
That's on YouTube.
Okay, I want to talk about Paolo Zampoli again. In the wake of Caroline Levitt's family member conveniently being picked up by ICE right before the holidays, Paolo Zampoli and Amanda Ungaro have been on my mind. If you have not seen my past coverage of Paolo Zampoli and Amanda Ungaro, you can click the Paolo playlist and get caught up, because this is just one of those topics that you want the full picture when we're talking about it. So since the news about Caroline Levitt's family member, we're starting to see a pattern of the weaponization of ICE being used for the administration's leisure to make certain members' lives easier. We saw the same thing happen back in June when the conversation around Jeffrey was becoming relevant in mainstream media. Paolo Zampoli, who is a longtime friend of Donald Trump and in our current administration, allowed or organized for the mother of his child and his common law wife, Amanda Ungaro, to be arrested and held in an ICE detention facility for nearly 4 months before she was deported back to Brazil. Brazil is where Amanda was originally scouted from when she was around 14 or 15 years old. At some point, she caught Paolo's eye as a young teenager, and keep in mind they have about a 15-year age gap. Paolo began sending flowers and gifts to her home, and eventually he convinced her to leave Brazil as a young teenager and come to the United States to start a modeling career and begin modeling for him. And within a few years of Amanda coming to the United States from Brazil, she was seen on Jeffrey's flight logs alongside Jeffrey, Ghislaine, Jean-Luc Brunel, circa 2002 when she was about 17 years old. Years after she appeared on Jeffrey's flight logs, Amanda and Paolo would have a child together. And in present day, Amanda and her mother in Brazil are attempting to gain custody of this child and have filed a restraining order against Paolo Zampoli. And regaining custody of your child after you've been wrongfully arrested and deported to a different country is no easy feat. Again, if you've watched my past videos about Paolo Zampoli and Amanda Ungaro, you will know that we've gone way into depth about the bizarre circumstances surrounding her arrest and why.
By the way, it's not clear. The way that she said that, it's not clear. I can't remember the exact timing of this, but I think since this video came out, she was actually deported from the United States and is now back in Brazil.
Doesn't make any sense at all. Seems like a complete setup. But today I just want to share some nuggets of information surrounding Paolo's origin story so that you guys can better understand how Paolo was easily shaped into the monster that he is today. So as a child from birth, Paolo Zampoli grew up extremely wealthy. His family owned multiple properties, including the largest home in Ibiza for a very long time. Paolo's mother came from wealth. Through his mother's side, Paolo is related to the Agnelli family, who are very well known in Italy and the founders of the Fiat automobile brand. Paolo's father owned a toy company that was extremely successful. When Paolo was 18, his father passed away in a freak skiing accident, so Paolo would step up and take over the family business. But this would
Okay, I'm not sure if this is what she's talking about, but I just searched Agnelli property, Ibiza, and these photos fucking came up. Look at this fucking Venetian palace. Jesus Christ. I don't know if that's what she's referring to, but wow.
very brief because Paolo quickly realized he had no interest in carrying on his father's legacy. See, at age 14, Paolo met someone who would permanently shape his worldview and completely change the trajectory of his life. And that man was named John Casablancas. It's a name that you're probably familiar with. And this friendship between Paolo and John Casablancas is what would spark Paolo's interest in fashion and modeling. Keep in mind, in present day, Paolo is only in his 50s. He is considerably younger than like his friend Donald Trump, who he's been.
So yeah, it's interesting. This guy gets handed a literal fucking empire as a young man. And it's like, actually, I'm going to pivot to some creepier shit. This isn't being a capitalist, like being a business owner and capitalist isn't depraved enough. You know, sure. Sure, could I oppress some people this way? Yeah. But I've got bigger plans.
Associated with since the 90s. But as a teenager, John Casablancas would allow Paolo Zampoli to come along with him while he was doing his model scouting days throughout Spain. So at a very young age, Paolo became very familiar with different modeling agents, different modeling companies, and the process of scouting models.
Well, okay, this has nothing to do with what she's saying right now, but somebody just broke something wide open in chat just now. Sylvie DB, are you tired of not being able to turn off your screen while in vertical? There's a trick for that. Simply like the vertical, go to your likes, videos, playlists, and rejoin the playlist. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. Downright genius. Diabolical.
John Casablancas. After a few years of associating and having a friendship with John Casablancas, Paulo Zampoli's father would pass away in his skiing accident. That's when Paulo briefly stepped up to take over his father's company and then ultimately decided to not carry on his father's legacy. He wanted to become a modeling agent like John Casablancas. So Paulo sold his father's toy company to a man named Silvio Berlusconi, who was a disgraced Italian prime minister. He was forced to resign from office because he was caught essaying children. And it was during the acquisition of his father's toy company that Paulo started what would be a long-term friendship with both Silvio and his close friend, Flavio Briatore. Silvio is no longer alive in present day, but Flavio Briatore is, and him and Paulo are still very close friends. Paulo posted this just a couple of days ago. Flavio was also recently at the inauguration party for Donald Trump during this most recent term. Flavio, on top of remaining friends with the disgraced Italian prime minister for egregious acts against children, Flavio was also a ski instructor, ironically turned executive advisor for Formula One racing, to a fugitive hiding in the Virgin Islands, to a successful and wealthy nightclub and hotel owner. Flavio is also the baby daddy to Heidi Klum's daughter, Lenny. There's just a whole lot of lore behind Flavio. We won't get into it all right now. Just basically know Paulo has been close with him since the beginning of his career, and he is still close with him in present day. And
good God, this guy has some creepy webs. There's like a whole horde of these fucking guys. There seems to be like a literal horde of these fucking guys. The Epstein class just sort of floating around out there. They all seem to know each other. They all seem to know each other or have some... It's like 6 degrees of the Epstein files, I swear to God. I'm pretty familiar with the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon theory. Well, this is 6 degrees of Jeffrey Epstein is the new most disturbing. I'm not sure what to call that, actually.
Precision of language, please.
I'm skipping ahead a little bit.
Metropolitan models. One of his models would go on to date David Copperfield, who we know is a co-conspirator within Jeffrey's Black Book, as well as a close friend of Paulo Zampoli's, Donald Trump's.
David Copperfield's in the Epstein? I did not know that. I did not. I watched this thing really like 3x because I had like very. I've been stressed out lately. I don't know if everybody knows that, but getting demonetized on YouTube has been incredibly stressful for me. I kind of was hoping we were done with this sort of thing, but it's just been incredibly demoralizing for me, and doing my job on, which is very much YouTube centric, right? Like being, it's like, trying to think of a good example of this. It's like if your boss told you they weren't going to pay you anymore, but you had zero other options but to continue working for them, or to at least continue using their service to do your job. That's what it feels like every day. Like I gotta make my I go through my feed. Like you all know how I do my job, I think. But I sit around for hours and hours compiling lists, listening to all of these videos, arranging them in a way that makes sense format-wise. I do it almost all exclusively on YouTube. It's very frustrating. Because it's like, you know, I'm being told by YouTube I'm low effort while I'm sitting here for hours and hours working on this. You know, it hurts. It hurt, to say the least. It hurts a lot. Not to mention the $700 that they took from me. Wait, is that Jesse Waters? Who is that? Is that Jesse Waters? Does this guy not look like a young Jesse Waters? Who the fuck is this guy?
After this, he would go on to purchase American models, which he turned into ID models. And right around this time, in 1995, Paulo would meet Donald Trump, a longtime friend of John Casablancas and a fellow modeling agent. And as we know, since then, the two of them have been thick as thieves as Paulo sits in our current administration and was also involved in the first one as well. In the year after he met Donald Trump, Paulo discovered Melania in 1996 and she began modeling for him. And shortly after, Paulo would bring Melania to the United States for Donald Trump. During this time period, Paulo also became...
Have I ever considered that I have a drawn avatar? I don't have a drawn avatar. But this is a... this is real. This is a real image that you're seeing. I mean, sure, has there been some embellishments with the hat, the glasses? Sure. But actually, it's a real image that you're looking at.
With Jean-Luc Brunel, another modeling agent who had very similar allegations as Jeffrey and passed away in the exact same circumstances as Jeffrey, because Jean-Luc Brunel was obviously in their same modeling circle, and he had an apartment in Trump Tower, which was owned by Paulo Impoli's friend. So we've talked about this a little bit before. If you have not seen my Cipriani's deep dive, please go watch that and then come back, because a friendship that Paulo started at a young age was with a man named Giuseppe Cipriani. His longtime friend, Flavio Briatore, owns one of the Cipriani locations in London, and he's had a very close relationship with the Cipriani family for a very long time, and has sat on the board of Cipriani's for about 30 years now. And the Cipriani family has a history of mess and illegal activities, illicit behavior, mob ties, and just like a whole lot of lore within the Cipriani family. In the Cipriani deep dive, we learned that one of the attorneys that the Cipriani family and the Cipriani group use has been Steve Witkoff. You know, the guy who's trying to help Russia annex.
You see what I mean? It's insane. The 6 Degrees of Epstein game is a disturbing disturbing game to play. But the more you play it, the more you realize that we all need to be wearing tinfoil hats at all times, just to be as protected as possible. Like, it's wild. It's wild.
Ukraine right now on behalf of the United States, alongside enemy of the people, Jared Kushner. But if you're familiar with the Cipriani's brand, you're probably familiar with the Harvey Weinstein scandal. And as a board member and a longtime friend of Giuseppe Cipriani, whenever the Harvey Weinstein scandal broke, and it was exposed that Harvey Weinstein was using different Cipriani hotels, restaurants, and just event locations to prey upon young women with the approval of the owners, Paulo Impoli took it upon himself to try to clean up the Cipriani's part of the Harvey Weinstein scandal in an extremely detrimental way. Whenever the scandal broke and it was discovered that a lot of Harvey Weinstein's victims were being procured within different Cipriani's locations because it felt like a safe hunting ground for Harvey Weinstein, Paulo Impoli found the contact information of all of the women who were accusing Harvey Weinstein of crimes against them, and he gave them the name and the contact information of an attorney whom he said would help them bring Harvey Weinstein down.
This guy is a literal predator. He's intimidating witnesses. He's intimidating witnesses. The Harvey Weinstein trial went through to the effort of it's incredible. He went to the effort of getting all their fucking contact information to harass them and intimidate them. What a fucking disgusting thing to do. Sounds like a fucking mobster, if you ask me. It's weird. It's weird, all the criminality seems to be tied in with the Trump administration, and how all of that seems to tie back to Epstein files people. Anyway, that was once again Becca Day. Spelled Beekah. Becca. Found that video very informative. Appreciate it. Probably subscribe to her. She seems to be mostly focused on the Epstein files. Which, to be fair, we need to be talking more about. Which we're going to continue doing here for a little bit. As it relates to Melania Trump. As leaked audio has been making its way around the internet, supposedly of Paolo Zampoli, confirming that Melania Trump was an escort. Hold on, I just realized that this video is not in here. So did I add it to the wrong list? What happened to it? Hold on, I need one first video, and then we're gonna go to a next. We got multiple on this. Multiple on this situation. Actually, I think more sense to put it here. You know what? This is fine. That's fine that way. What was I doing? Oh, right. That's what I wanted. Where is it? Is this one? It is. All right, yeah. Let's go here. This is from 4 days ago, from another channel I've never seen before. A guy by the name of Julian Dory.
Sapevo che aveva le ragazze, sapevo, ma non erano le mie perché non era neanche potuto.
Oh, hey, hold on. Fuck.
Okay, I want to talk about Paolo Zampoli again. In the wake of Caroline Levitt's family member...
We were just talking. No, Becca, no. Okay, there we go. I knew we had the girls. I knew, but they weren't mine. Because they weren't even models. They were young girls. Minors. Masseuses.
I want to make clear. He's saying
Minoran
is the legal term for under 8. So he is admitting that he knew Jeffrey Epstein had minors.
So that was a quick clip of supposedly Paolo Zampoli talking about what he knew about Jeffrey Epstein. But supposedly another piece of audio has leaked, which I cannot find. I've been trying to find this particular piece of audio. I can only find people reading the transcript of the audio. But that's where we're at. Let's go next to Keith Edwards 3 days ago and talk about this audio, which supposedly confirms that Melania Trump was an escort.
You may have heard by now that Melania Trump put out a tweet demanding that Jimmy Kimmel get fired. Now, the tweet I'm going to talk about for a moment. I'm going to show you what Jimmy Kimmel said, but it got me wondering, why is she doing that during what is a very crazy time for the White House when Donald Trump has attention on himself yet again? And we did some digging. And what we found is that there's actually a clip that has been going viral on the internet from one of Donald Trump's friends who knows Melania, who works in the White House, that alleges that he knows a lot about her and that they cut a deal. And the deal that they cut is keeping him from saying everything that he knows. Now, that's Paolo Zampoli, who we've talked about before. And this audio also alleges that Melania Trump was previously an escort. So that's why when Melania Trump is tweeting something like this, where she says Kimmel's hateful and violent rhetoric is intended to divide our country, his monologue about my family isn't...
Okay, your Flotus impression is terrible. Kimmel's hateful and violent rhetoric is intended to divide our country. His monologue about my family is not correct. Is not comedy. His words are corrosive and deepens the political sickness within America. People like Kimmel should not have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to spread hate. A coward, Kimmel hides behind ABC because he knows the network will keep running cover to protect him. Enough is enough. It is time. She sounds more like Trump every day. The more her tweets are sounding more and more like Trump. Enough is enough. It is time for ABC to take a stand. How many times will ABC's leadership enable Kimmel's atrocious behavior at the expense of our community? Very hateful Kimmel. Nasty, nasty Kimmel. The very worst, everybody is saying.
What community? Regardless, this is what she's very upset about. This clip right here. It's 8 seconds long.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Funny. Now, he's saying that because Donald Trump is obviously not doing well. He is almost going to be 80. He has those spots on his head. We've been through that. He's sick. Donald Trump is very sick. We're not talking about it enough, but he's sick. That's what he's joking about. He's not joking about the fact that Donald Trump almost got shot again. But she is not even upset about that. That's not what this is all about. It's not about the fact that Jimmy Kimmel made a joke for 8 seconds. What this is about is keeping us from talking about the thing that has been going viral over the week. And that is this. Exclusive audio came out for the first time this past week of Donald Trump's special envoy, Paolo Zempoli, revealing in a phone call the existence of a deal struck between him and Melania Trump before the 2016 presidential election. Now, this is in Italian, so I'm going to spare you unless I'm sure there's...
I'm just realizing he's watching he's watching the clip. I actually found this clip, but it was only in Italian. But he was reading. I'm just realizing I'm a complete moron. I was rushing today. What can I say? It's on me.
Very many smart people who know Italian who could listen to this, who watch. And I'm sure there's many Italians who also are watching the channel. But in case you do not, it's actually been transcribed. And I have it right here. It starts off acknowledging the statements from Amanda Ungaro, who we've talked about before on the channel, saying that her statements have shaken the White House. Amanda, of course, is Paolo Zempoli's ex-girlfriend, who they share a child with. And Paolo actually had Amanda deported, which is what set this whole thing off. And if you don't know all the lore, I'm going to leave a link below to the previous video that covers all of this. Now, until now, however, there was no evidence of this pact between Paolo and Melania, but Report has managed to uncover it. It all dates back to 2016 when the British tabloid Daily Mail published an investigative piece regarding Melania Trump's past, baselessly accusing her of having worked as an escort. Melania Trump secured the removal of the article along with a multi-million-dollar settlement thanks in part to public statements from Zempoli. Zempoli on the phone. Now, this is recorded. I wrote the document for the president and the first lady, and they used it for their speech. We just won a massive lawsuit against the Daily Mail. A truly massive lawsuit. I cannot discuss it because I'm bound by a non-disclosure agreement. I have yet to cash the check. We won last week. I am in this country thanks to President Trump. He gave me a job. I started out in real estate. I built myself a beautiful home. I would never betray a friend. Now, in this phone call, which the Report had obtained and which took place in 2017, Zempoli, speaking with a contact linked to the United Nations, revealed that Melania Trump allegedly guaranteed him protection in exchange for his assistance in dispelling potential shadows surrounding her past. This is the audio recording that everyone has been searching for. Report can now reveal it exclusively. Zempoli on the phone. Donald Trump knows he trusts in his friends Paolo, which he considers to be family, and his wife is not a prostitute. Maybe she doesn't have the most fluent American accent. Maybe she poses naked as many models, but she is a good girl, okay? You don't want nobody calling your effing wife a prostitute when she is the mother of your kid, Melania told me. Paolo, don't worry about it. We have your back. Everything that happened, you protect, okay? Then 2 weeks later, they won the election, and that's it. And the narrator goes on to say, following Trump's victory in the election, the presidential couple kept their word. Zampoli entered Donald Trump's inner circle, eventually receiving a position of the highest trust comparable to those reserved for the president's closest family members. Now,
yeah, and just to be clear, we're talking about the 2020 election. Okay, this is he has been in the Trump administration now both times from the very jump. From the very jump in 2021, he got the job, the sweet gig at the JFK Center. You know, it's basically a no-show job, right? Like you collect an income, you have a government salary and benefits. But what are the responsibilities? Really, not a lot. And what I love about this is that this guy was literally at the JFK Center for 8 years before Donald Trump came back to office last year and said that they hadn't been taking care of the JFK Center very well. And then gave this guy a new job in a completely new job. What's his new job again? I forget. Oh my God. Right? Like this, Trump appointed this guy on the board of the JFK Center and then proceeded 8 years later to come in and say they were doing a terrible job and it looked atrocious. It's falling apart. Very bad acoustics. What's his current position? And now he's the U.S. Special Representative for Global Partnerships. Oh, that's gotta be a job you can line your pockets with. If you're a corrupt individual. Global partnerships? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That Daily Mail article has actually been completely scrubbed from the internet, and we did a lot of digging to try to find it. We could not find it. If you have access to that Daily Mail article, you can email keithsdebateclub@gmail.com. I would love to see it and certainly would love to be able to get it back out there into the atmosphere. Now, what probably happened was that Paulo knows everything about Melania, good and bad. And so how reporting works is if a couple people have confirmed it, but then you have people on your side who are intimately close to the accusations refuting it, then it makes it much more challenging to keep a story up. And so part of what that article said was that Paulo was running an escort ring through his modeling agency. Now, is that true? I don't know. But we do know that Epstein used modeling agencies to get girls. And so it could be very likely that there's more truth to it than there are lies.
Yeah, and as we've been saying, this seems to be, it's quite clear. This is like every single new detail that emerges seems to confirm the thing that I've been saying for a while now, which is that all of these guys, for whatever reason, had some sort of business, some sort of modeling, like tangential to fashion business, right? That seemed to also serve a nefarious purposes for sex trafficking, prostitution, whatever else, right? And like Les Wexner gave Jeffrey Epstein a free reign at all Victoria's Secret shows and Victoria's Secret gatherings, whatever you want to call them, recruiting events and such. He was supposedly just running around, according to many sources, just doing whatever the hell he wanted there. Donald Trump also had his still, I believe, to this day, controls, what's it called? Miss Universe? No. What was it? Is it Miss Universe? I can't remember what it is. It's one of these stupid fashion shows, though, where, of course, he himself has literally admitted to doing sex crimes at, walking into, contestants' changing rooms, grabbing them by the pussy. It's just one after another. Jean-Luc Brunel, right? He had his own modeling agency, and he too was doing a bunch of sex trafficking with Jeffrey Epstein, supposedly. It's just one after another. I don't think it's a stretch to suggest that Donald Trump might have been letting people like Jeffrey Epstein go wild at his beauty pageants. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? Is it Miss Teen USA? I honestly can't remember which one it is. I should know. It's hard to recall. It's one of those things I just have allowed to slip my mind for some reason. Probably because out of this context, I could not care any less about a beauty competition. I'm just going to skip a little ahead here.
Person who would be able to refute that would be Paolo Zampoli. And the Trumps have been very smart in keeping Paolo Zampoli close to them. And isn't it interesting that when Paolo Zampoli was like, hey, please deport my girlfriend because I want custody of our child, the Trump administration didn't even flinch, right? Now, as I said, the Daily Mail retracted all of that, saying that the article discussed whether allegations made out about Melania Trump could negatively affect her husband, Donald Trump's presidential bid. Among other things, the article noted that allegations had been made in a book available on Amazon about a modeling agency where Ms. Trump worked in Milan, being something like a gentleman's club. An article published by Susie Slavic magazine alleged that Mrs. Trump's modeling agency in New York, run by Paolo Zampoli, operated as an escort agency for wealthy clients.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's very interesting. We don't really talk about this at all. But Melania's career, if you will, is very weird. We've talked about how she arrived here on a genius grant called the Epstein visa. Supposedly for people at the top of their field. But she was working a gentleman's club? People making it rain on the first lady? Is that basically what? I mean, is that what I'm to understand?
And then they went on further and said, to the extent that anything in the Daily Mail's article was interpreted as stating or suggesting that Mrs. Trump worked as an escort or in the sex business, that she had a composite or presentation card for the sex business, or that either of the modeling agencies referenced in the article were engaged in these businesses, it is hereby retracted, and the Daily Mail newspaper regrets any such misinterpretation. So, we're going to keep following this, but let's just tally everything up, okay? Melania Trump, again, puts out a random statement about Jimmy Kimmel, something I'm sure you didn't even know existed. I didn't know that clip existed until she drew attention to it. But it got us all talking about that. Meanwhile, over the weekend, this clip is going viral. A clip that acknowledges that Paolo made a deal with the Trumps to keep quiet. Paolo is the only person who knows the truth about Melania Trump and her work as a model. It says in a Vanity Fair article that she was a second or third tier model and her time was running out at the age of 26, and that she typically went on dates with older men. And we have a Daily Mail article that was removed because of Paolo's own testimony to the Daily Mail. Meanwhile, a Slavian magazine that is harder to touch through our legal system exists and alleges that Melania Trump was actually secretly an escort. And we all know.
Yeah. And I've been looking through some of Melania's old photo shoots, and I find them very weird. They're certainly not like top tier stuff. It's weird. It's some really weird stuff. Gotta say. She was involved in some very strange photo shoots. I don't I don't understand what this shit is. Even back in 2000, this is dumb. This is dumb as fuck. And what is Ocean Drive magazine? She was on the British version of GQ and something called Ocean Drive magazine. A bunch of completely, basically unknown stuff. Nobody's buying British GQ. Even back in 2000, I feel like nobody was doing that. By the regular version. But she got here on a supposed genius visa. Grant, top of her class of models of 2000. Nobody was talking about her in 2000. Okay. I'm just trying to think. Like Naomi Campbell. Maybe, I think in 2000, who else was big? Good God. I'm struggling. I'm not a encyclopedia of knowledge on modeling, I'm afraid. But it's just super fucking weird. And the more that we get to know about it, the more it seems that she was all tied up with these people doing these sex crimes. And that she may very well have been originally one of... Not necessarily one of the victims. I mean, escorts, it's different than... it's a slightly different situation, but... it's a very gray area. The color, yeah, I think that actually was on the Trump plane. I think the photo shoot was actually on the Trump plane. I think you're right. The color scheme is very, now that you say it, you're right. I just moved right past it. Just completely ignored it. But I think you're totally right about that. Why can't she be a victim? I don't know. I'm not saying she's not necessarily a victim. She's not claiming to be a victim, I guess. And no matter how stupid or annoying, detestable I may find Melania Trump, I would like to give her some amount of agency, at least. You know? But she may very well be. It's hard to say 100%. But certainly got some vibes here on all of this. But if she did start off as a victim, she made her way from victim to victimizer, or at least accomplice. Best friends with Ghislaine. And married to the victimizer in chief. She'll probably have an accident if she does. It's terrible, but probably true.
Be best.
Save Melania. All right. Now, let's go here to a clip posted to Fashion TV 9 years ago on YouTube. Forbes Trump Inauguration Party 2017.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Sir, this is your inauguration, not indictment. I forgot about the I forgot about the music. This is probably gonna fuck me over. Okay, I'm gonna skip way ahead. Yes. Well, not way ahead. Fashion TV lady.
Magzolova. We're in Washington, D.C. in the Living Room Club for the inauguration after party, hosted by Forbes family and Ambassador Paolo Zampoli.
Hello, I'm Veronica. Hi, Fashion TV.
Are you excited for the...
Did everybody catch that? Did everybody catch that? Is the Forbes fashion inauguration? Say that again. I'm sorry. I want to remember, make sure I get this name right.
In Washington, D.C. Hello, Fashion TV. I'm Marie Magzolova. We're in Washington, D.C. in the Living Room Club for the inauguration after party, hosted by Forbes family and Ambassador Paolo Zampoli.
Forbes inauguration. It's hard, a little hard with their her accent to remember everything she said. But Forbes fashion TV collab inauguration party for Donald Trump 2017. This would have been, I guess, January 21st. Or whatever. Hosted by Forbes and Paolo Zampoli. Paolo Zampoli. I think that's how she said it. Paolo Zampoli. Let's go to Paolo. This is a fun video to watch. A lot of rich weirdos dancing around and talking to a microphone. But I'm afraid because of the music, I'm hoping if we just stick to this part of it, that won't get us in trouble. I don't know. This is for history, okay? God damn it. For our goddamn edification.
Ambassador Paolo Zampoli. This is my wife, Ambassador Amanda Ungaro from Canada. We're in Washington, D.C.
Just really quickly. Okay. Okay. This is the inauguration. Let me just make sure I have this correct. Now, this wasn't live streamed, I don't think. But let me just open this video up just so I can be double sure. I mean, it's going to be live streamed very well, but I think it's an edit. There's some things that give that away, like the audio. But let me just check this. When this is posted, because this is at the inauguration party, right? And he's already calling himself the fucking ambassador. Trump's been president for like a day, right? Pause. Shut it. You. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is the description of it. U.S. Paolo Zampoli, who introduced Melania Trump. Here, you read it with me. Who introduced Melania Trump to... It's in the title. I mean, it's in the description. Okay, so Paolo Zampoli. This was posted on March 7th. But... Paolo Zampoli, who introduced Melania Trump to President Donald Trump through the most exclusive after party for the inauguration on January 20th at 10:30 p.m. in Washington, D.C. at the Living Room. Zampoli told Politico that he promises that there will be, quote unquote, a lot of beautiful people at his inaugural, this is how it's written, his inaugural after party event, including governors, members of Congress, and one cabinet appointee. And he did not exaggerate. day of the economic. So this is back in 2016. He's already I'm the ambassador Zamboli.
Special day. Our friends became the president of the United States. So we get together, some friends from New York and some friends from the rest of the world, to celebrate with Adam. Michelle, Adam, we love you, we love Fashion TV. We are at Living Room on the 20th of January 2017, the most historical day of the American politics that will never be forget because we're changing the United States. Thank you for being here.
Hi, I'm Amanda Ungren. I love Fashion TV.
That is the woman that he had deported from the country. Oh my, she got a 1 second clip. And that's Amanda Ungaro. Oh, god damn it. It's the perfect clip. It's just the perfect clip for this moment. I was searching for Zampoli stuff and I found this. Oh my god. A video from the day Trump was inaugurated of Paolo Zampoli, the guy who may very well have trafficked Melania Trump to the United States by vicarious, perhaps criminal means. May have enlisted her as an escort with his very recent girlfriend from Brazil, who he brought here, had a kid with, and then had Donald Trump deport 3 months ago, or however long ago it was, because they got into a spat. All in one video. If that's not efficiency, I don't know what is.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Settle down, Elon. Settle down, Elon. You don't know anything about efficiency, you son of a bitch. You got the description, you got the timing, you got everything, including literal. Part of the description is him saying a lot of beautiful girls are going to be there, which is almost a verbatim Trump quote. Like, it's like the Italian version of Trump saying, I hear that he really likes a lot of beautiful women, just like me. They're also on the younger side. It's like, don't worry, there's going to be a lot of... Now I'm doing a new... Why am I doing that Italian accent all of a sudden? He does not have an accent. Although he does give me serious Sopranos vibes. Like, holy fuck. All right. I'm going to let Kyle break down that same video that we just watched real quick, just for funsies.
Well, all right, y'all, this is juicy. This is very, very juicy here. So friend of the show, Keith Edwards, he posted a video the other day. Leaked audio confirms Melania was an escort. Huh? So I saw some chatter about this on social media. I admittedly didn't dig too deep on it, but, Keith does some good work. I'm ready to listen to this, and we'll break it down as we go here, but let's see what the evidence is.
You may have heard by now that Melania Trump put out a tweet demanding that Jimmy Kimmel get fired. Now, the tweet I'm going to talk about for a moment. I'm going to show you what Jimmy Kimmel said, but it got me wondering, why is she doing that during what is a very crazy time for the White House when Donald Trump has attention on himself yet again, and we did some digging. And what we found is that there's actually a clip that has been going viral on the internet from one of Donald Trump's friends who knows Melania, who...
Hold on. Since we watched all of this Keith Edwards stuff, I'm just going to go to what Kyle had when Kyle has something to say. Wait, what just happened?
Till your husband dies. Like, that's what it is.
He has those spots on his head.
Believe this? Like, this is where we're at now. This is what this country is now, just so you know. The idea of, like, you know, a system that's objective, that has, like, you know, a process in place, that you have to go through the right channels. No, it's literally like, just like Joe Rogan said the other day, like, oh, I texted Trump about this this hallucinogenic drug, and he was like, you want FDA approval? Sure, here you go. Like, this is how it works now. It's just total fucking, like, you know, third world garbage.
I'm going to leave link below.
Yeah, and that was... Since we didn't see the clip, I'll tell you what that was of. That was Kyle responding to the fact that Paolo Zampoli had that woman deported that we saw at the end of the previous clip. Amanda Ngaro. They didn't go through the proper channels. Just the Trump administration official said, hey, would you deport my wife? You're gone. Right? Like, that's all that had to happen. No, he's absolutely right. Banana Republic territory is just a full-on dictatorship. And yet they tell us that we can't say Trump's a threat to democracy while he usurps the rule of law for rule of the king doth say so. You know who probably hasn't been demonetized? The AI slop farms. I hear some of them actually have. And I don't know if I'm being caught up in that because of the sort of animated nature of my show, but it's very annoying. It would be great if somebody would reverse that terrible decision. All right, let's go back to another vintage clip of Melania Trump from like 30 years ago, when she was at the ripe age of 26 on an interview with who was this? I can't remember.
Have you been hurt by the comments that you're with him because he's rich?
You know, the people, they don't know me. People.
Yeah. Okay. So wait. Hold on. I forgot to tell you ahead of time. I should have told you ahead of time that you're about to be value-tained. This is a value-tainment clip from last year, showing Melania Trump at 26 years old. I think in an interview with some like local New York like publication, because she was getting married to Donald Trump or something like that. Or I don't know. It's not clear. Actually, we could probably figure this out. It was with ABC News. Was it the big time ABC, or was it local ABC 7? Because it feels like ABC 7 vibes, but maybe that's just because it's from the 90s and everything from the 90s feels like local news. Is this a clip? Oh, okay. Doesn't say. Doesn't say here. Well, that's annoying. I think it was the big time. Good Morning America, it looks like.
Have you been hurt by the comments?
Whoopsies. Whoopsies!
That you're with him because he's rich?
You know, the people, they don't know me. People who talk like this, they don't know
The people,
me.
they don't know
Well,
me.
you don't see many.
How can we have a conversation? Can we have a conversation about something really quickly? How has Melania Trump's accent not changed even slightly in the last 27 years? This is in 99. How I don't understand how it's possible. The accent has not gotten any better. She sounds exactly the same. She sounds exactly the same. It is shocking. It is genuinely shocking.
26-year-old supermodels on the arm of 53-year-old car mechanics.
You know what? You can't.
Hold on, I gotta go back. I'm sorry.
Who
It's a super
talk
short
like
clip.
this, they don't know me.
Well, you don't see many.
They don't know me.
26-year-old supermodels on the arm of 53-year-old car mechanics.
You know what? You can't sleep or to hug or to talk with beautiful things, with beautiful apartment, beautiful plane, beautiful cars, beautiful houses. You can't do that.
By the way, great question.
She just keeps saying. It's a great question, though. We'll get the PBD's take on this in a second, but first we gotta talk about this for second response. You can't sleep or to hug.
To hug or to talk with
You can't sleep or to hug or to talk with beautiful things. Not with the beautiful houses or the beautiful cars or the beautiful planes or the beautiful dresses or the beautiful bags or the beautiful rings and jewelries, the beautiful mansions and the guest houses, the beautiful islands. You cannot do these
things, with beautiful apartment, beautiful plane, beautiful cars, beautiful houses. You can do that.
By the way, great question, though, right? You don't
Can't
see
do
many
that.
models,
That's a
26-year-olds
great
with a 53-year-old mechanic. What a great question. But what a great answer. Even a greater answer, which is
PBD
given.
loves
Here's
it.
the reality
He
of it.
loves
They're
it.
still together. This is
It's an even greater answer which is given. It's an even greater answer which is given, says PBD. Greater. That answer was greater than the question. Well, I mean, the question was pretty fucked up. But the answer, I mean, it was almost completely like, what's the word? I want to say illegible, but there's a word for it when you say something that makes no sense. Now, write something that makes no sense, and I can't think of it right now. My brain no working. But she barely got that sentence out. By the end of it, she's just listing beautiful things. By the end of it, she's just trailing off listing beautiful things and beautiful cars and beautiful houses. Just beautiful horses, just listing things that she can think of that are beautiful that you can buy with money. Like, it's one of the most like incomprehensible fucking like, oh my god, that woman is something else. She's real special. She's so special. This is AI. Very funny. Very funny. Unintelligible, yes. And the beautiful dogs, the beautiful coats, beautiful shoes. All of the beautiful things. Oh wait, I
Here's
just
the one they're
forgot. We
still
have to
together
listen
for
to this whole
25
clip
years.
from
And they
BBD.
produced the tallest Trump.
Yeah,
right?
wait. I gotta go back.
53-year-old mechanic. What a great question. But what a great answer. Even a greater answer which is given. Here's the reality of it. They're still together. This is 25 years ago and they're still together for 25 years. And they produced
25 years. Still going. That's proof of something, says PBD. Proof of what? I don't know. But clearly not proof of much, according to the president himself. Earlier, while speaking to an audience, as well as King Charles and Queen Camilla, said this about his marriage.
Americans have had no closer friends than the British. We share that same root. We speak the same language. We hold the same values. And together our warriors have defended the same extraordinary civilization under twin banners of red, white, and blue. My wonderful mother, Mary MacLeod. Mary MacLeod was born in Stornoway, Scotland, the Hebrides, and that's what they call very serious Scotland. There's no question about it.
Yeah, we should never forget that Donald Trump is a first-generation immigrant. Or American, whatever you want to call it.
Some places they say, well, it wasn't really Scotland. The Hebrides, that's real serious Scotland. That's where they had their greatest of warriors. The greatest of warriors. She came to America at 19, met my incredible father. We loved him so much. We all loved him. We loved her. We loved him, Fred. And they were married for 63 years. And excuse me, if you don't mind. That's a record we won't be able to match, darling. I'm sorry. Just not going to work out that way. Well, but we're not going to do that well.
Look at Flotus's face. Although I guess we need to change it to Flotius, right? Flotius, First Lady of the Evening of the United States. You know, because she's an escort. But wow, there's Donald Trump cracking a joke on what's the word? I can't think of words today. Cracking a joke on the at this moment in front of the king, in spite of his wife having feelings. He's like, actually, we're never gonna be as good as my parents. It's not gonna work out as well. Okay? How do you figure Melania takes jokes like that? You think she's fine with being the butt of the joke? Is that you think she's okay with Donnie just making these sort of mean-spirited jokes about their marriage in front of the nation and the king and queen?
Be best.
Oh, wow. I just found that one to be fascinating. Sorry, honey, but not gonna come close. You're okay, but not as good as mom. All right. Now, we've been going for an hour and a half, everybody, which means I'm way late on starting the Galactic content goal. And I know we don't have super chats or super stickers anymore, or memberships on YouTube, but we still have bits and power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch. Cash App and PayPal, as well as Patreon. All of these things help with contributing to the Galactic content goal. Oh, by the way, to the new patrons, speaking of Patreon, new patrons, I think I've now added you to the list, but I have not added your avatars yet. I think both of you requested avatars already. Haven't done it. I'm sorry. I've been struggling over here with stuff, but your shout out should be good. I did that earlier this evening. As well as old patrons. Some of you have still not paid for April. Please just check to make sure that your billing information is good, or that you've got enough money in your account, or whatever. We're still not canceling benefits all April. We'll see what happens in the month of May. But due to Operation Epstein Fury and the massive spike in gas prices, I decided to be, as generous as I could be, even though times are very tough, and just continuing to keep people's benefits going. One big Patreon change, which I think is a hugely big deal, is that Patreon has now suddenly become a long-form video competitor to YouTube.
A what now?
They have introduced a new feature allowing creators to join this new format for the app, for I think it also is for browser as well, although I haven't checked the browser yet fully. But basically making people discoverable based upon like recommendations to channels that they already, or creators that they already patronize or have patronized in the past. They're basically using like a recommendation algorithm based upon it's actually fairly exciting to have another alternative that we're already on and monetized on, right? And have content on. So I am thinking about changing a lot of stuff here since we've had this issue with YouTube. With that, we may start moving some stuff over there indefinitely. Like re-uploading live streams and taking... I don't know if that's the reason we're getting hit. I honestly don't know what has been going on here on YouTube, but I am determined to get us remonetized. And so I've been thinking, if part of the source is the streams, we need a place for them to be. I mean, hopefully this doesn't have to happen. Hopefully YouTube will just reverse the decision. I've heard of people just getting reversed even after having their appeal denied. So I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. But for now, just please, everybody, consider going over to Patreon. Even just by following us, you'd be helping out now. And if you don't start yourself a Galactic membership, which is only $3 a month, I would point out, like 10 cents a day. Bunch of sweet space benefits. Come along with it. Also, update, got a new Vicarious super chat feature. You can donate on Cash App or PayPal, put your name in the message, and then your message in the YouTube chat in parentheses, and then I will highlight it for you. In the same way that it used to exist. Unfortunately, it won't be quite the same, but it's something to consider for those of you seeking some sort of perceived benefit for your donations. So get those message highlights. All right. Let's talk a little bit about the alleged assassin. Thomas Cole, I think is his name. And the chaos at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Which feels like it was so long ago now, but it was really like 3 days ago. Here's BBC News. All right, 4 days ago. BBC News. To their White House correspondent, who was at the dinner.
The gunshots?
Yeah.
Clear the doorway. Some breaking news, because we are getting reports that there are suspected gunshots within the building. Let's take you there now live.
It started as a glitzy and well-known night on the DC calendar for journalists, but it quickly turned to panic with guests hiding under tables, armed security, and rushed evacuation. Here's what it was like to be in the room as the mayhem unfolded. Washington, Saturday the 25th of April, 2026. It was the annual Correspondents' Dinner, where journalists who cover the White House are invited to a gala in the Washington Hilton Ballroom alongside political figures and often celebrities. It is an American press tradition that dates back to 1921 and historically is attended by the sitting president. But this was the first Correspondents' Dinner that Mr. Trump has attended as president. He's previously declined 5 invitations. His prior boycotts of the dinners have been seen as part of his attacks on the mainstream media and journalists. President Trump, the First Lady Melania Trump, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Yeah,
the
it's
Vice
interesting. It's interesting how we went from sort of figurative attacks while he was gone, then he shows up and there's a alleged and literal attack. It's all very strange.
Vance and others were all on the table on the main stage.
Donald J. Trump and First Lady Melania Trump.
These are videos that me and other colleagues filmed on our phones throughout the night. It was about 8:30 p.m. at this point. So far, we'd seen the official entrance from the president, heard the national anthem, and a speech from the chair of the Correspondents Association, and eaten our salads, when suddenly chaos erupted. I heard a crashing sound, a commotion coming from the back of the room, and I turned and looked. I saw Secret Service agents rushing towards the stage. Everyone's instinct was to crouch down. There were about 300 tables in that room, and most people I could see were on the ground or under the tables. We didn't know what had caused it, but colleagues at a table closer to the back heard gunshots before the pandemonium broke out.
Yeah, it was gunshots right up there. The gunshots? Yeah.
I was shocked when I saw that sound of crashing and people rushing in from the front of the room. It had a kind of domino effect on everyone there. Although quite quickly, as we were down, it did feel like the room was secured and that the agents had things contained. The next time I looked up at the stage, Mr. Trump and everyone at his table had been evacuated. We've now seen videos from those moments which seem to show Melania saying, "Oh my God," and Caroline Leavitt asking what had happened. Then we see J.D. Vance and Donald Trump being rushed off stage by the Secret Service. Cabinet members like the Health Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, were also guided out.
I'll film it.
Yeah, you film it. I got my phone out at this point and recorded some video, but at this point we didn't know that much.
Well, we've just seen the entire stage at the Correspondents' Dinner being evacuated. The president was there. Everyone here, you can see, is under the tables at the moment. We saw security forces rush in. Security forces armed with guns were now... people shouting now USA.
When it felt safe, people did slowly start to come out from under the tables, stand up, and as you can imagine, with a room full of reporters, lots of people were trying to get enough phone signal to talk to their news desks, to upload footage, or to get on air. Along with my boss, I managed to get out of the ballroom before it was locked down. We were then waiting in the corridor outside. Well, we've just left the main ballroom area, and a lot of commotion, a lot of fear, a lot of panic in the room. Now I've just come out and spoken to one of the what appeared to be the hotel staff, said that there were gunshots. Next, President Trump was posting on social media saying he wanted the show to go on. By this point, we were being ushered out towards an exit. I saw a lot of people being escorted out as we left as well, and I spotted the FBI director, Kash Patel, along with Erica Kirk. She's the widow of the conservative activist Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated last year. He was consoling her, I saw a lot of that kind of thing. The mood was shock and a sense among the journalists of having to switch from experiencing what was going on to covering it.
Yes, that must have been a very, very difficult thing for these people to deal with, is actually having to cover the news. Sorry, that was not fair. That's not fair. I'm sure some of these people think that they're actual journalists. I'm sure there's some actual journalists here somewhere. But, yeah. Sudden shift of tone at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We were there. We saw it ourselves. Perfect help with a super chat over on PayPal. I hope you liked my Kirby meme. Kirby meme. Kirby meme. Green New Deal. What are you doing here? You just keep paying for sunglasses. You and a number of other people keep paying for sunglasses and tinfoil hats, even though I'm already wearing them. I don't know why. It feels like at this point it'll never run out. Okay, I get it. More hats, more tinfoil. More glasses. Good 70 stream streak. StreamLord doesn't have enough sunglasses. Okay. I see what you're saying. Somebody smartly pointed out that you don't usually put the entire line of Succession in the same room directly after an attempted assassination. Yeah. That was weird. I assume you're referring to the press conference that they held, although it's not the full line of Succession, because I don't think Mike Johnson was there. I guess little Mike Johnson was hiding in a bunker somewhere, or his little legs couldn't get him there fast enough. I don't know. One of the two. Anyway, Perf, thank you for the double. That's a double. That's a double super chat. 2 of 10 already. Already achieved. It's beautiful. Kirby meme. I'm trying to remember what you're talking about. Wait, are you talking about the deranged Kirby post in the Discord? I can't remember what the... I can't even remember what the meme is. I'll look at it again. Either way, thank you very much. Staying on the topic of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Of course, the Trump administration came out immediately blaming the left. People calling Trump a fascist and a threat to democracy. That these were supposed calls to violence. Of course, this is just examples of free speech and not at all incendiary or inflammatory rhetoric. Just accurate descriptions of what's going on, has been going on for the last year. Honestly, I have really been struggling, though, people. I don't really talk about it very much. Me. I try to think of myself as just a medium with which the news is presented to all of you. You know? Just a voice in the night. But this has all been very difficult for me, emotionally speaking. The roller coaster of emotions, having the YouTube terminated last year, all of our content deleted for supposed spamming, which we still don't know what we did. They still never gave us a direct and clear explanation of what we did, even though we got the channel back. To now having it demonetized for another reason that does not seem to apply to what we do. I'd like to stay positive and think that it's going to all turn out, but I feel like I'm being repressed. Many months now, many months now, I have been on that, like for more than 6 months. I mean, it's May right now. Like, I've been on this roller coaster for like 8 months, up and down. It's been so tiresome. I mean, we were off YouTube for 3 whole months. Now we're back for 4, taking 5 almost. And it's just so fucking, like, frustrating. I've worked so hard on this YouTube channel. Like, I try not to make it about me, but, like, I put everything into this channel. My whole life into this channel. Nearly 2.5 years now of my life into this channel. And haven't just ripped away without clear explanation or an ability to actually represent myself in some fashion to a real person. And just feel like I have no outlet with which to solve it. And it's already taken us so long to grow to where we are right now. I've seen other people do much better, grow much quicker. I think part of the reason is because we've been so broadly focused, because I've been so unwilling to compromise on talking about things that other people don't want to talk about, that aren't talked about enough, whatever it might be, right? Climate change. Things in Africa that basically get like zero coverage. I think most of you know what I'm talking about. And that's hurt us. I know that's hurt us in the algorithm. I see it. I've done tests in the past. I know it hurts me, but I just don't. I care more about the issues than I do about the numbers. But it hurts that I'm being treated as inauthentic. That I'm being treated as low effort when I work, like 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. When I'm uncompromising about my values and all these other things, and it's just like it's so demoralizing and demotivating. It's been very difficult for me to pull it together lately, and I'm sorry I haven't been doing as many streams as I normally would. It's just been somewhat difficult to get my brain in the mind space necessary in a healthy enough mental state. As a result of this action, it's been taken by YouTube to be able to do my job properly. I haven't given up yet, but suffice to say, I'm pretty stressed out. Feeling despondent. And honestly, being able to do the stream is the one thing that's just like keeping me going for the meantime. I still am feeling like there's like a doomsday headed. I don't know if anybody's noticed in the bottom left-hand corner, but we have a giant deficit already, and we haven't even finished the month. We're already short, although I should update it by $10 technically, thanks to Perf with that dono. But we already have a massive deficit heading into next month, and we haven't even calculated the actual deficit. This is just the YouTube took the money deficit. It's not a true galactic deficit. It's a fake galactic deficit. It's going to double. Maybe not double, but it's going to get bigger in a day. It's May 1st. I just haven't calculated it yet. Oh shit. Hold on. I have to do something really quick before it happens. Good God. Okay. There was an auto pay that almost got it hit just now. I just realized that we switched over on the month. Good God. That would have totally screwed me. Whew. That was close. Transferred that money out of that account. Good. All right, I gotta update this. Stay on this topic. What topic was that? Yeah, staying on this topic, let's talk about the rhetoric. The claims have been, flying around from the White House that calling Trump a Nazi or Hitler or saying he's a threat to democracy while he calls himself a king on Twitter. That's wrong. That's wrong, and that's an incitement to violence. But who would you say in our era is the biggest instigator of violence? If you had to pick.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
It was really interesting watching Caroline Levitt go out to the podium today in the briefing room and give a lecture to Democrats and the media on how they need to be the ones to tone down the rhetoric. Meanwhile, there is no one in this country that is more responsible for violent, hateful rhetoric than the president himself, and nobody's words matter more than the president of the United States. And so then to watch immediately him just not even take a full 24 hours to call for civility and unity in this country after a very scary, traumatic event that affected people on both sides of the aisle, folks in the media. He chooses to immediately go after this CBS reporter for just simply citing the words of the manifesto. And then on top of that, him and his wife decide to go after a comedian for a joke that was told days prior to the dinner. And so whether you like Jimmy Kimmel or not, we have a First Amendment in this country, and it protects speech that you dislike just as much as it protects speech that you agree with. And so I think that it's not surprising at all to see how the White House responded to this incident, because this really could have been a moment for them to actually want to bring down the temperature if they cared about that, but they obviously don't, as evidenced by how Trump talks about Democrats and the left and the media. I have a list here, actually.
Where she gets to that list. Thank you, Green New Deal, for the gifted sub to Ducky. And Dirt McGirt, who subscribed with Prime 3 minutes ago. Somehow I missed that. Sorry, I'm ranting over here. So I missed some things. Dirt McGirt. I don't think I'm even familiar with that handle, but thank you for the Prime sub. Very, very smart life decision. Taking money from Jeff Bezos, Mr. Keeper, and giving it to me, your pal, StreamLord. Very good life decision.
Some of the words he's used to describe the left. He has called them scum, vermin, terrorists, radical, lunatics, demonic, evil, garbage. I'm not done yet. The enemy of the people, enemy within, treasonous, lowlives, fascists, Marxists, communists, and I could keep going. Those are just
He did have a list I was reading.
some examples. And on top of that, it's not even just the words that he uses. When we look at what is going on with political violence in this country, Trump, when he had a moment to say, hey, the attack against Paul Pelosi was wrong, what did he do? He mocked it, and so did other Republicans. They made light of an attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband when she was the target. He celebrated the death of Rob Reiner, who him and his wife were murdered by their son. He praised the death of Robert Mueller.
I mean, Donald Trump's own son posted a photo on, I think it was Instagram or Twitter or something, of a pair of underpants and a hammer, saying that he was going for Halloween as Paul Pelosi. Like they have been glorifying and making light of political violence for quite some time. The whole family, all of, not just Trump's family, but the bulk of the Republican Party. Like, if you voted for Trump, you too have probably been engaging in making light of violence against others. It's almost, I think it's kind of difficult, if you're a Trump supporter, or have been in the past, to have done that and not simultaneously supported that. Like, I think you can't separate those things. I support him on this, but not the, the crimes that he does. The crimes are bad. The crimes and the incitement to violence are bad, but everything else is good. You can't, I don't think you can really separate those things. That's one step too far. Maybe if you didn't like something a little bit less consequential, right? Maybe you thought his infrastructure policy was a little lackluster, okay. But this one, you really can't. It's it's like identitarian, but like what's the word? Identic? No, I can't think of the word. It is like part of the identity, essentially. It's just being like an abhorrent dickbag who says whatever Donald Trump does and says is good, and he's constantly been supporting of and or instigating violence, whether it's on Jan 6th or whenever else. And it's just I just think it's impossible to sort of separate yourself from
his
that.
perceived political enemy, someone who is simply doing their job by having to investigate Donald Trump. And so, I could spend all day and just go through example after example, but it's really rich then for him to just, like him in the White House, to go after the Democrats and the media for their rhetoric when he is the chief instigator of violent, hateful rhetoric in this country.
Leader Hakeem Jeffries made that point today. Let's play it.
The chief instigator of violent rhetoric. Yep. Instigator in chief.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Wow. 100% support for YouTube being remonetized by GNN. 86% of people saying yes. 14% of people saying duh. I agree with all of you. Now, of course, one thing that Trump has been pushing in the wake of this attempted assassination plot is, of course, the White House Epstein
Are
ballroom.
you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Thank you guys so much. You guys do amazing work. Can you give me a Michigan fist on the way out to bring the comedy back?
Michigan fist.
Matt's the one who has the Michigan fist.
Matt's looking for the Michigan fist right now.
Come on!
Where did you put that?
Thank you. Take your time.
I want that
Michigan fist!
Appreciate the call.
Michigan
fist!
Thank you.
It's a classic ploy if you are a little bit insecure about your masculinity to ask for a Michigan fist.
I want the Michigan fist!
Oh, Lord.
Look, there's nothing wrong. I just want to say, I think Sam's wrong, okay? There's nothing wrong with wanting a good Michigan fisting every once in a while, okay? I'm not gonna Michigan shame anybody around here, okay? You do what you want to do, okay? To each their own. Maybe not for everybody, but for some. And those people should feel free. Free. Completely free.
Why do we have, in that context, what's this?
Lindsey Graham is leading the charge on the White House ballroom. Now, you may recall that this was not supposed to be funded with taxpayer money. We'll get to that in just a second. But
well, why don't we start with 11 and then go to 12?
Okay, so let's listen to Trump in February about his plans for the White House ballroom, which obviously is the #1 issue when you ask the American public about what's concerning them about what the government is doing and how it can improve their lives. They're worried about the White House ballroom. So Trump made sure, though, that this would not be funded by our taxpayer dollars, and that's incredibly magnanimous of him.
So, and just in closing, I wanted to, you've read a lot. We're building a ballroom. For 150 years, they've wanted a great ballroom at here, even a ballroom, not a great one. Just give me a room, because this is a very small room, can hold very small numbers of people. And they've wanted a great ballroom, and we're going to build the greatest ballroom anywhere in the world. There'll be nothing like it. And you're looking right here at the entrance. This is.
He keeps saying they. Who the hell is they? They. They want it. Everybody's saying it. Who is they? Not a single person named on this one. No citation. 0 citations on they. They is just a group of people Trump imagines wanting a ballroom. There are no real people asking for this, I'm afraid.
Knockout panel, exactly where the gold curtains are. And when that gets opened, there's a magnificent walkway that goes into what will be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world. So we did this no charge to the taxpayer whatsoever. This was all donations made by friends of mine and people that love our country. They love the White House, Preservation Society, the whole group, but not one penny of, and it's a very expensive building, very expensive ballroom, but beautiful, beautiful, in keeping with the White House, an enhancement to the White House, but they've needed it for years. When they had a big event, when the president of China comes in, when somebody comes in of magnitude, they'd put a tent out on the lawn. If it rained, you were in deep trouble, because the only part of the lawn that they can do it is the
Okay, Grandpa. I don't need to hear about how the lawn was not draining properly.
I'm not sure which preservation society he's referring to, but there is a current group of preservationists who are suing the Trump administration over the ballroom request because he's just demolishing what's supposed to be public property for his pet project. But I mean, he says it's not one penny, not one penny for the White House ballroom. So like, we don't need to be, look, every historical relic has been completely demolished in Gaza. It's the height of privilege here in the United States for us to get attached to these kinds of things. And it doesn't matter because it's not one taxpayer dollar that's going to it. Oh, wait. Lindsey Graham has a different idea.
And if we fail, we'll have to go to Plan B. Yeah.
Senator, some of your fellow Republicans have said taxpayers should not have to foot the bill for this ballroom, that the president should be able to raise private money to fund it.
I disagree with them. We're going to vote no. Vote no. Just vote no. This is what I like about voting. If you don't think $400 million of taxpayer money is a good investment to create a secure facility at the White House where the President of the United States, the Vice President, the Cabinet, and people from the public can come and, have a meal and gather without
the public.
What happened Saturday.
People from the public are going to come and have a meal. They're going to set up a cafeteria. We can all just come in, have a meal whenever we want. It's not going to be, it's not going to be like, I love thinking of it like that. It's going to be half gilded ballroom, half Panera. Half Panera, half Chipotle. You just be like a drive-through. You can have a meal there. Check out all the great security. You have a meal. Can you imagine people just hanging out at the White House? Just fascinating. No forks or knives though. It's gonna be difficult because it'll be a security risk. So have to eat with your hands. A lot of sandwiches, things like that.
Job
Finger
of the
foods.
federal government is national security. The number one job of national security, I think, would be to protect the commander in chief and to have infrastructure under the ballroom that is very national security centric. So I don't think, just vote no. That's all I ask you to do is vote. All
right. So the bottom line is, of course, the very reason why Lindsey Graham is doing this is exactly why he wants to vote, is that they all want to kiss Donald Trump's ass.
Yes, they do. Wiggy, there you go. Maybe America will pay for the ballroom instead of the people who already paid for the ballroom. I mean, according to Donald Trump, he already raised the money. I mean, he just demolished the building. He must have already had the money, right? Like, he wouldn't just demolish the White House. Like, how deranged would you have to be? Just follow me here. How much of an insane lunatic would you have to be to demolish a historical building? One of the most historical buildings in the U.S. on U.S. land. Perhaps the most, the one that everybody knows. Just demolish half of it without having the money to rebuild it already. Can you imagine being such a unmitigated psycho, like to demolish half of the White House for a project that you don't even have money for yet, while simultaneously claiming that you already have the money? Because this is the thing. He either has the money or he doesn't. In the case that he doesn't, he blew up the White House without having the money to rebuild it, which seems fairly irresponsible at the very least. But if he does already have the money, then that means that Lindsey Graham and Republicans are rushing to pay for a building that's already supposedly paid for, and that now there are $400 million sitting in like an offshore account somewhere, because this was given to Trump, not the government. So he's got like $500 million just sitting in an account somewhere for this building. And now what? He's just going to be able to keep it? Is he just going to keep that money? You think he's going to give it back? He's like, oh, I need it as a contingency fund. He's never going to give a penny of that money back. Are you shitting me? So either it's one of those two scenarios right now. Both are utterly ridiculous to think about. All right, one more clip on the White House Correspondents' Dinner / ballroom talk with the Situation Room, Francesca Fiorentini. From yesterday.
That's on YouTube.
Okay, this was the week where Trump had his third assassination attempt that we know about. And whoever said third time's a charm is an idiot. The man was not successful. He charged a security checkpoint at the White House press correspondents' dinner in the hotel that it was being held in, exchanged gunfire with security, and then...
I'll be right back, Stacey. I'm just going to plug something in. Sorry.
The man was not successful. He charged a security checkpoint at the White House press correspondents' dinner in the hotel that it was being held in, exchanged gunfire with security, and then was taken into custody. Trump was not hurt. He was rescued by, according to him, some very attractive men.
I did watch because I could see what was going on at the door. I also saw a lot of very strong, physically strong, really attractive law enforcement people come through those doors. And frankly, it made me feel very safe, very, very safe. There's nobody going to get by them.
That seems like he hashtag ad. Like he had to be like, they were hunks. Like I'm contractually obligated to say that they were hunks.
Yeah. And if you are hunky too, join my Secret Service. It's so I do feel like Trump, obviously he fell asleep in the middle of, some White House event. He is sundowning. I mean, he truly is sundowning. And I think he is finally allowing himself to live his truth. And I do think he's pretty gay. Like he's fairly gay. Like this is not the first
Every
time
single
he's been
person on this planet is gay.
That man over there is very attractive. Not that I'm into men, but he's attractive. Like, why would it ever occur to you? There's an attempt on your life possibly, and you're going to call them attractive men who...
Big, beautiful, attractive man.
Almost implying by virtue of them being attractive made you feel safe, which honestly, look, that's how I think a lot of straight women feel about firefighters who are men. But, this is our president. So
I've definitely seen ugly firefighters and been like, I would trust them.
That's true.
That doesn't rule them out for me.
That's true. There's yeah. Word. It's mostly the getup.
And ICE is sitting at home like, he's never called us hot.
Yes. Yeah.
Want to be hot to him.
Even he knows they're not hot.
No, even he's like, they're gross. I messed up on like. I mean, they should deport children,
Bunch of
but I messed
very-
up on them not being hung.
Bunch of very wacky, kooky, sort of unattractive people at ICE. I can't lie. Can't lie. Lot of gross ones over there at ICE. Very gross. Sorry. Can't lie. Those are some fugly guys and gals over at Immigration and Customs.
Like they don't. That's why they're masked.
Yeah.
They're hideous.
So this is the moment he also responds to the manifesto of the shooter, Cole Thomas Allen, who is an engineer from Torrance, California, which is, right around the way. And in the manifesto, there's a couple things in this manifesto, which is, number one, Cole is like, why is there no security? He's kind of like, I could just walk in here. He checked in the day before. He had all these weapons on him. And it is kind of weird living in a time where you can't bring a opaque purse to a concert, Megan. But you can check into a hotel with massive bags and like no one is even going to run that through like a metal detector. Like we're living on the other side of the 2017 mass shooting at Mandalay Bay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not for more security. I am for gun control, but it is also kind of insane that we don't have those kinds of things. But anyway, so part of his manifesto, he called Donald Trump a pedophile, or he says, "I'm tired of being run." Let's read it briefly. I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the real first opportunity I've had to do something about it. While I'm discussing this, I'll go over my expected rules of engagement. I'm not military, so too bad. It weirdly says he's not out for Cash Patel, which is like such a weird carve out.
It doesn't sound like a manifesto. Like it sounds like a long text. Yeah, we've read the ramblings of crazy men. We are comedians. It feels just like a guy at work telling you what he's doing.
Totally.
It's really like the language of it is super casual.
Yes, in fact, he refers to himself as a friendly federal assassin, which I like. It's like a cuddly killer, and got to give it to him for calling himself that. I also just want to put up a picture of him and like, just no commentary really, but.
Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna watch this whole thing from Francesca. Francesca and friend. Actually don't know this woman. I don't think I've seen her before. All right, skip ahead a little bit here to Caroline Levitt over at the Ministry of Truth. Oh, the great Czarina of Truth. What would we do without Caroline?
Okay, are they taking responsibility for their rhetoric? And then it goes off the deep end.
I think you heard it directly from the president on Saturday night, Aisha, that in his words, we need to recommit ourselves as a country to toning down the rhetoric and to unifying around what makes our country great. That's true of everyone who works in this White House, but as I said, it's also true of everyone who has a voice and a platform across this country, whether you're on television, a podcast host, people listen. And when you have mentally disturbed individuals across the country who are listening to this crazed rhetoric about the president day after day after day,
all of these mentally disturbed individuals across the country. Now they're just coming at the country. Like they're just like, anyone who listens to this is a mentally disturbed individual.
You have a mental health problem.
You have a mental health problem if you're listening to this stuff. Okay, you have Trump derangement syndrome. Which, speaking of which, I heard earlier today. I haven't yet been able to pull together enough on this. I heard it as I was preparing to start the show, and I could not bring myself to like get into this. I heard that they are going to start looking into Trump derangement syndrome as an actual medical diagnosis. Oh god, these people are deranged. God.
Them to do crazy things. And
Okay, so from there, it's like normal. Like even it starts with people in this White House. Like, okay,
Because I thought she was going to say when we have mentally, then go even our president. You know, like he's listening.
Mentally disturbed individuals.
Mentally disturbed individuals, like my boss.
And she's like, you know, even a podcast host, and you're like, okay,
I'm
a
perfectly stable individual.
huh? And then of course it sort of veers back into what it always veers into the right, and whether it's Piers Morgan or whether it's Caroline Leavitt, like this is their refrain.
unfortunately, it's not just the media, it is the entire Democrat Party has made their pitch to voters across the country that Donald Trump poses an existential threat to democracy, that he is a fascist, and that they compare him to Hitler. I mean, these are despicable statements that the American people have been consuming for years. And so many mentally perturbed individuals are led to believe these words are truth and then are
Perturbed
inspired
individuals.
to act on it.
Okay.
They're disturbed and they're
I would actually
perturbed.
contend that the Democratic Party
They're not just disturbed, they're also perturbed. Disturbed and perturbed.
call him a fascist and compare him to Hitler enough.
Exactly. No, I think they are very, very careful to liken him to Hitler or call him Hitler. Almost as careful as they are to liken Israel thing that Hitler did, or the Holocaust. But yes, generally they are like, and also, I'm sorry, Trump has compared himself to Hitler. Trump famously said, why can't I have generals as loyal as Adolf?
Well, it's also like very condescending too, because it's like we've read a book, Caroline. We've seen things. We've watched documentaries. We would be calling him a fascist in our private conversations, whether someone had told us that that was the case or not. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Not sure who this woman is, but she seems to have a very good head on her shoulders here. Is there another spot in here I wanted? Yeah, this is where I wanted it. Yeah. Because this is fascinating. It turns out that this guy, we're being told, is a leftist, communist, Marxist, Antifa,
communist.
socialist. But it would seem he's rather far from it. He's actually a blue dog Democrat. And I'm staying in the race. Biden boy. He's neo-lib centrist. That's the sort of people the leftists I consider myself one of tend to criticize. I'm sure that he would probably, based upon the things he said, not consider himself as such.
China?
The communists.
Brianna Wu is sort of like that, but even loves Israel even more. Tweets a photo of Cole, and we're again first name basis, and says, "I bet $1 million he's free Palestine," which is not a thing. I'm free Palestine, like, okay, but we sort of get it. She's saying, "I bet that he, is for against genocide and for Palestinian human rights." Well, as it turns out, he has retweeted Brianna Wu herself saying, "My position on Gaza is nuanced. My position on what's happening to Jews at home is not. This is no..."
Instant own. Oh my God. It's instant cell phone from Brianna Wu. Can somebody collect on that $1 million bet? Who is she betting? Just the internet? Can any of us collect on that? I could use the money. I don't know if she's got it, but
than the KKK. So he straight up retweeted because my
He's
first
your guy, girl.
He's your guy. He's the guy who's like, I don't know. And then he also retweeted no opinion. This guy named Noah Smith, who is also kind of a Democratic Party DNC pundit and Zionist, who says the Palestine protesters are, functionally speaking, Republicans. This dude retweeted that. Now, of course, this might have been, a lot before, but like he also like tweeted some shit about Hasan. That's why there's a picture of Hasan there. Like,
leftists. Now leftists are calling Palestine protesters functionally Republicans. There's a new one. Haven't heard that one from any leftists lately, ever.
Does not like Hasan. This is sort of his little, his like many libs on Blue Sky, anger at Palestinian protesters saying, retweeting, I'm sorry, I'm not just going to give up the last 85 years of civil rights and put my voting rights in jeopardy because 1% of the population of Michigan, and this is a reference to Dearborn, Michigan voters, is upset over a decades-long conflict on the other side of the world that has nothing to do with me or my community. Only all of our taxpayer dollars are funding it. So, okay, guy. So it's just so funny that people are like, he's radical, he's a leftist. No, Megan, what we have here is a shit lib shooter.
I'm staying in the race.
A shit lib shooter. God. Shocking. So we were getting told he's a leftist, Marxist, communist, Antifa. I can't think of more words. All right, that's a perfect spot for us to take the first break of the evening. Over 2 hours into the stream, we've made a little bit of progress on the galactic content goal, I would point out. 2 from the PayPal super chat. And trying to do the math now. I think we are at somewhere between 4 and 5 super chats. 5 of 10, 50% of the way to the goal. 25 bones would do it, put an end to it, one way or another. But quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Right, everybody. I hope that you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube, bell icon and like button too. Really helps out. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support, even though we've been demonetized on YouTube. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. You got Throne if you'd like to contribute in a other way by shopping. For me, crowdfunding and or buying outright items that I put on a list. You can find on Throne's website and the link in the chat. Not in the chat, in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So make your choice. How will you support the Galactic News Network? All right, everyone, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So you better get your butts back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Emily, I see your comment there in the YouTube chat. And unfortunately, I haven't done anybody's new avatars yet from this week. Hopefully, I'll get to it by this weekend. Maybe as soon as tonight, or like later tomorrow night, Friday night. But right now, unfortunately, no. Nope, not yet. But I did get the shout-outs done. All right, we're gonna move on now. From the White House ballroom and the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. Or attack. It's not even clear that he got a shot off. Because I've been hearing reports that that it's possible that the agent who was shot was actually shot by another Secret Service agent. It's not confirmed, but that's what I've been hearing. All right. Now to another guy who's being accused of inciting some sort of assassination attempt against Donald Trump. James Comey, the former FBI director. For an Instagram photo, which has been talked about, and talked about, and talked about, and talked about, of a dangerous pile of seashells on the seashore.
Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted again, this time over a social media photo of seashells arranged on a beach that officials say constituted a threat against President Donald Trump. It's the second criminal case the Justice Department has brought against the longtime Trump foe. Comey says he assumed the arrangement of shells reading 8647 was a political message, not a call to violence against Trump. 86 is a slang term often used in the hospitality industry, meaning to throw out, to get rid of, or to refuse service to. Trump is the 47th president.
You are not allowed to threaten the President of the United States of America.
The two-count indictment charges Comey with knowing and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon Trump, and with transmitting a threat in interstate commerce.
Pile of seashells on the seashore. A threat. Quite a ridiculous claim from the Trump administration. They are, in my estimation, just violently lashing out, wildly attacking anybody and everybody that they can find, try and make an example of, for whatever reason. It just seems like a frantic attempt at suppression of free speech. This case is almost certain to be thrown out. Now, apparently James Comey didn't have to be arrested. He turned himself in and was arraigned, I think, the same day.
This is a social media post that's behind the former FBI director James Comey's indictment. Allies of Donald Trump say the numbers hide a secret message, calling for the US president's assassination. They allege that 86 refers to the restaurant slang, meaning to get rid of something, and that 47 means Trump, as he's the 47th president. Although Comey deleted the image, which he had posted on his Instagram in May 2025, and issued a swift denial, he's now facing an indictment on 2 charges. One of making a threat to take the life of the US president, and secondly, of transmitting that threat via social media across state lines. Counts that carry a term of imprisonment of 10 years each.
I think it's fair to say that threatening the life of anybody is dangerous and potentially a crime. Threatening the life of the President of the United States will never be tolerated by the Department of Justice.
Reacting to news of the indictment, Comey issued a fresh denial.
Nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary. So let's go.
There you go. That was James Comey's response on Substack. I didn't know he had a Substack. Fascinating. But in no way was this pile of shells a crime. 86 is a very well-known term that is used almost exclusively in the hospitality and restaurant industries, talking about getting rid of unruly guests. That does not mean staff murdering patrons of hotels and restaurants. It just means kicking people out. Or it is sometimes not about, say, refusing service at a bar or something like that. It's also about being out of an item. As a person who's worked in many restaurants, this is basically the only place I've seen this phrase used. But Donald Trump had a lot to say about this. Also, what the fuck is this golden orb on his desk? Why does the president have a giant golden orb on his desk now? Is that the moon? Why does he have a golden moon on his desk?
This is ridiculous!
Whose literally gilded present was this? Was this a present to himself? Or maybe Jared Isaacman for being made NASA administrator? He is a billionaire, after all. He could probably afford a golden orb.
This morning, we were talking about how busy you were this morning. James Comey was in court. He self-surrendered. He's now been charged a second time. This time over a social media post with seashells that said 8647. Do you really think that he was endangering your life or threatening your life with that?
Well,
post?
if anybody knows anything about crime, they know 86. You know what?
Anybody who
86
knows
is a mob
anything about
term
crime.
for kill 'em. You know, you ever see the movies? 86 'em. The mobster says to
Never
one
see
of
it.
his wonderful associates, 86 'em. That means kill 'em. It's I think of it as a mob term. I don't know. People think of.
He thinks of it as a mob term. Now, I would point something out that he might not be aware of, but I feel like he should be, considering how fucking old he is. But the mob, there's a couple of industries the mob has been very, very involved in American history. Restaurants and bars. Sometimes restaurants with bars in them. So, that, like, I feel like he's not understanding that fact. Is that, like, they're literally hanging out in bars and restaurants where this term is being used, oftentimes to literally just kick people out of the establishments that they're in, not necessarily to literally murder them. Right? Like, everybody get that? Like, you know, all the speakeasies and stuff that are run by the mob, all the Italian restaurants that are It's a fairly, excuse me, common. Anyway, god damn it, lost all my verve just now. Okay, anyway, there's Donald Trump claiming it's very, very well known. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it's a term meaning to kill a guy. Now, you'll be shocked that this did not make the news, but another man was arrested in North Carolina after apparently making threats to the president. Oh, God. What is it this time? It must have been serious. Must have been very, very serious. Oh, boy.
A man is in jail tonight accused of threatening the president. Sky 5 flew overhead as law enforcement flocked to a car wash in Apex. The entire business was evacuated. WR's Willie Danley explains what we know about the suspect so far.
Sky 5 flew over Tidal Wave Auto Spa on Lake Pine Drive in Apex, where police say a man was arrested after making violent political threats towards President Donald Trump. Apex police, the SBI, the FBI, and a bomb squad all responded to the scene, a response that former Judge Carl Fox says fits the crime.
Bomb squad.
You can believe that you make threats against the president, there's going to be action taken.
The rear window of the suspect's car was covered in concerning messages, including "Tell Donald he is fired," "5 dead, 5 years," "3 Navy, teacher, and trucker." While the exact meaning of those phrases remain unclear, Fox says the language alone may not meet the legal threshold for a threat.
So,
yeah, it's not. Okay, there you go, people. There's the horrifying threat. Tell Donald he is fired, quote unquote. And then it's just a bunch of statistics about, I think, like army and military vets dying. Like, this is clearly not a threat. And is ridiculous. Writing on your car, Donald Trump is fired, isn't a threat. And you're a fucking loser and a snowflake if you think it is. A fucking snowflake of the most epic variety. Having a little temper tantrum over words. Oh, the man said me words. Oh, you may criticize my dear leader. Oh, that's very mean. 5 wins. So fucking weak and pathetic. Like, you have to be like a complete man baby. Fucking child-brained moron. I mean, who reported this? Who reported this threat? And who arrested this guy for this? What police officers were told this information and said, send the bomb squad? The bomb squad. Just to be clear what's happened here. The bomb squad and SWAT, and look at these guys. These guys are dressed like they're in Afghanistan or something. Fully geared up over here for tell Donald Trump he's fired. Oh no, tell Trump he's fired, bomb squad. Bomb squad. Ugh. Fucking pathetic. No more free speech on college campuses. Oh God, there's no more free speech on college campuses. We get, oh God. And by no more free speech, it means people are criticizing me when I say stupid conservative things on college campuses. But arrest people for writing things on their car. These people have no scruples. Zero actual morals, ideology. It's a cult. It is a fucking cult. Whatever Trump says, they do. They're fine with it. Treat him like a king. He says he wants to be a king, and they say, yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I love you, sir. What is it again? Todd. Where's Todd?
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much. I love you, sir. All right. Speaking of kings, let's go here. Quickly talk about the rest of King Charles's visit. King Charles presented Donald Trump with a trophy. Not a trophy, well, a physical item. A tithing, if you will. A royal gift. And that was the bell off of the British submarine HMS Trump.
A what now?
Today, our partnerships in NATO and AUKUS deepen our technological and military cooperation and ensure that together we can meet the challenges of an increasingly complex and contested world. And speaking of submarine alliances, there was one particular AUKUS predecessor launched from a UK shipyard in 1944 that served for the majority of her life attached to the 4th Submarine Squadron in Australia, playing a critical role during the war in the Pacific. Her name? HMS Trump. So tonight, Mr. President, I am delighted to present to you, as a personal gift, the original bell which hung on the conning tower of your valiant namesake.
Look at him. He gets up immediately. He rushes the stage. He's like, what? It has my name on it? Perfect. The perfect gift. It's gold and it has my name on it. Whoever thought this one through is a fucking genius. It just in terms of diplomacy, this might be the most on-brand Trump gift I have seen yet. A historical artifact with his name on it that he can think is for him. It's literally the same color as everything else in the White House now. And I mean, really, somebody truly thought this one through. I mean, look at it. He rushes the stage. He's like, what? Trump is on the bell? Let me look.
Which hung on the conning tower of your valiant namesake.
Look at it. Look at him. He rushes the stage.
May it stand as a testimony to our nation's shared history and shining future. And should you ever need to get hold of it...
He's like, look, are you going to keep talking or are you going to let me see the bell? Look at him. He's just standing there like an expectant child on Christmas Eve or Christmas morning. Oh my God. Whatever time kids receive gifts. Oh God. Like waiting diligently. Please, Father, may I have the bell now? Or are you going to keep talking? I know you have a lesson about the bell, but I just want to hold it. Let me play with the bell. Come on. I've done everything right, and now I'm indicted
I did
to not play
everything
with the
right,
bell.
and they indicted me.
It was a ring. Thank you, Mr. President and Mrs. Trump, for your splendid dinner this evening, which, may I say, is a very considerable improvement on the Boston Tea Party. So, whether your cup contains tea, wine, Scotch whiskey, bourbon, or even cola, let us raise our glasses and voices as we toast the past, the present, and the future. Thank you. Of our two proud and allied nations. To the United States and the United Kingdom, God bless both our countries.
Look at him. Look at him go. This is my perfect moment. I can get close to the bell.
Thank you.
Oh my God, he is such a child. Oh God.
You're a little baby.
Okay.
Tonight, we are...
We don't need this clip. We're fine. I'm fine on this. I'm moving too slow anyway. I don't care about the king. But suffice to say, the king also went to New York, to the 9/11 memorial. But, there was also an interesting moment during all of these festivities. Donald Trump made a very fascinating choice. While the king was greeting members of
It's
his own
very easy to
cabinet.
make hay of what a reprehensible person Donald Trump is and how, like, just literally insane he is. And I don't. It's hard for me to express how little I care about the King of England.
That sounds funny to say.
Yeah, honestly, like King Charles.
God.
Honestly, like when I say King Charles, I think of Barkley. That's what I think.
Right. Round on the rebound.
Exactly. But whatever. This is just sort of fascinating to watch because this guy's in charge of everything and is, basically just a huge authoritarian in the context of our government. Just want to be clear, what we're going to watch a video of is Queen. Is she Queen?
Yeah, Queen Camilla.
Queen?
According to like what I didn't know
Okay.
she earned that.
Okay,
title.
so because the other one died, right?
Diana.
No, the old lady.
Queen Elizabeth.
Queen Elizabeth died.
Yes, Princess Diana died, and I hate to break this news to you.
She died, right?
Yeah, she died.
They put her in a wall or something.
Yeah, something like that.
All right. I get him in the brosphere here, but let's not go after Princess Diana.
She was like a candle in the wind, as it
Just
were.
another elite.
Anyways,
That's the only Brit I like. Royal I like.
Here is Queen Camilla. Actually, now that I remember this, there was like stuff leaked about King Charles, like saying that like he wanted to be her feminine hygiene product. Maybe I'm imagining that.
Oh, he was cheating on Diana with this woman that
Okay,
he's now
so-
married to, who's now the queen.
Okay, so Queen Camilla is shaking hands with Trump's cabinet. Just want to be clear that it's Trump's cabinet. That it's Lutnick
sees, like,
and
every day.
Besant, yeah, and that's what makes this even that much more bizarre. This is not like a third, this is the UN leaders of the amassed at the UN. It's people that Trump works with theoretically. Watch this. look at Charles is like, what are you doing?
He just jumps ahead and starts shaking. He starts with Susie and then he goes down the row. He cuts in front of the queen to get the hand in there with his own cabinet. Great job. Great meeting you. He's such a fucking crazy person. He's like sundown. Like the fact is, this seems like a moment, like a Alzheimer's moment type of thing, where he just sees a line of people shaking hands, and his base instinct is to go for it, and he has just no idea what he's doing and who's around him. And he's just like, he's like, this is great, great to meet you. I'm glad that you support me. Thank you for your support. Great job. Great job.
One thing you don't do to a royalty.
Everybody's just sort of watching what's.
Oh.
Do we have
Look
more
at
footage
him,
of that?
dude.
I want to see what happened. It is so fucking awkward, and this guy's so demented.
Yeah.
Like, he's either demented because, yeah, play it again. He's either demented because he can't help himself, or he's demented because he did it on purpose.
Yeah, I would also point out he completely ignores the king. Look, the king's going in. He thinks that the king's going. You can see him here clearly going in. Trump cuts between him and his wife.
He can't help himself.
And then the king doesn't give up. See, King doesn't give up over here. He stays in there. He's done a lot of these lines. He's like, this is weird, but he'll stop any second now.
Never surrender.
So he's over here. He's never given up, never surrender. He goes in for a second one. And then Trump just keeps going, and he just puts his hand down. He's like, wait a second.
Play it again.
What's happening
He's either
here?
demented because he can't help himself.
And then he just gets by the second one. He's like, fool me once, shame on you.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Or he's demented because he did it on purpose.
I mean,
it's so twisted either way.
She's 78 years old, so she might as well be completely invisible to him. So perhaps that's it. But
God.
he cuts
To
in.
be fair, never really that
Right?
much of a
Isn't he's supposed to be like bowing and all of this stuff? That's
He's just having a good time. I'm part of the royal family too. My mother really liked King Charles. That makes me kind of like his brother-in-law. Prince Trump. Prince King Trump. Two kings. Two kings. Totally normal. Now, of course, Trump literally posted this on X. Where is it? Hold on. Let me find it. I posted this to the YouTube channel, but literally around the same time this was all going on, Trump was posting this sort of nonsense on the White House Truth Social. No, the White House Twitter. I don't know if it went on Truth. I don't know if it made it to Truth or not. I assume it did. I can't be bothered to check Truth at all times. Two kings. Two. That's why I deserve to get in here. Okay? You're meeting a king right now for the first time. I've just declared it. I just decreed it, and therefore, you might want to shake my hand now that I'm king. Again. It's official.
pageantry of
Well,
this.
I do like
he's moving too slow. We got to do this
screw
quicker.
all of them. Like,
No, honestly,
like when he
maybe
goes
this is the
after-
best thing Trump's
I
ever
know.
done.
I know when he goes after
Honestly.
the Pope, I'm like, I don't care about the Pope. I don't care about King
I
Charles.
don't care either.
But this is a good pope.
I don't care
whatever.
either. But it's
Rival pedo gangs.
it's terrifying that this guy isn't.
Can you imagine right now? I'm sorry, but all I can think of right now is West Side Story type like dance number with the Pope and a bunch of cardinals and bishops. You know, sharks in the jets and the Epstein class guys
or
on the
he's
other
demented
side.
because he did it on purpose.
Whoa.
I mean,
Whoa. What just happened? Oh, I see what's going on. Don't do that. That's very, very rude. I don't know why you would do that to me. Just play that video and I haven't asked for it. But I mean, this is all I can think of. Like, Wait, come on. Or actually, this is the wrong one. Screw it. It's close enough. I have no sound now. Oh, because I muted it. God damn it. Don't do this to me. Why do you hate me so much? It's very rude of you. You're killing me.
When you're a jet, all the way from your first cigarette to your last dying day.
Except it's Jeffrey Epstein and the Pope.
Charge of anything.
I know.
It's so unnecessary.
But this is America. We don't care about your king. Like
It's actually very American to do that in front of a royalty.
but that's but the Republicans are obsessed with the royals, and they're so mad at Meghan Markle for some reason, and they keep calling Trump a king. If Trump honestly was anti-monarchical, I'd be thrilled about this. Yeah, screw your customs. I don't care. Your shit stinks like everybody else. But no, that's not what it was. It's just because she's an old lady, and he doesn't care about old ladies. But I wonder if King Charles looks upon him fondly as, oh, this reminds me of my brother, also an Epstein associate and pedo.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Okay. You could have been my uncle, Dad. Exactly. I'm basically a king by osmosis. Now, of course, you know, the divine right of kings, supposedly handed down by God. But Donald Trump and, well, his supporters think he is God. So, I guess that sort of circumvents the king thing.
That's in the Bible.
Kyle Kalinske.
All right, y'all. So this video went kind of viral. There's nothing I enjoy more than listening to the C-SPAN callers sort of run their mouths, because you hear things all over the fucking map, y'all. You hear fucking far left, far right, radical, centrist, fucking boring, anything and everything that you could ever imagine. The C-SPAN callers will call in and they will say that shit, okay? So here we have, this went kind of viral on social media, and you're about to see somebody call in and just drop a whole bunch of fucking knowledge, on the head of this C-SPAN host, and she gets shocked into silence by what this guy's saying. Here we go. Let's watch.
My family members, they do worship Donald Trump. They do believe he is Jesus Christ. So when he shows that image of himself as the Christ, that's how they see him. My family doesn't pray for Donald Trump. They pray to him.
Really stop and think about what he's saying here. It's terrifying, and this is a real thing that actually exists in this world. That Trump is effectively creating not only a death cult around him, but what will functionally be in the long term a religion around him. Now, how many people will survive in this religion in the long term? I guess we'll find out together. But the fact of the matter is, this guy has done anything and everything he can to piss away all of his support. And at this moment, he still has 33% support in this country. 3 out of 10 people will look you in the eyes and still defend the man who triple-tapped a little girls' school in Iran and killed 170 precious little kids. They will look you in the eyes and defend a guy who's arming and funding a genocide and relentlessly providing Israel cover as they do multiple genocides right in front of our eyes. They will look you in the eyes and defend a guy who kicked 18 million people off Medicaid and is doubling, tripling, and quadrupling health insurance premiums and screwing everybody over. They will look you in the eyes and defend a guy who was caught red-handed in the most corrupt schemes you've ever seen in your life. Pay-to-play fucking pardons. $1 million a pop, he'll pardon whoever you want. Doesn't matter what crimes they committed. A guy who was caught red-handed in the fucking Epstein files. A guy who's building literal concentration camps that will be death camps in this country. ICE, Gestapo, death camps.
Right away.
And people will look you in the eyes and defend this guy. Full throttle. So what does that mean? It means, yes, we are dealing with what is effectively a literal death cult. And this guy has them in his family, and he's trying to enlighten people on what it's actually like. Okay, what it's actually like dealing with these people.
My family doesn't pray for Donald Trump. They pray to him. They worship him. You understand? This is a
what
cult.
now?
And they believe, my father believes Donald Trump was born without sin, that he is God in human flesh, my father said Trump never lies.
Oh my word. Oh no. Remember that article? I'm gonna fuck up the exact number. But in his first term, there was an article released by, I believe, the Washington Post, and they said it was either 32,000 or 38,000 lies that he told. To that point. Now it's obviously way more than that. But that is like
everything right and they indicted
that is record-breaking. And by the way, Trump posting himself as Jesus. Well, now you get a little sense into the mindset and the narcissism that leads to that, and that there's people like this guy's family who look at that and they go, yeah, like that's how we view him. We view him as perfect. I mean, it's so wild to see. And this is why people are speculating. Is he the Antichrist? Somebody who exhibits literally every single negative characteristic that you were told your entire life not to be. You were told.
Yep. Donald Trump is the embodiment of evil. He hates everybody. He's a purveyor of hatred. Who doesn't he hate? He hates immigrants. He hates LGBTQ people. He hates the poor. He hates... I mean, there's more things that he hates than he doesn't, it feels like. I mean, he loves gold. He loves riches. He loves power. He loves attention and glory and fame. He loves himself. But of course, I've just described to you as a malignant narcissist.
You're fed up with it.
That he is God in human flesh, that my father said Trump never lies. Do you understand me? And that he was sent by himself to save the world from the Mexicans. This is a religion of racism. The Christians ran out of Jews to kill, the Catholics, in Nazi Germany. And so they moved on to immigrants and Mexicans and gays. MAGAs hate the same people the Nazis hated. And the MAGAs have the same archetype.
Wait, Todd, let's back up. You're a Republican?
Yes, I'm a Lincoln Republican. I believe in freeing the slaves. Yep.
And did you
Small
ever vote
government
for?
would be nice.
Did you ever vote for President Trump?
Why would I? He's a pedophile.
Damn, son, he's going hard in the paint.
Trump?
Why would I? He's a pedophile.
And when you say your family member is your father, do you still have a relationship with them?
No, I don't. Well, no, we don't anymore. We don't anymore. I don't break bread with the enemy. I don't dine with Nazis and mass murderers like Bill Weldon from Johnson & Johnson. Okay? You got these upper-level Nazis in the cult of Baal. They're all pedophiles, and you know it, running Hollywood and Washington, D.C. as Sodom and Gomorrah. They're all on the same team. You want to talk about Democrats and Republicans? That's all theater.
Wow. Wow, it's getting super biblical in here. My God. It almost seems like the war in the MAGA. Amidst the MAGAs, those who believe Trump is Jesus and those who believe Jesus is Jesus. This is fascinating.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
This is a fascinating
upper-level
one.
Nazis in the cult of Baal, they're all pedophiles, and you know it, running Hollywood and Washington, D.C. as Sodom and Gomorrah. They're all on the same team. You want to talk about Democrats and Republicans? That's all theater. This is a moral issue. It's about good versus evil.
Look at her face. She's like, I'm going to go ahead and cut this call off.
You see.
Here's Bill, Satellite Beach,
Oh,
Florida.
no.
Democrat, you're on the air.
No, let him rock. I wanted to hear the rest of that.
Damn, dude. They should have let him. Seriously, they should have let him cook. That guy was, and he was cooking. This was the dude we all needed to hear from, and they cut him off on C-SPAN. You know, I've been thinking of is I might do a call-in show. I think I might create a separate Discord server so that we don't overrun our beautiful community Discord server, secret one. But I think I might make a separate Discord server and do like call-in shows for people to talk about things. When I saw this, I was like, dude, we need an outlet for people like this guy. Oh, shit was wild. I could not find this clip, by the way. I was looking all over the place for it. I even went to the original TikTok account that posted this clip, but I could not find it. I went to C-SPAN's website. I don't know where they found it. I wanted to hear the whole thing and see if there was anything that was missed. Yeah, that caller was based. There was something I was going to say before I started that video. Now I can't remember what that was. I know we're making decent progress on the galactic content goal right now. About 50% of the way through it. Possibly a little less. But close enough. $25 on Cash App or PayPal would get her done. But a subsequent number of bits and or subscriptions, power-ups over on Twitch, or Patreon memberships, either new and or upgraded, would all help. Oh, that's what I was going to say. But I just made that clear. Somebody was asking if I have a PayPal. Lucy or somebody, I think. Right? Yeah, Rachel Lucy was asking if there's a PayPal. And yes, people can donate on the PayPal. Or the Cash App. All of the links to all of our social medias and donation platforms are on our YouTube descriptions, Twitch bio. You think I should do a call-in show? Yeah, maybe we'll do a call-in show at some point. I hear StreamYards is... Like, I saw what Leftist Mafia did on StreamYards. At one point I was thinking about doing something like that too. Maybe we'll do both. Well, I know, we'll do call-in shows and we'll do StreamYard shows. But we'll make, like, the StreamYard shows, we'll give, like, the Patreon members priority access. Somehow. I don't know how. I'll come up with a way. Here I am talking about doing more stuff when I still can't even get all of my normal shit done. Still haven't, I still haven't paid my taxes yet. I had to file a extension. And we got the massive YouTube deficit right now. Here I am talking about doing call-in shows. Building out a whole other Discord server. No big deal. Barely an inconvenience. All right, now, while we move away from the king and God talk, we should check in with the very best, the very greatest, the one, the only, Harry Emden. Harry, he's got the numbers, the very best numbers, everybody say. And the numbers are in on Americans caring about the royalty, British royalty specific. I should be specific because, of course, we have the American royalty.
It was a little less than 24 hours
Trump.
ago. We were on this set with royal subject Richard Quest, who began a sentence with the phrase, "the beauty of monarchy." And then Richard was concerned about how that line might sound to my American ears. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten. This isn't about me and my ears, but American ears. The beauty of monarchy. How much beauty do Americans see in monarchy?
The Americans do not see very much beauty in monarchy at all. In fact, they may see some ugliness in monarchy. What are we talking about here? Okay, Americans who say a U.S. monarchy would be a good thing. Well, guess what, folks? All the percentages on your screen are less than the number 5. Only 2% of independents want a U.S. monarchy. Just 4% of Republicans want a U.S. monarchy. Just 4% of Democrats want a U.S. monarchy. To put that into some perspective,
who are these Democrats?
12%.
Who are these Democrats that think that a U.S. monarchy would be a good idea? I need to know. Like, who are we talking about? Like Hillary Clinton? Like who is the person, like the 3 people? Like it's more than 3, but I mean, that's a shocking number of people when you think about it. 4%? If that's representative of the whole version of Democrats across the country, it can't possibly be. It's got to be lower. There's no way. Who
Of Americans believe that the U.S. faked the moon landing back in 1969, and we're talking about a third to a sixth of that percentage who say that the U.S. monarchy would in fact be a good thing. They believe that William Daniels played John Adams back in the film 1776 for a reason. They do not want a monarchy here in the United States of America.
It's still too high. It's still too high.
And Americans are like, enough of this stuff. What are we talking about? Okay, we're talking about Americans on UK Royal News. Look at this. Just 32% of Americans care. 63%. To quote Stephen A. Smith, we don't care. We don't care. We've had enough of the royal news. The bottom.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Well, people are sick and tired of the British royals. I don't blame them. I mean, everything they have is stolen. They live on a stolen fortune. They've done a bunch of other terrible things, too. All right, that's enough of the Brits. Let's talk about America. Where we're being repressed. Just like
Help! Help! I'm
we were
being
back
repressed!
in Britain. Free speech, no longer a thing in the United States. The president himself calling for the firing of a late-night news anchor you might know by the name of Jimmy Kimmel for a joke about his wife.
Be best.
A joke that did not age well has led to another battle between President Trump and late-night TV host Jimmy Kimmel. In a parody of a White House Correspondents Association dinner last week, Kimmel described First Lady Melania Trump as having the glow of an expectant widow.
First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
2 nights later, that dinner was cut short when a would-be assassin with guns and knives tried to get into the Washington ballroom where the president, the first lady, and many other people were gathered for that dinner. The first lady on Monday said that people like Kimmel shouldn't have the opportunity to spread hate through television every night. She and President Trump each urged that ABC fire Jimmy Kimmel and said they were inciting and encouraging violence. On his show Monday night, Kimmel said he was sorry that the president and others at the dinner went through a traumatic experience. But he said his joke was poking fun at the 23-year age difference between Donald Trump and Melania Trump.
It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was.
Yeah, we all know that. We know that Jimmy Kimmel is not clairvoyant. He's not able to see into the future. Therefore, he did not know that there would be a potential threat on the life of the president. And this is just pathetic. Just a pathetic display of snowflakery. President, the biggest snowflake on the planet. Your old therapist said that she wished Elizabeth Warren was queen. It's one of the dumbest sentences I've ever heard. I don't care how much you like Elizabeth Warren. That's just a stupid thing to say. Nobody should be queen or king in the United States because it's the United States. And we're supposed to have democracy. It's mystifying. You know one of them. You know one of the people. Was your old therapist Hillary Clinton or Elizabeth Warren? Oh God. Let's go here to CNN for a vibrant discussion around whether or not Donald Trump's FCC targeting Jimmy Kimmel was political targeting. Was targeting Jimmy Kimmel political targeting, or
the day after the president and the
no?
first lady called for Jimmy Kimmel to be fired by ABC for joking that Melania Trump looked like an expectant widow in a skit, Donald Trump's FCC is targeting the network's station licenses.
The initial inquiries were sent in March. They were just reported today, and it is the FCC's job to see what's happening on the airwaves. I just think from ABC's vantage point, it's extremely inconsistent. They've had no issue firing Roseanne Barr in 2 seconds. She tried to apologize. They said no way. They fired Chris Harrison from The Bachelor because he said, should we fire somebody and get rid of her for going to a party when she was a teen? And I'd like to remind people too, I mean, when Obama was president, there was literally a clown at a rodeo in Missouri who made a joke about Obama getting gored by a boat. He got fired. So
I just like to pause this idiotic tabloid journalist that CNN has on here to give her fucking opinion. But no, Roseanne Barr was not fired by the FCC. Just to be clear. Roseanne posted a very racist tweet like a decade ago. And ABC decided that tweet was a little too racist. And so they fired her. The company decided to fire her for a racist tweet. This is the FCC pushing to have someone fired for their show. Very different things. But she's just a disingenuous garbage journalist. Not even a real journalist. She works for the New York Post. Come on.
unless it's Trump, we have a very high standard for what we expect of entertainment employees.
Unless it's Trump, we have a very high standard.
In terms of being respectful to the president. And I would remind people as well, you know, there was another assassination attempt at the Hilton.
He's the most disrespectful man. He's the most fucking disrespectful man on the planet. I'd also like to ask a question. Why does CNN have a New York Post journalist, quote unquote, giving their opinion for any reason whatsoever? I don't understand. It is a rag. It is a rag that is constantly having to post retractions because they're constantly wrong about shit.
Against Ronald Reagan the last time. And after that incident, the country was so shaken. Johnny Carson, who was a Democrat, decided to postpone the Oscars because he thought it would be inappropriate to be celebrating and cheering when there was such an act of political violence. And you juxtapose that with Jimmy Kimmel, who continues to double down and ridicule and make fun of Melania.
Double
down? It would have been so easy for...
How dare he make fun of the beautiful floaters. Oh, that mean Jimmy Kimmel.
Be best.
Not being best. Why can't Jimmy Kimmel be best?
Say, I screwed up, I apologize, and take...
This woman's a literal propagandist. Like, CNN is truly just hit
responsibility.
rock
And instead,
bottom.
He just wants to continue to victim blame Donald Trump for getting shot at. Seriously?
Although in this particular case, Kimmel would have had to have some
That is not what
prior
happened.
knowledge of what was going to happen in this case to have something to apologize
Right,
for.
but the timing was unfortunate enough that he might as well have said...
This is some of the most wildly disingenuous editorial that you could ask for right here. First off, Trump was not shot at. It's not even clear that the gunman got a shot off. So Trump was not just recently shot at. There was no bullets were seen entering the Hilton ballroom. We all watched it live. I think we would have noticed if he got shot at.
I'm not sure.
That was unfortunate timing. I wish that hadn't been said.
I suppose one could say that, but he also made a joke on Thursday. The bad thing that we are all alluding to here happened on Saturday. The two are not connected in any meaningful sense. And again, what you said earlier is worth repeating. The several attacks that have happened directed at Donald Trump are egregious. It's shaken me quite a bit, honestly, to think that in the United States, in the year of our Lord 2026, people are taking shots at the president, and this is disconcerting. At the same
Once
time,
again, nobody took any shots at the president in the year of our Lord 2026.
it doesn't seem
Just to be
appropriate
clear.
to me that the response from the administration is, well, let's start cracking down on everyone who is saying anything directed at the president, even if it has no connection whatsoever to an assassination plot. That, to me, again, smacks of pettiness. It seems vindictive. And again, it runs afoul of our laws. If there is a legitimate concern about systematic discrimination on the part of broadcasters here, the FCC would pretty much have grounds to go after every broadcaster in America related to DEI policies.
Including, by the way, Fox, which
Absolutely.
has DEI policies.
Absolutely.
And just like all the other networks.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, but really, it's not just the DEI policies this opens it up to, right? If you can do it for DEI policies, that's just an arbitrary decision. The DEI part, right? Like you can go after them for whatever you want. We don't like your break room policy. We don't like your HR policy. It could be anything. I don't like that they get to eat on their breaks.
Right to jail.
Right to jail. Speaking of eating on breaks, I did not eat on the last break, and I need food so bad. I'm so hungry. Do I have food? Yeah, I think I can make something quick. I'm gonna take us now over to Hasan Piker. That's right. We've made it all the way to the Hasan situation. It's held you off long enough, 3.5 hours. But it's time.
Hasan Parker.
I mean, before we get into what's been going on in Congress, just remind you all of the sort of Hasan derangement syndrome that has been peaking as of late. However, two ladies were coming to Hasan's side. I am, of course, talking about Emma Vigeland, Jennifer Welch. Over at I've Had It.
Hate to break it to you, but I don't think you'll be president in 2029. No. What is this?
It's kind of happy.
Emma Vigeland break down the Hasan derangement question with Jennifer Welch on the I've Had It podcast. Dems are better lose than accept the left. Spot on.
On the left right now. So I'm new to the scene, Pumps and me. We're 3.5 years into this. And one thing I found so awesome about left-leaning media is how welcoming everybody is. You and Sam at the Majority Report, so welcoming, embraced us. Another person that embraced us very early on when we were total MSNBC libs, libbing out at the DNC was Hasan Piker. Came on, invited us to LA to go on his show. He's been on our show and just we didn't agree on everything, but he embraced, oh, these women are liberal and they're trying to fight a good fight, and I want to build a coalition with them. We're on like week, I don't know what, of this massive meltdown about Hasan, and I want to show you some of the headlines from just the past week. Pop these up. Democrats need to take more risks. This one isn't worth it. Hasan Piker is political.
This kind of stuff is good because, like, I hope it teaches all of you a valuable lesson about not immediately being dismissive of potential allies and just like attacking them for no reason. Many people on the left think that behaving in a repulsive manner implies that you're the most morally pure. Okay, that's it. That's why I don't do this. And for every failure that I've had along the way, like with the Aiden Rosses of the world who have fallen victim to unbelievable amounts of right-wing radicalization, there are plenty of success stories out there too. You just don't hear about them. You don't see them. You don't think about them. But that's why I've always been charitable to people regardless. My 5-person splinter Discord will hear of this. Yeah.
Poison for Democrats. And the next one, Hasan Piker, too toxic for Democrats. And then the last one, Hasan Piker is the enemy. And here's my thing with the people that are behind this, and I don't know who it is. If you want to cancel Hasan, like, just don't watch him. But the bedwetting, the weeks-long bedwetting, proves his point to his millions of people that watch his stream, that the Democrats are completely a static, non-moving, fixed entity that will not listen to anybody else, and it has to be their way or the highway.
Yeah, and I think that Hasan being in the news like this too is a way for them to engage in Islamophobia in races like with Abdul al-Sayed in Michigan without having to go at the candidate directly. And that's something that needs to be just completely eliminated from the Democratic Party. We saw it with Zoran Mamdani. After he won the primary, Kirsten Gillibrand, one of the senators from New York.
Hate to break it to you, but I don't think you'll be president in 2029. No.
And she had to walk that statement back, but it just goes to show how normalized Islamophobia is and how pervasive it has been. And yeah, Hasan is immensely influential, and that's what scares them. So they can't decide if he's politically toxic and he's going to sink all of the campaigns that he supports, or if he's so popular that they need to be afraid of him. And I really think it's the latter. They are trying to go on the offensive to make sure that they can discredit Hasan during this period of grassroots energy in the Democratic Party, because he's talking about things. He's to the left of even me. He's a socialist, and he talks about these values with passion, and he's going to Yale, and he's going all across the country, and that's a threat to them. The capitalists, the class of people that were funding, things like TPUSA, they're used to being in control of the narrative in that way because the money is always on their side. But, Hasan made good money on his own, and he can do what he wants. And that's the thing I'm most envious about with him, with his career, where he can just pick up and go anywhere, and he can support what causes he wants to. And that freedom and the fact that he has a megaphone like that, it terrifies them, because
a lot of people don't hear the success of what you're teaching people because the successes are too busy going and doing stuff like getting engaged in the community after they learn that stuff actually makes a difference and can bring about the change they want to see in the world. I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
If you are on that side of things and you are...
That's right. Independent media. Support independent media. Piker Broadcasting Service. Ladies and gentlemen, Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. PBS, the People's Broadcasting Service. You can support PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service, by subscribing or by gifting a sub. Bowden canceled the brace thing. Sag, bro, we'd like you to talk. If Brace can't do a talk, what makes you think I would be able to talk at Bowden College? What you have to do, here, I'll give you the method. Go find a sympathetic professor. Have the professor set up the event, because the Bowden Socialists is not going to be able to put the event together. I have a lot of experience with this now. Okay, I know. So what you need to do is go find a college professor or a dean if you can. A dean would be even better. And get an adult to co-sponsor the event and push for the event. And therefore, You have more protection from the admin.
You're a little
and the
baby.
admin can't just come in and be like, yeah, we're canceling the event.
And I have a lot of agreement with Hasan, but what I like about Hasan is how inclusive he was when we first came on the podcasting scene. He knew we were garden variety liberals that watched MSNBC and liked to live out. And he was like, okay, let's build a coalition here. Here are the things we have in common. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? So let's say he gets canceled, and then you have all of these million or so or more Gen Z, ding, 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 the people who the Democratic Party needs that are like, you canceled him. Well, then where the f- are we supposed to go?
I guess some people who are a little more feeble-minded may go to someone like Nick Fuentes or someone like that. Or I don't know enough. I'm even like a little bit too out of touch with the streamers. But there are a lot of like anti right now on social media that are not steering people towards a vision of egalitarianism. They're critiquing Israel in a way that is mostly focused on the Israelis as opposed to, say, like Palestinian liberation, where Hasan always directs the conversation back to liberation for all people. But that's, I think, like your conversation with him when you had like this open dialogue. And I saw an excerpt of a more recent one too, when you discussed Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
And that is a conversation that needs to be had.
Yes.
And the Democratic Party doesn't want it to happen because they want to win their way once again. And frankly, I didn't used to think this way, but I do think it now. They would rather lose than us win our way. And they would rather lose elections, in my view, than change course and actually embrace the Hasan wing, the anti-Zionist wing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that. We saw that happen just now, like a year ago, right? A year and a half ago, they refused.
I'm staying in the race.
They refused to do democracy, and they lost. They refused to embrace the voters, and instead embraced the donors, and they lost. And they knew the numbers, but they didn't care. Where's that autopsy, by the way? All right. Now let's talk about the calls for the end to the First Amendment.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
As time goes by, in my opinion, that leads to the right sort of letting it all hang out, right? Like they no longer try to like couch what they say or soften the blow or take the rough edges off. As time goes by, they're just like, fuck it, I'm just going to say it. And we've seen this with Trump, his first term versus his second term. Everybody knows his second term is way more unhinged, way more insane. And that's the same sort of mental process going on. Well, here we have another great example of that. So Mark Levin, the Fox News host who quite literally nobody likes. Like, it's a miracle this guy has a show in primetime on Fox. I don't know what sort of dirt or blackmail he has on people at the top of the network, but the most nasally voiced, the most annoying man, the least attractive man, the biggest fucking warmonger on the planet, never made an interesting point in his life, never been charismatic in any way, shape, or form. He goes out here and he is going to, in no uncertain terms, say, I despise the American Constitution. I despise the concept of rights. I hate the First Amendment. I hate free speech and a free press. I think we should bring back censorship, and I think we should censor all of the people I personally disagree with and don't like. They should be kicked off platforms and launched into the fucking sun. This is insane and unhinged. So let's go, let's listen, and we'll break it down as we go here.
First time things like this have happened, but it really is problematic because so much of it is protected. And you heard people say, don't you believe in the First Amendment? They don't even know what the First Amendment believes. Do you want to deplatform people? You know, the libs do that. I don't have any problem with deplatforming Nazis or jihadis.
Now, let's bear in mind, this is a person who would call Zoran Mamdani a jihadi. He just called Hasan Piker a jihadi. He would call Cenk Uygur a jihadi. Anybody who is from a Muslim background is a jihadi. He would look at anybody who criticizes Israel's genocide and go, they're a Nazi. So he's talking about, oh, we're going to deplatform. No, what he means is anybody who disagrees with me should not be allowed to speak. That's what he's saying here. That's what he's saying.
I don't have any problem with deplatforming them. What does that mean, deplatforming them? A government law? No. It means that X or Twitter or Facebook or Amazon with Twitch and so forth says, you know what? You're a lowlife. We're not paying, get off our platform. What's wrong with that?
This is literally the thing liberals supported that people like him.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, eh? Come on. What's wrong with that guy? Come on. Come on, says Mark Levin. What's wrong with a little deplatforming if it's for a good cause? All right, staying with Kyle, but now to the car, the family car.
What's up, y'all? So, wanted to record a video real quick on the big thing that dropped earlier today. Namely, they are, some corporate Democrats, some AIPAC Democrats decided they are going to draft a condemnation of Hasan Piker. So,
well, I think in fairness, it's a bipartisan effort.
Oh, it's a bipartisan effort. Okay,
it's
so that makes it.
And Michael
This is, by the way, the exact same day that
That
we
makes it
learned
better.
that the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah.
That's awesome. This is also at the same time that Trump is still in this war and, going back and forth on what he says on a daily basis, threatening war crimes on a daily basis.
gas prices are going up so fast right now that the guy that tracks gas prices says his algorithm is broken and he can't keep up with it. So that's happening. Yeah.
So do you have the text of it?
I do.
Yeah, so give everybody a taste of how ridiculous this thing is.
So this is what our elected representatives, these particular elected representatives, are spending their time on. Whereas Hasan Piker, a prominent online streamer, has often used anti-Semitic rhetoric, including expressing support for Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization. Whereas in August 2019, during a stream on Twitch, Hasan Piker
Hasan just
stated that
loves
America
Hamas.
deserved 9/11.
Why,
Whereas
Hasan?
Hasan Piker
Why do you love Hamas so much, Hasan? Very nasty, terrible Hasan loves Hamas.
to Orthodox Jews as inbred. Whereas Hasan Piker downplayed sexual violence. This one that really bothers me the most, actually, committed by Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization, against innocent civilians on October 7, 2023, stating, quote, "It doesn't matter if effing rapes happen on October 7th.
yeah,
like,
so
that
dishonest.
doesn't change the dynamic for me."
His point was that doesn't mean genocide is okay. Even
Exactly.
If, yeah, that's what he's saying.
And here's the thing is, I mean, the whole thing, and it just proves the point of why it was so important and brave, the work that people like Ryan did in exposing the fact that the limited evidence that there is,
Right.
the lack of evidence of what was claimed, which is systematic as a weapon of war, rape and sexual violence being used on October 7th. There is not evidence of that. And it's not an accident that they pushed that.
Yeah, but even if it is, there is no justification for genocide, right? Like, literally the only justification for a genocide would be, like, another genocide. Really. Right? Like, it shouldn't be a thing. And that's the problem with this argument, is it's an attempt to justify genocide, which you can't do. You know, October 7th may have justified some things, like an Israeli operation to arrest the people who committed the crimes. And, you know, maybe have like a court of law oversee their guilt and or innocence. But none of that ever happened. It just went straight to genocide, right? Just went straight to carpet bombing, blockading of all food to the strip and all energy to the strip and all water to the strip. It was just immediately after. It was just genocidal act after genocidal act after genocidal act for something that may have warranted some kind of response, but once again, not a genocide, because, you know, it's basically the highest crime you can commit internationally.
And you can
Or
see,
otherwise.
you know, exactly how they use that to justify genocide. And then they say, no, if you don't accept all of our most maximalist claims, or if you, Hasan has always been careful to say, like, yeah, I don't know, like, it's very possible that that did happen. And what he said in this quote is, even if it did, that doesn't mean that it justifies horrors in response to that, which is just, I mean, that's a very basic moral statement. Anyway, the last one here is...
Well, wait a second. Didn't they have to retract the article? Wasn't there like this huge article?
Yes. So this is Screams Without Words in the New York Times. And
the person who wrote it turned out to be like in the fucking IDF or something like that, right? If I'm trying to remember the details off the top of my head, but there was like this big scandal about how basically compromised the person was who wrote it. That this was literally just like war propaganda, like atrocity propaganda.
They pulled up someone who had like next to no reporting experience, who was, you know, had a background of bias, and I think had been previously in the IDF, if memory serves. But if you look at the details too, they had to retract some significant parts of their claims because it was contradicted by their own prior reporting.
See? Yeah.
It was so flimsy what they offered there that the New York Times, like, main podcast, The Daily, refused to do an episode on it because they thought it was so weak. And then one of the people who was quoted in it retracted their claims. Like, it was a mess. But they didn't retract the article. They really should have. It just now has parts of it that were taken out, long editorial notes, etc. So, yeah, and I mean, this has always been this very, it's one of those things where you feel like an asshole for being like, you know, there isn't evidence for this mass rape claim, but you can see now why it was important, because they really did.
Yeah, it inherently sounds fucked up to say, but that's the point. That's the point. That's why it's been pushed so hard. Because it's an attempt to make everybody who argues against anything Israel says is some sort of rape apologist or something. Of course, that's not what anybody is doing that I can see. Like, nobody, like, with any sort of footprint that I follow a lot of people. Nobody that I know of is doing that. They're merely saying that the October 7th just doesn't justify a genocide. Full stop. It's a terrible thing that happened, but it just doesn't justify a genocide. But people just take that way out of context. Like, oh, look, he doesn't even care that rapes happened. Terrible, terrible Hasan.
That as like, this is why it's justified anything Israel does, because these people are barbarians, they're monsters, they're animals, they're not really human. That's what they want you to see, is that there's no negotiating with these people. Like, this is what you have to do. So anyway, it was really noteworthy to me that was in there.
It's also like the fake claim that there were 40 beheaded babies.
Yes,
and
exactly,
that they found
like
babies in ovens. That was just literally lies.
Yes.
Directly from the IDF, they were lying specifically to set the table to start carpet.
You know, I know it's probably shocking to a lot of people, but oftentimes,
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
There are questions around Israel's sincerity.
Innocent people, starving people to death, and again, to your point, to turn around and say, look, these people are monsters. There's like, we have no choice but to do this.
Yes.
And like, everybody who went along with that has the blood of innocent Palestinians on their hands.
Yes.
And that's what these fucking assholes are doing, is they're trying to, like, you know, spread that same sort of atrocity propaganda and make it so like Hasan is untouchable. Somebody made a good point. They were like, the goal here is to make it so that like he gets shunned out of mainstream politics now, because he sort of like was able to sneak into mainstream politics in a way by being interviewed by all these like big publications and shit.
Yep.
And they're basically trying to like make it so the pod save guys are like, oh, they won't touch Hasan again, and Hasan won't be invited on like the mainstream podcasts anymore. That's the goal. That's what they're trying to do here.
Yeah. Well, and let me just read this last one.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then and then we can talk more about that. But the last one is, whereas Hasan Piker has expressed support for Hamas on multiple occasions, including on April 14, 2026, stating Hamas over Israel every single time, and doubling down on claims in multiple media appearances that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel.
Okay.
I mean, I see no problem with that.
And also, by the way, he's literally doing math. That's the point, is the math. Where how many people died on October 7th? Let's say 1,000. And how many people died? let's say minimum 70,000 in Gaza, but I think the actual number is like 200,000. Okay, but he's doing math. He's doing math. He's saying mathematically the IDF is worse.
Well, and look at all the countries that Israel attacks. I mean,
yeah, they're doing multiple genocides. They're in Lebanon now doing a genocide.
Nation does not remotely, or not in the same.
Yeah, I mean, first off, how many people died on October 7th? 1,000? Let's say 1,000. That's somewhere between the low ball and the high ball estimates, from my understanding, if I recall correctly. And let's just say 1,000, just for ease of use there. Currently, where are the estimates right now on deaths, specifically from Israeli strikes? Because that's what the Palestinian Health Authority counts, right? The 70,000 or so that are now declared officially dead as a result of Israeli strikes. Bodies that have been recovered and identified as a result of either Israeli strikes or snipers or tanks, whatever, drones. That's what that number entails. That does not include people who have died from starvation or malnutrition or from lack of access to health care, lack of access to clean water, lack of access to clean sanitation and living space, or exposure to the elements. Right? It's just those figures. But let's just stick with the 70,000. That's 70 times more. Now, currently, Israel has been blockading the Strip for over 2.5 years, right? That is millions of people who don't have water, electricity, or food, proper shelter. How many people have Palestinians, Hamas? How many people in Israel has Hamas prevented from getting food, water, electricity, or anything else? The number is 0. So it's like 2 million to 0. So I don't know. It's infinite because it's 0.
Plain whatsoever as this, like, you know, this group Hamas and whatever. Anyway, and the worst part of it is just think about Gottheimer in particular, who is one of the foremost defenders of genocide in the country, certainly in the United States Congress.
Yep.
And you are going to lecture us on morals?
Like, you could even try to make the argument that the prisoners were deprived of food and water, but they weren't. In comparison to the Palestinians, I didn't see a single photo of Israeli hostage in Hamas custody that came out looking worse than a Palestinian. They came out looking worse than your average Palestinian did. Which means they were getting just as much food as everybody else in Palestine.
Going to condemn Hasan when you are using your elected...
We actually made the claim at one point, and I still think it's probably true, that Hamas was in fact holding on to some amount of food to keep the hostages alive. So that the hostages were getting better treatment than basically everybody else in Palestine, in Gaza, right? I think there's a high likelihood that happened.
Your power as an elected representative to run cover for and support and arm and fund and back relentlessly a genocide, like, that is what's so disgusting about this. And I'm so sick of, like, we're in like week 4 of the Hasan Piker discourse. I keep telling myself, like, I'm not going to talk about this anymore, but they just keep going. Fox had that stupid graphic that was like all the Democrats that are associated with Hasan Piker, which I would have been very offended if I was him, because it said that Rahm Emanuel was associated with him. It's like, what is this slander? This is outrageous.
It's because he said he would do his show, I think. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why they
and
put
Gavin
him on
Newsom
there.
was in there too. I'd be offended
Because
by
he
that
said he would do his show too.
Yeah.
But okay, so Gottheimer and Lawler, I saw the thing. It said like one of them takes $1 million from AIPAC. One of them took $2 million from AIPAC. Both of them have taken fawning pictures with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Right.
So, like, to your point, Crystal.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to hear anything from these people. They can shut the fuck up fucking forever, because they are terrorist supporters. You actually support terrorists, okay? He's not the problem. You're the fucking problem. Look in the mirror. And by the way, for every Democrat that's going to fall in line like a little fucking cuck and support this, fuck you. You're persona non grata, and we should primary the shit out of you and kick you the fuck out of the party.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm glad they're both safe. That one photo where they're both looking at the camera and neither of them are looking directly at the road. I'm like, guys, I need you to focus. I need you to focus. I know it's a one-lane road, but still. But Kyle is absolutely 100% right. And this was what I've been saying this whole time, all year. Oh, I've been saying it and saying it, people. If you've been listening to the stream, I keep saying it. Primaries are our time. Right now. They're happening. In 4 days. From now. May 5th. Ohio. Indiana. Primary votes. That's when leftists like us need to be voting. Fuck a general. We need to be in there during the primaries, most importantly, because that's when we get the right candidates in office. Otherwise, we just get the candidates that may have had the most money. Not guarantee. You know, if you're like a Zoran, you got the ground game. But if not, you need a little help out here in the social media verse or whatever else. Speaking of which, I need to post that video. I keep meaning to post these videos. Clips from the Ohio, Indiana primary live stream we did the other day. I gotta do that. I've just been so fucking upset and depressed. I've not been able to do my job properly. So I unfortunately have not done those clips for you all yet. I mean, just in general, I need to get back to clipping. I need like a motivation. Like, I need Manect, I think. I need to call PBD. Except, of course, that would not be motivating to me at all. But like, if I had like a leftist space Manect type of deal, I don't know what that would look like exactly. I guess it would just be like a free service where people just say supportive things to you. Until you don't need merch or to pay for anything to make yourself better. You're already great. I think that would be the optimal situation. All right, we're 4 hours into the stream. Which means since I technically started the goal late by a half hour, we got a half hour left. Final countdown on the galactic content goal. We're only halfway through, people. We're only halfway through. Unfortunately, you cannot contribute on YouTube any longer. Twitch still, though. Bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. And or, of course, Patreon. Which we are now trying to push a big time, since they have created a new recommendation algorithm for creators. I think it has big promise potentially.
Columbia_9505 gifted 2 subscriptions to the community.
Oh snap! Columbia Rican lurking. Didn't even know you were in here. Gifting 2 sweet subs over on Twitch. Getting us a little bit closer to that galactic goal. Thank you very much. You're a ninja. Oh.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
By the way, some people in the... I can't remember how many. It was like 2 or 3 people who maybe 3 or 4. I don't know. I can't remember exactly how many people were in there at that point because people tend to shuffle in and out. But I've been streaming stuff in Discord lately in lieu of regular streams. Just because I've been so upset. I've been incapable of putting together a real stream. And somebody actually, a few people actually learned where that sound shot comes from. And I'm talking about this one. Because that's actually from something, of course. And people who were watching the stream were watching Kung Fu with me the other night. Found out what movie that's from. Deep, deep galactic lore. You had to be there for it. If you're not in the Discord, it's probably why you're missing beautiful things like this. But you're not the only person who missed it. Most of everybody missed it. All right. Let's go to the man himself. Hasan frickin' Piker.
That's on YouTube.
This is a Democrat doing this. The same Democrat that is supposed to be.
80s and 90s were the best era of martial arts films. Debatable. The movie that sound shot's from is from the 70s.
Advancing the war powers resolution that is already 2 months late on Iran. And instead of that, this is the bill that they advanced this morning. Think about that. What a joke of a country we're in, man. Jesus Christ. A bipartisan resolution from House Rep Lawler, Mike Lawler from New York, and Josh Gottheimer from New Jersey are condemning me and Candace Owens for anti-Semitic rhetoric and conspiracy theory.
Okay, before we get too far down the road here, I just want to familiarize everybody with Mike Lawler. Just want to familiarize everybody with Mike Lawler here, since he's one of the co-sponsors of this bill. This is the New York Times from 2024, October. Photos show New York congressman in blackface as Michael Jackson. Representative Mike Lawler, a Republican, looked in a tie. God damn it. You're a bastard. Please tell me that this article... You know what? Screw you. I know this one will be good. Okay, photo shows U.S. Rep. Mike Lawler wearing blackface at college Halloween party in 2006. Albany, New York. U.S. Representative Mike Lawler said he was sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Mike Lawler said he was sorry Thursday after the New York Times obtained photos of him wearing blackface about 2 decades ago at a college Halloween costume party where he dressed as Michael Jackson. I feel like that's like two. It's like 2 strikes simultaneously. Blackface and Michael Jackson costume. Okay, hold on. The images emerged as Lawler, a first-term Republican, is locked in a competitive re-election fight for his congressional seat in New York's
Columbia
Hudson Valley.
_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Mike Lawler is a prick. Just saying. By the way, sci-fi movies in the next Galactic Stream? Star Wars or Star Trek, or maybe Stargate? Shocked face emoji.
Are you talking about in the Discord? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But you're absolutely right about that, and thank you for the bits. In a statement provided to the Associated Press, Lawler described himself as a lifelong Jackson superfan who was attempting to pay homage to the pop star. Yeah. Hold on. And these are the images. One of the worst Michael Jackson I mean, the Jack. I mean, also, you can see, like, the change in tone of skin from the neck here to the rest of his face, and it's just off-putting. You should have just skipped the blackface. Also, this would have been, like, at the point after Michael Jackson was arguably a lot less black than he was when he first started life. So he could have just gotten away with not doing the blackface at all, but he decided, no, I gotta commit. I'm going blackface on this one. That's what Mike Lawler said. That's the guy who's involved in this particular resolution in Congress.
This is ridiculous.
Also calls on social media companies to take appropriate steps to enforce their policies against hate speech and prevent the spread of anti-Semitic content. Just understand.
Shimon now. All right, chat. Settle down.
It has just been revealed that the U.S. has already spent at least $25 billion on a war for Israel that began by killing 100+ schoolgirls, and Congress is now voting on condemning Hasan Piker. That is unbelievable. Okay, this is sincerely Democrats openly saying, hey, guess what? We are insincere. We are not serious. We are not invested in making the necessary changes in this country. We are going to advance unbelievable idiotic distractions. Candace Owens is a malignant force, a cancerous force in American politics. This is true. Candace Owens is unbelievably anti-Semitic. Even this resolution condemning Candace Owens is utterly irrelevant right now. What the f are you doing? I'm not even saying this because, like, I agree with Candace Owens in any way, shape, or form. I do not. You guys know this already. I mean, I joke about being a clandestine operator because she's thrown a nuclear bomb in the discourse cycle around the Charlie Kirk assassination when the Republicans were clearly trying to whip up.
Rare MJ impression. It'll probably never happen again. It was impromptu. It's all chat's fault. It's all chat's fault.
Enough mania against the left, and she came in and said, no, it was Israel, and then a lot of people happened to believe her. So, you know, regardless of my disagreements, even on that front with Candace Owens, I jokingly say I'm a clandestine operator.
I just, where is this? Yes. Right. This has been scrubbed off the internet. The only place I can find it is on David Pakman's channel. Jesus Christ.
I wasn't sure whether to talk about this next.
All right, settle down, David. We're just here for the clip. Damn it, David. Wait, is that it? Wait, hold on.
This completely failed movement called Blexit, which was supposed to be the black exit from the Democratic Party, totally failed. She, as far as I was told, turned down debating Kyle Kulinski and I at Politicon in October. Democratic Party totally failed. Didn't really speak to her about the program. We've talked about her basic economic
Okay, you're killing me right now, David. You're killing me. There's got to be an actual clip of this thing. I feel like we watched the clip of this a while, not that long ago, and it wasn't on David's channel. Did it get taken? How did it get taken down? Why? Oh. Well, this is good enough. It's close enough.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, I can't just sit there listening to
In
David
congressional
back.
hearings, the minority party gets to select its own witnesses. And of all the people that Republicans could have selected, they picked Candace Owens. I don't know Miss Owens. I'm not going to characterize her. I'm going to let her own words do the talking. So I'm going to play for you the first 30 seconds of a statement she made about Adolf Hitler.
I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets, the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize.
What
He wanted
now?
everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German.
All right, so
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
There, that was a recording of Candace Owens, one I couldn't find myself. But of her saying that actually Hitler's big mistake was leaving Germany. Wasn't nationalist enough. Yeah, but is a nationalist anyway, says Candace. You can't be a nationalist and invade a bunch of other companies and try to make everybody German. That's not cool, man. But all of the, you know, like all of the other stuff, that's fine. Oh my God, one of the worst takes ever.
Even though she's insane. But the fact that they are even writing a resolution where they put me alongside Candace Owens to say that we're both anti-Semitic and someone has to do something about it, social media companies have to do something about it, is so disingenuous, so insincere. Hakeem Jeffries to introduce amendment to remove Candace Owens from the Hasan Piker resolution. Jesus Christ. You're joking, but that would make it a reliable yes vote. That would be bipartisan. Everyone would vote for that, just so you understand. I've talked to many people behind the scenes, okay, congresspersons about when I saw this. I talked to my friends in the Hill. Universally, their assessment was obviously that this is ridiculous, right? And it's being done for donors. It's being done to fundraise. It's being done because I have some high-profile enemies, okay, that are aggressively pursuing this deplatforming initiative, and they're willing to pay for it, right? However, the other side of the story that's even more devastating about the way that the Democrats operate is the reality that the only way that this doesn't pass is not because the Democrats would protect me. Of course they wouldn't. And these are Democratic congresspersons who recognize that too. But luckily, Candace Owens is a part of the bill, and Republicans might shy away from attacking Candace Owens. Think about that. The actual anti-Semite in this resolution is the saving grace that might actually destroy the resolution's passage. This is the ultimate goal here. And here is the reality, by the way. People may look at this and think, man, this is an odd thing to prioritize while our country falls apart. But here's what's important to understand. Piker doesn't have a boss, and absent that, the smear campaign must escalate until he's not invited back.
Yeah, while Donald Trump spends $1 billion a day on Operation Epstein Fury, and gas prices are at near multi-decade highs, and people are still struggling to pay the bills, put groceries on the table. Jobs are getting lost. Layoffs are being announced, you know, drip by drip. Job market becoming incredibly tight. Well, everything else still remains just as horrible as it was before, if not worse. This is what they're focusing on. This is what they have time for. You know, they're not doing something about like AI or data centers so that your energy bills would get lowered, or no, we got to go after Hasan Piker and Candace Owens.
New York Times or the Pod Saves guys. That's precisely what it is. Feels like they're noticing how effective his stumping for Abdul al-Sayed is, and now they're desperate for anything to disparage any Israel critic politicians. Yes, that is precisely what's going on. And if the Democrats don't realize the genuine threat that this constitutes for themselves down the line, if they fall into this bipartisanship trap and they go, yeah, you know what, we have some really violent people on our side as well, we got to deal with them, we got to do away with them, then they're basically selling themselves out. They're selling their base out once again. They're endlessly manipulatable. Okay, they're endlessly malleable. They're stupid. Yes, there is a bipartisan bill in Congress right now that demands the condemnation of Hasanabi Piker, okay? Bipartisan laser light focus on material improvements to the lives of the American people exactly as they promise every 2 years. Ignore the fact that these two influencers they want to formally denounce are Israel critics, and that's totally coincidental as always. I love that this guy looked at this situation between me and Candace Owens and said, Hasan Piker is a little more than a critic of Israel. Between me and Candace Owens, I'm the one that's a bigger danger? What the f*** is happening? Candace Owens is run around.
Also, can this guy point us to the material support that he's talking about? I mean, that's a legal term. That's a legal term. Material support basically suggests that Hasan's like funneling money and or like weapons or something, I think. Trying to think of what else could be termed material support for a terrorist group. But that's a fascinating claim over here on Zitter. Hasan Piker. Hasanabi Piker. Material support. Hamas. Hamas. No. You don't say.
This is ridiculous.
With a copy of the Talmudic Jew in front of hundreds of thousands of people being like, this is how Jews are. They're contract lords.
Seriously, dude. Seriously, this is like old school anti-Semitism. She's bringing back like, you know, like 30s anti-Semitism. Like, you know, oh my, it's insane. Like Candace, like this is like one step from Candace being like, we should have pogroms because, you know, like. God, I can't even say the thing because it's just so abhorrent. Like the thing that I'm thinking. I mean, but she, like, it's disturbing. She remains on YouTube fully monetized, and she's doing this kind of shit. And your pal over here, demonetized, Hasan, is being compared to. It's like it's insane. It's insane. I don't understand it. Also, we're not even demonetized for that. But you know what I'm saying? Like how? How is this still up and monetized on YouTube? It's because it's making them money. This is making them like significant money.
That's on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
I watched that video. I've seen this incredibly anti-Semitic video, which they have no problem with existing for some reason.
Fucking asshole looks at that situation and goes, you know who's actually the real danger here? Hasan Piker. Congress has no business formally denouncing American citizens for their views. They should shut the fuck up and get to work.
I know it's annoying for me to make it about myself, but it's kind of hard since we just got, you know, demonetized like a week and a half ago. It's a little difficult. It's a little difficult to see somebody spreading old-fashioned anti-Semitism from like, I think it was from like the late 90s. I can't remember, the late 19th, early 20th century. I can't remember exactly when it was written. But it's just, it's disturbing that that's still like allowed up on YouTube and also monetized. And she's got like a litany of sponsors. Like people are like paying her money to hawk their products online. Woman is dabbling in just some of the oldest tropes imaginable.
This is where we're at in the United States of America. You could spend an entire career combating anti-Semitism on the internet, and as long as you're an avowed anti-Zionist, it doesn't matter, okay? They will literally say, you're a bigger threat.
Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. From pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power cause.
Between me and Candace Owens, I'm the more serious threat, a more serious corrosive influence on discourse. You have to be out of your mind. It's unbelievable, dude. It is so obvious what's going on, okay? It is so deliberate. It is so obvious what's going on. Don't criticize Israel. If you criticize Israel, we'll make your life a living hell. We'll take away your sponsorships. Oh, you don't have any sponsorships? We'll take away your ads. Oh, you don't run any ads? Well, we'll take away your platform. We'll do everything in our power. We'll hope that someone might get the right lesson. We'll activate a schizophrenic psycho to come and assassinate you. That's what we'll do, because God forbid you have a large enough audience and you're an avowed anti-Zionist. You combat anti-Semitism and you're also an anti-Zionist. You're a threat. That's what this is. And what these people don't understand is that I'm not alone. I'm not alone. That the overwhelming majority of American society feel this way. So you might deplatform me. You might get me killed. But at the end of the day, this problem is not going to go away for you. It's not going away. People still feel this way. People know the truth. So you have to address it at some point. That's it. Luckily for now, reasonable people obviously are on my side and recognize how insincere and how ridiculous this shit is. But if your goal is to punish critics of Israel, prominent critics of Israel, it's not going to work. You deplatform me, someone else will take my stead. You kill me, someone else, and 10 more people will prop up with the same exact opinions. And guess what? There's the other side of it. You don't know what kind of opinions those people will have. You know what my opinions are. You know what my goals are. You know what my assessment on the situation is. And in an environment where there is a ton of prominent critics of Israel who, at best, are agnostic on the issue of anti-Semitism,
you know, I think it's pretty fucking incredible that this is what we're talking about right now. You know, we talk about, we listen to Hasan from time to time. And like, I think he's an important voice on the left. And we're like, half the time we're told he's just irrelevant. He's just some idiot Twitch streamer, some gamer moron who doesn't know anything. And then other times there's always he's so dangerous that we need to pass a House resolution to censor him. What comes with that? Is there be like a government representative at Hasan's house with their hand over his mouth, preventing him from his Twitch and YouTube and everybody else going to be forced to deplatform him? Is that the plan? Because this is what we're talking about right now. We need the reverse of this, right? We need the government to prevent deplatforming, right? When people don't deserve it, like Hasan. Like there needs to be some effort, I think, because social media has become the place where we exercise our first speech. Our First Amendment free speech, and we essentially have ceded the town square to places like Facebook and YouTube and all these. I think we need some amount of regulation on who can have that speech just taken away from them. And not the other way around. Not having House resolutions to specifically target people to take away their free speech. Also, I mean, the premise of this is, of course, just complete nonsense. Because Candace traffics in genuine, bona fide anti-Semitism. And I've never heard Hasan say anything that really even approached that. Like any kind of anti-Semitic. Eventually we are going to get to the bill. But I think Hasan does read it during this, if I recall correctly. So,
and
it's
at
holding
worst,
horses. I see people
absolutely
asking.
utilizing the conversation around Israel to foment anti-Semitism, to target someone like myself who actively does combat anti-Semitism is unbelievably stupid. And it's exceptional because it's not true. Anyway, let's look at this dumb resolution. In the House of Representatives, Gottheimer and Lawler are doing this bipartisan bill. Lawler is a Republican from New York. I've obviously promoted Lawler's opposition. Effie, I've had her on the broadcast. Mike Lawler is in a contested seat and is most likely going to lose that seat. He's terrified of that, so he's trying to, farm as many donations as he possibly can. The resolution is condemning anti-Semitic, hate-filled rhetoric and content disseminated by prominent online personalities and urging social media platforms and public leaders to denounce and address such conduct. This is the resolution. Condemning anti-Semitic hate-filled rhetoric and content disseminated by prominent online personalities, urging social media platforms and public leaders to denounce. You know what? Let's look at it in this format is better. You're right. Public leaders to denounce and address such conduct. Whereas the rise of digital media platforms has enabled individuals with large audiences to disseminate disinformation, commentary, and political viewpoints to millions of viewers worldwide. Whereas such influence carries a heightened responsibility to avoid rhetoric that promotes hatred, violence, and discrimination against any group.
Hold on. Okay. Is this on 2X right now? What in the hell? Hasan is reading this so fucking fast. It's making it very hard to know what the hell he's saying. Let's read it together at a normal human speed, so we can actually digest what the hell is happening. This is condemning anti-Semitic, hate-filled rhetoric and content disseminated by prominent online personalities and urging social media platforms and public leaders to denounce and address such conduct. So it's a resolution to denounce rhetoric and to tell, but not demand. It's basically an informal demand. It's like, look, we're not going to force businesses to shut down Hasan, but we're going to urge them to do it. We're saying, please shut down Hasan. Don't make us make you. Whereas the rise of digital media platforms has enabled individuals with large audiences to disseminate disinformation, commentary, and political viewpoints to millions of viewers worldwide. Whereas such influence carries a heightened responsibility to avoid rhetoric that promotes hatred, violence, or discrimination against any group, including Jewish individuals and communities. Whereas anti-Semitism has surged in the United States and globally in recent years, fueled in part by online disinformation, conspiracy theories, and extremist rhetoric. See, what is so fucked up and disingenuous about this is Hasan is not a source of this. Hasan is not a source of disinformation or of conspiracy theories or extremist rhetoric. He just isn't. Do the Hasan impression. I don't have a Hasan impression, do I? Dude. I don't have a Hasan impression. No, I don't have one. Alright, he's very California. I'm trying to think of what he sounds like. I haven't ever thought of doing a Hasan impression. Never thought of it. Huh. I'm thinking about it too much now. Alright, continuing on. Whereas, so many whereases in here. Whereas anti-Semitic incidents have significantly increased. They're just repeating what they just said the previous. They just said anti-Semitism has surged. And then they do it again. Whereas anti-Semitic incidents have significantly increased, including a 344% increase over the past 5 years, an 893% increase over the past 10 years, and online platforms have been identified as a major vector for the spread of such hatred. Now, I always wonder where they get these sorts of numbers from, but I'm not going to question it right now. Whereas Hasan Piker, a prominent online streamer, has often used now they're naming Hasan by name. Whereas Hasanabi Piker, a prominent online streamer, has often used anti-Semitic rhetoric, including expressing support for Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization. Whereas, I cannot believe they're doing this. This is wild. All right, we actually got to watch Hasan's reaction to this. They named him like 100 times in this. Candace Owens in here too. We need to hear what Candace Owens got to say about this. Her name is all over this. God damn, this is wild. All right, I just wanted to at least internalize some of what had already been
whereas
said.
anti-Semitism has surged in the United States and globally in recent years, fueled in part by online disinformation, conspiracy theories, and extremist rhetoric. Once again, remember, from their perspective, any kind of anti-Israel sentiment is anti-Semitism, right? So what they're saying is, oh, the reason why people don't fuck with Israel anymore is because of content creators. They're stupid. They don't understand that it's not because of just content creators, okay? It's because people saw what Israel was doing, and then they dug deep and learned what Israel had been doing leading up to October 7th. They saw what Israel was doing after October 7th, and they could not believe the violence, and then they learned about what Israel had done before October 7th. That is the reason why, and they know what Israel is doing right now. That is the reason why people don't fuck with Israel. Whereas anti-Semitic incidents have significantly increased, including a 344% increase over the past 5 years and an 893% increase over the past 10 years. Again, ADL's numbers, obviously. This, unfortunately, also factors in, any kind of incident revolving, even Jewish Voice for Peace doing a peaceful anti-Zionist protest in the vicinity of someone who's pro-Israel. That's how stupid these numbers are. They're unbelievably misleading. In any case, anti-Semitism has increased. It's just these numbers are unfortunately ADL numbers, so we don't know what the exact numbers are. And online platforms have been identified as a major vector for the spread of hatred, whereas Hasan Piker, a prominent online streamer, has often used anti-Semitic rhetoric, including expressing support for Hamas.
Motherfucker. Sorry, everybody. That sound in your ears is intended to alert you to the fact that we are 4.5 hours into the stream, and the Galactic Content Gold Timer has run dry. And we made a ton of progress, 70% almost completed, $15 away. We're getting so close to completing it yet so far. However, I'm not just going to end the stream like that. Keep it going a little longer. I'll add another hour onto the clock here, and hope and pray that one way or another we manage to complete that galactic content goal. All right, back to Hasan.
Designated foreign terrorist organization, whereas in August 2019 during a Twitch live stream, Hasan Piker stated America deserved 9/11, whereas Hasan Piker referred to Orthodox Jews as inbred, whereas Hasan Piker downplayed sexual violence committed by Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization against innocent civilians on October 7th, stating it doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th, like that doesn't change the dynamic for me. Once again, using that out of the ironic part of that is that they're using me saying the sexual violence happening or not doesn't justify genocide, by the way, which is a perfectly normal position. Okay, that's not how this works. Whereas Hasan Piker has expressed support for Hamas on multiple occasions, including April 14th, 2026, stating Hamas over Israel every single time, and doubling down on claims in multiple media appearances that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. Like, you can argue with me every day on whether you agree with this or not. But what you can't do is complain that this is anti-Semitic and therefore should be deplatformed. You can't. It's not. It's un-American. Okay, we don't live in Israel. All right, we don't live in Israel. You can't do this. It is fundamentally against the principle of the First Amendment. This is precisely what the First Amendment is there to protect. Oh, I don't agree with this person's assessment, and therefore he should shut the fuck up. Here's a congressional mandate to get this guy to shut the fuck up. Here's a bipartisan resolution to demand the deplatforming of one content creator that Israel doesn't like. That is unbelievable. So, as you noticed, with the exception of the refers to Orthodox Jews as inbred, this is the only one that they can like massage. You know the context behind this. It doesn't matter. I call every racist neo-Nazi group inbred because ethnic, religious, or any kind of like nationalist supremacist movement obviously requires inbreeding. That's how you get genetic purity, right? That's why I say, oh, these guys are inbred across the board for Hicks, Republicans, reactionaries of all different sorts, neo-Nazis, and the like. So that's the reason why I use this substitute term as a pejorative instead of something else. It doesn't matter. Who cares? That's the only one that they can at least like manipulate around to imply some kind of like borderline anti-Semitic statement. I even recognize that, but it doesn't matter ultimately, right? If you noticed, every single other thing is foreign policy related. Every single other thing is Israel related. Okay? Even the ultra-Orthodox joke that I made about settlers, like inbred settlers, is Israel related, but it doesn't matter. Now let's look at Candace Owens. Whereas Candace Owens has employed rhetoric that has included conspiracy theories accusing Israel of controlling the United States government, promoting false claims that Jews are taught by ancient religious texts to hate non-Jews, and casting doubt on the truth of the stories of Holocaust survivors. Whereas on February 1st, 2026, Candace Owens posted on X an anti-Semitic claim that the United States is controlled by satanic pedophiles who work for Israel. Okay, like there's plenty you can hit Candace Owens on.
How do we not?
You don't have to do the highlights where, you know, some of them are at least like in the margins where the majority might agree with her, you know? There are, obviously, this is unbelievably anti-Semitic, especially this, right? But like the satanic pedophiles who work for Israel is again, it's...
Yeah, like how did people not see the difference between what Hasan said and what Candace has said here?
The satanic pedophiles who work for Israel is
like, how is Holocaust denial and criticism of the current state of Israel on the same level in anyone's mind? You have to be living in some sort of fantasy world to think those two things are the fucking same thing. Like, you gotta be a fucking disgusting person to do Holocaust denial. But to have questions about what Israel's been doing in the Middle East is a fairly reasonable stance. I think most people are actually, it's not just, you know, most people, I think, on the planet are like, this is fucked. I don't know what percentage, but it's more than 50. Are we to believe that 50% of the planet is just out and out anti-Semites?
And
that seems high. That seems high.
It's an anti-Semitic canard, but you could very easily say this is the Epstein class. You know what I mean? So sorry, sucks to suck, but probably not good to put in there regardless. Whereas during a podcast appearance on December 8th, 2025, Owens repeated the false claims that Jews are killing Christian children as part of religious rituals. Like, look at this. Like that. How can you have my assessment on Israel's death and destruction campaign in the same breath as this shit? Like, this is literally, this is just the blood libel. Like, this is unironically the blood libel. What the fuck? There's no comparison. You have to be insane to look at this and look at my statements and be like, look, Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. It's objectively a popular sentiment that is expressed by many people if they think a little bit further on this. But like comparing geopolitical assessments to literal medieval blood libel, like what the fuck are we doing? Yeah, Jews are killing Christian children as a part of religious rituals that Jewish texts and traditions promote. The sexual assault of children, which is anti-Semitic trope, blood libel.
Owen, Candace Owens is fucking insane. Fact is, I don't listen to all of her podcasts because they're insane and filled with hateful things. And it's just like listening, like reading through this stuff that she said is just so disturbing to me. You know? And like, it's just so frustrating that this is being conflated. Like, this behavior is being conflated with criticism of Israel, criticism of a genocide. Holocaust denial is the same thing as Holocaust noticing, right? That's basically what we're being told right now, right? Like, notice a Holocaust, deny a Holocaust.
In July 2024, Candace Owens called for the horrific medical experiments committed by Joseph Mengele on Jews during the Holocaust bizarre propaganda, continuing that some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd, downplaying and rejecting the veracity of those crimes. Whereas on February 21st, 2025, Candace Owens hosted E. Michael Jones, who claimed on her platform that Hollywood created the Holocaust narrative, whereas the amplification of anti-Semitic narratives online can contribute to real-world harm, including harassment, intimidation, and violence against Jewish individuals, institutions, and communities, and whereas public officials, leaders, and technology companies have a responsibility to confront and condemn anti-Semitism in all of its forms, including when it appears in online discourse and influencer-driven media. Now, therefore, it resolved. That is the sense of the House of Representatives that anti-Semitic rhetoric, conspiracy theories disseminated by influential online personalities, including Hasan Piker and Candace Owens, are dangerous and contribute to a climate of hatred and intolerance. Like, they literally...
The thing about this is, while Hasan and Candace are both named in this, I would point out that much of this rhetoric is incredibly vague. Right? It just says influential online personalities. What does that mean? It means anyone on the internet with a following of, I don't know what size. When do you become influential? Do you have to have 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 500,000, a million? 2 million? Where does it start? Where does influence start? That's what I'd love to know. Because I could be in this net.
Slammed.
Even though clearly I have nowhere near the influence that a Hasan or
unvarnished anti-Semitic protocols of Elder Zion agitprop that Candace Owens is disseminating on a daily basis on her lunatic broadcast to Hasan's assessment is that Israel has killed far more people than Hamas has.
Just cheered 300 bits. Out shopping later, space fam.
Out shopping. All right, Mitty with the dono while shopping. Incredible generosity. Thank you, sir. That gets us a little bit closer to completing the galactic content goal. I think that gets us to 8 of 10 now. A little over it, maybe. I've lost track. We're like 8 of 10. 10 bones away. Just a reminder, in lieu of YouTube, as a result of the demonetization, the only places to contribute to the Galactic News Network are now, of course, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. Links are in my bio and YouTube description. Okay, let's stay with this. We're going to go through this whole thing because this is fucking nonsense.
Therefore, is a far worse influence, a far more destabilizing influence in the region and around the globe.
I'll be right back, though. My bagel just got done toasting.
Than Hamas ever could be. That is objective truth. You might disagree with it, and we can have a conversation on those boundaries all day, every day. I can be a very reasonable person. But because they don't want to have that conversation, they just turn around and say, oh, dude, this is crazy. I can't believe you're saying these things. These are unacceptable. It's a terrorist organization. It's a terrorist organization. A Democrat, mind you. This is a Democrat doing this. The same Democrat that is supposed to be advancing the war powers resolution that is already 2 months late on Iran. And instead of that, this is the bill that they advanced this morning. Think about that. What a joke of a country we're in, man. Jesus Christ. Individuals with online platforms have a responsibility to refrain from promoting or amplifying anti-Semitic narratives. Social media and streaming platforms should take appropriate steps to enforce their policies against hate speech and prevent the spread of anti-Semitic content. Public officials and community leaders should unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism, including when it's propagated by high-profile media figures and influencers. Efforts to downplay or excuse anti-Semitic rhetoric under the guise of political commentary should be rejected. And the United States reaffirms its commitment to combating anti-Semitism and ensuring the safety and dignity of Jewish individuals and communities both online and offline. Yeah, do one on Islamophobia next. Do one on Islamophobia. Think about the amount of Islamophobic attacks that I receive on a daily basis, that Abdul Al-Sayed receives, that Zohran Mamdani receives. Are we going to do a bill on that? No, of course not, because Islamophobia is trafficked by these very same people. Representative Josh Gottheimer, famously after October 7, blamed Islam straight up within earshot of Muslim congressional representatives, a racist monster, a ginormous piece of shit. Fuck you. Anyway, this is them waving the white flag, folks. That's what this is, okay? Here is the silver lining, if you want to know what the silver lining in this madness actually is. Josh Gottheimer knows that the information environment is uncontrollable. So they're testing out the boundaries of how much disciplining they can do with congressional resolutions like this. That's it. They're trying to see if social media companies will bite on this nonsense. They know that they can't win this conversation back, but the very least they can do is, you know, buy and sell TikTok with the hopes that people stop saying mean things about Netanyahu and Israel, with the hopes that they can enforce this action upon Amazon and Twitch so that other content creators will think twice. Well, fear not. Most content creators are cowards anyway, okay? Don't worry. They're already worried about their corporate sponsors. Don't worry about that, King. I guess that's the real problem. It's because I don't have any corporate sponsors. The real problem is I'm not beholden to any corporate interests. I'm not controllable. You have a platform.
Yeah. Yeah. Same here. I've never even thought about reaching out to a corporate sponsor one time.
This magnitude of this size, and it's not controllable by the regular groups that have some semblance of influence over most people, because most people want to make money, okay? When they see someone who goes, no, I don't want that. I just want to say the truth. I don't give a shit. I'm backed by my fans. They lose their minds. They don't know how to deal with it. They're like, whoa, 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 this is dangerous. That's what it is. Fox News.
Although I have thought about thinking about it. Like, I know ways that I've thought of a bunch of ways where I could make money if I were to do such a thing, but it's not, you know, it's not something that I want to do. But, you know, like, while I'm like watching a stream or something, I think about like product placement and stuff that people are doing. I'm like, oh, I could technically do that. I wonder how much that pays. But after that thought, I always say, this is for educational purposes only, because I do think it would ruin the show. I feel like it would ruin the show to be focused on trying to please some particular advertiser, making sure we don't, you know, offend anybody or whatever, just because Mountain Dew is, you know, paying us whatever, however much. I know some people are making decent bank on that, but it's just, I feel like it cheapens it. I feel like it cheapens the whole thing. Okay, I think that's probably good. It's probably good on Hasan. We do have other things to talk about, technically. Can't be all Hasan all night. It's just one man. Although this whole thing is fucking ridiculous. Thankfully, it's not a real law. It's just a governmental suggestion. But some people are going to try and treat it like a law. So that's going to be a problem. So good and bad. Good that it's mostly performative, but unfortunately slightly bad because it's not entirely gonna be in spirit performative. Because some people are gonna perform by acting in a particular way. Performing, I guess. Right? Like companies are going to, the ones who want to appear that they're on the right side of this, right? Oh, we hate anti-Semitism too. Nobody should be saying mean things about Israel. We'll make sure that we take down this content. I mean, if Hasan disappeared, that would be fucking insane. I don't think they're going to do that. But once again, the problem is with this legislation is that the bill itself is vague in who this actually is targeting. Hasan and Candace are mentioned dozens of times, but so is the term influencers, which is a vague, broad term that could be applied to all sorts of different people and platforms. Speaking of influencers, let's just check in on Sam Cedar. Make sure that guy's doing okay. He is getting up there in age, after all.
I'm staying in the race.
Sam, one of the things I've always appreciated about you is that you're open to feedback.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
And
was that the feedback?
I don't know, there's just it feels like there's been something off about the show for a long time. So I went back and listened to a show from like 8 years ago.
Yeah.
And there was this great moment in the fun half when you hadn't been in the day before, but somebody IMs about Kelly's defense of the term trust fund baby.
Yeah.
And it was like a really long IM.
Okay.
And you had no context because you weren't there the day before. So then you give Kelly an opportunity to defend herself, which she does at length. And there's a look on your face like there's no place, like this is the last place on earth you would rather be. You know what I mean? Like, basically,
I'm staying in the
if
race.
you could have chosen in that moment to just die, I think you would have maybe made that choice in that moment. And I feel like this is the essence of like what's missing. Like you're not miserable enough, and the people around you are too nice, and everyone just kind of gets along. And like somebody needs to come in there with some bullshit once in a while and really send the show off the rails.
Okay.
Well, first off,
I feel like I could do that for you.
Yeah. But I was also going to say, I think Brian can attest. Like, I'm not. Would you say like I'm too happy all the time?
No, I checked in with Sam as he left the office last night because he sounded like he was going to the rope store as he left. Remember?
What I do?
When he left, you go, all right, bye. As you walked out.
Maybe I need more of that energy on the show.
I was going to say, bring some of that on the air. That's what the people are craving. It's
yeah.
Like,
okay.
You know, yeah. So, I mean, and sometimes I will say, this is the last thing. Sometimes you'll be in the middle of like kind of a boomer moment, and I'll see on the live stream, Emma locks eyes with somebody, either Matt or Brian. And
Depends on the
day. And they're having perfect communication with their vision alone. And they're saying, can you believe this fucking guy is our boss? This is,
Same
after all the work we put in and all the effort to get where we need to be in life, and this is where we're at in a single look.
Look. You're a great body language expert, Reagan. You figured it out.
but then she says nothing, and that's what's missing.
But so this is actually a critique of me that I should be bringing more of my you know, internal thoughts about Sam. Like I should be articulating it more.
Mm-hmm. It wouldn't hurt.
Well,
no.
You know, so
it doesn't have to be you. I mean, there's 3 of you, so spread it around or whatever, or have some ridiculous thing on a Thursday that all the IMers are IMing Sam about on the Friday, and then he's got to sort through it all. Whatever you decide. I don't want to, you know.
The problem is I got to refresh IMs now because our phone system, we've got to restart that computer. So that's probably
here's an
part
example
of what you're missing.
Give the look. Give the look.
I did. You can't see it, but you could sense it, couldn't you, Ronald Reagan?
I could feel it. I could feel it for sure. Yeah. So, anyways, and I do want to say I love Kelly, and she had a great. She did have a great presence on the show. I do miss her, but yeah, just take it something to think about.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah. No, I'm gonna put that down in the suggestion.
Have you ever been asked to be more miserable in your life?
On the show, just in general?
Yeah, that seems like something that's never happened to you.
I've had people say to me in certain occasions, like, "You look too happy."
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it was rare.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And it's probably
really
more like people were
weird.
concerned.
He's breaking.
Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Squeaky wheel grease. Can you ask Reagan if moving to Spokane is a good idea? I'm tired of Seattle. These people, I'm tired of being caught in that world building as an actual political ideology. I mean, I think you're going to have to. The next Bob's Burgers character, Emma, is trying so hard not to look. June Oliver, the opposite of Emma should smile more.
Be more difficult.
And I will be honest, if I'm looking over there, it's usually.
We need more of Emma yelling at Sam. Not enough of that.
Just egregiously butchered a name. That's usually what that look is meant to indicate.
Yeah.
And Lilia Mejia.
Well, you don't do so great on that name.
I'm losing it now. I like the more time I spend with you, the more I talk like you, the more I.
It's like Pontypool.
Yeah, there you go.
You could absorb some of my better qualities, but no, I absorb your horrible ones.
Well, that's not.
Aww. It's a beautiful dynamic over there, the Majority Report. It's like a family. I think a different caller referred to Sam as Emma's dad recently as well, and he was rather incensed by that claim, I think. I don't know if everybody saw it, but he literally wouldn't drop it. He's like, wait, can we talk about... Because it was like in reference to this, like this old guy calls in, he's talking about his daughter being the same age as Emma. And he's like, oh, you remind me of you and me. You remind me of me and my daughter. And Sam's like, wait, you must have had your daughter incredibly young. The guy, for whatever reason, like refused to answer the question, which made it even more funny because Sam just kept asking him. Oh, God. All right. Well, we're done with Hasan. We're done with Hasan being called out in Congress. Now let's talk more about what the federal government's been up to. Not Congress, though. Let's talk about what ICE has been up to. Because they are still running around snatching people, as well as invading daycare centers in Minnesota. You know, because Nick Shirley, the serious journalist with the IQ of a mole rat. Actually, I take that back. It's unfair to mole rats. It's unfair to mole rats, and I apologize to any mole rats listening to this podcast. I'm sure you're more intelligent than Nick Shirley. Anyway, there you have it. The FBI involved in this raid. A bunch of searches of Minnesota daycare centers were done this week by federal authorities for supposed fraud. Fraud that was uncovered by the great journalist, of course, Nick Shirley. But in case you've somehow forgotten what's happened in Minnesota up to now, here's a quick rundown from the AP.
On Tuesday, federal and state agents served search warrants at multiple locations, including childcare and autism centers in Minnesota. It's the latest development in a series of fraud scandals related to social service
You're
programs
hurting the kids.
More than 65 people have been convicted since 2022 for abusing a pandemic-era program designed to feed kids who couldn't go to school. Prosecutors estimate the scheme totaled $300 million. Though the ringleader is white, most of the other defendants are of Somali descent. On Thanksgiving, President Donald Trump announced he would end temporary legal protections for Somali immigrants in Minnesota, who he called garbage. Within days, the administration launched Operation Metro Surge. The immigration crackdown initially targeted the state's Somali community, even though 87% of foreign-born Somalis who live in the state are actually U.S. citizens. In December, federal prosecutors announced a new wave of charges over what they say add up to about $9 billion in stolen funds intended for child nutrition, housing, and autism programs since 2018. Just after Christmas, right-wing influencer Nick Shirley released a viral video alleging that members of the Minneapolis Somali community were running fake child care centers to collect federal subsidies. Minnesota officials and several care center operators rejected the claims. Days after that video was posted, Border Patrol Commander Greg Bavino and thousands of additional immigration agents were deployed to Minneapolis, resulting in the detention of 4,000 immigrants, mass protests, and the fatal shootings of 2 residents.
Okay. There you go. Just a reminder of what has led up to this moment. Now, should we kick all white people out of the country? Since the ringleader of this alleged fraud is white? I'm just wondering, like, because the same argument is made for when brown people commit crimes, right? Like, the same argument is being made for all of the Somali people, right? Because some Somali people have committed crimes, all Somali people need to leave. But the ringleader of this supposed fraud, this daycare fraud or whatever, is a white woman. So what do? We just get rid of all the white women?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, that's the same thinking. that has led to the targeting of Somalis across Minnesota and of other immigrants across the country. What's different? I'll tell you what it is that one group holds most of the centers of power in this country. All the rest of the groups are sort of outside of it, tangential to it, and or otherwise not privy to it. And or just generally the recipients on the receiving end of the power. Not the doling out end, to be clear. Meanwhile, beloved Portland food truck has disappeared as a result of the detainment of the cart's owner, a Laotian immigrant.
A noticeable absence on the Portland State campus.
It just happened all super fast.
It's been 4 years since Kauniao opened, and now that milestone suddenly overshadowed with the abrupt closure of the Lao food cart.
He's going to 4 years.
He just had his 4 years. Yeah, on April 22nd. It was his
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was his 4 years the week that he got detained.
Owner Tavatsai Pimunkun, better known as Nong, had been heading into work when federal agents stopped him just outside his home.
In the morning, he texts ICE. That's what he put on his text, and we knew right away that
that he was
taken
by ICE.
His sister, A, and daughter Jocelyn say he spoke with an attorney at South Portland's ICE facility, but only for 5 minutes before he was taken up to Tacoma.
we came to America in 1987. We've been here almost 40 years. We were in the refugee camp for 4 years, so he was like 3. And then when we came to America, he was 7. So he doesn't know the country at all.
In a statement, DHS called Nong a, quote, criminal alien from Laos with a rap sheet including conspiracy to distribute ecstasy, interfering with making a report, and harassment. Those offenses date back 2 decades or more.
He did check.
So they're dragging up charges from 20 years ago to try and deport a food truck owner. The guy who was making some food that's making me hungry right now. That seemed to be minding his own
With
goddamn
immigration
business.
every year since 2011, routinely. And they told him that he was okay to stay here every year. So he didn't even get a chance to check in this year before they detained him.
Other Lao families in the Pacific Northwest have also noticed this pattern, with some being detained during routine check-ins.
You come here thinking this is your country. This is like, why would they?
But also, I feel like it feels like no one's safe during this time.
As A and Jocelyn navigate the uncertainty, they say the overwhelming community support has meant the world to all of them.
It's depressing. You know, actually, I think I needed to hear the end of this. What does she say?
The overwhelming community support has meant the world to all of them.
PSU is his community. Like, he's like, that's my community.
Yeah.
That's where I belong, like, you know?
He's shocked by all the love that he received from this hard time, during this hard time. So he's very grateful.
Well, unfortunately, this food cart is completely closed down. People are going to have to get their food somewhere else. It's not clear what this achieves at all. Just targets a guy for being brown. Meanwhile, as of yesterday, funds were dwindling out to pay the TSA and other DHS workers.
Remember those winding security lines at airports from a few weeks ago? We might be seeing a return of airport disruptions and security concerns around the corner. The White House is warning Congress that funding to pay Department of Homeland Security personnel will soon run out as the House slow walks legislation to end what's been the longest ever lapse in agency funding. In a memo sent to lawmakers, the Office of Management and Budget said money that President Donald Trump tapped to pay TSA workers in March will soon be exhausted in May. It also said, quote, restoring funding for the DHS has never been more urgent, as demonstrated by recent events, a nod to the situation over the weekend when a man armed with guns and knives tried to storm the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner. It called on the House to quickly approve the budget resolution senators approved last week that would pave the way for full funding of the department. Homeland Security has been operating without regular funds for more than 2 months after Democrats refused to fund ICE and Border Patrol without changes to those operations after the fatal shootings of protesters by federal agents. The pressure from the Trump administration could help ease the way for Republicans to unlock funding for those two agencies.
A Chester County community is preparing.
Okay, now, as of 11 hours ago, the partial shutdown has apparently ended. Yeah, this is from 4:30 this afternoon. Partial shutdown, which began back in February, finally coming to an end, which is good news for travelers nationwide. House of Representatives voted Thursday to fund most of the Department of Homeland Security, according to CNBC. That includes the Transportation Security Administration, meaning things that airport security should start getting back to normal. Now, I don't know what else this includes. Hopefully no funding for ICE. Ah. Yeah. Here it is. The bill keeps most of DHS funding, but it does not cover sub-agencies such as Immigration and Customs Enforcement and parts of Customs and Border Protection. So that is good news. Now we can have airports running now to it's hard to call it a good story. I mean, I'm glad this guy is out. That is good. But this dude was in jail for 258 days.
To welcome home a resident who was taken by ICE last year. Carlos de Valle has lived in Downingtown for decades, but he was detained by federal immigration officers last year as he and his family were coming home from vacation. Action News reporter Amanda Pitts is live from Downingtown tonight with his story. Amanda.
Yeah, Rick, it's been an agonizing 8.5 months for the family of Carlos de Valle. He's lived here in Downingtown for 30 years, working here, paying taxes. His wife, a U.S. citizen, but he entered the country illegally and was arrested by ICE last summer. Since then, his community has rallied around him. You can see this church sign is now welcoming him home.
I can feel the love.
258 days is how long Carlos de Valle.
Why did this guy have to sit there in in a fucking detainment center. He's lived in the same place for 30 years, paying taxes, married to an American. Didn't do any crimes. Just went on vacation. The crime of vacation.
Immediately, if not sooner. Illegal.
Right to jail, right away.
Crime of vacation. 9 months detainment. In what were horrifying conditions. The same. His stories are basically the same as everyone else's that we've heard coming out of here. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit.
In Louisiana to offer pastoral care. We had a fundraiser here with over 500 people.
Yesterday, the news they'd waited for. He was released from federal custody.
I was happy and sad at the same time, knowing that I was going to leave the guys.
But there's still a long road ahead. For mixed status families like the De La Valles to live freely, the U.S. immigration law would need to change. They're now fighting for that reform.
We have a lot of work to do for all kinds of families, particularly mixed status.
Yep, this is the important part in my opinion, because we all know the stories of what's going on in there. Inhumane treatment, not enough toilets, not enough food, or if there is food, it's spoiled or infested. People not receiving adequate medical treatment. Just all these violations of just human dignity, as well as potentially international law. But like he was saying there, what she was saying there is that there's still a fuck ton of people in there who are probably also there for the crime of going on vacation, or like having a parking ticket from like 20 years ago, or some other sort of inane, nonsensical thing. Like the guy, like the man from Laos who's lived in the United States for decades, whose, food truck business is no longer operating because he's stuck in confinement, right? And all the other people are still there. Just because we're not talking about them doesn't mean that they haven't, that they've, like suddenly stopped existing or suffering. Well, while we're talking about the release of one man, we should talk about the people who are effectively in charge of making those things happen. And I'm, of course, talking about immigration judges. The people who have been getting fired left and right in the Trump administration. At least one of the groups of people. There's quite a long list of those, as it turns out.
Since returning to office, President Trump has made sweeping changes to the legal immigration system, including speeding up deportations and tamping down on asylum seekers.
The Justice Department has also fired more than 100 sitting immigration judges and is now advertising to hire so-called deportation judges in their place. Ali Rogan recently spoke with one of the fired judges.
Jeremiah Johnson served as an immigration judge in San Francisco for 8 years. He was appointed during President Trump's first term.
You know what a deportation judge sounds like? It sounds like a governmental red stamp. A way to just get rid of anybody you don't like. Just send them to the deportation court. This is insane.
He was fired. Johnson also serves as the executive vice president of the National Association of Immigration Judges, and since his firing, he's been traveling south of the U.S. border to understand the implications of his and other judges' decisions. Judge Johnson, thank you so much for joining me. President Trump has pursued an aggressive agenda of deportations and detentions since taking office. How did that political agenda impact the work that you and your colleagues were doing in the courts?
What you saw were judges were given little time to make those important decisions. You saw an increase in cases. You saw pressure to decide cases. Dockets ballooned. So it didn't allow judges the opportunity to take the time to consider the evidence and get everything right. For example, before July of the past year, I was hearing 3 individual cases a day. That included testimony, reading through evidence submitted, and making a decision. In July, I was 3 additional detained docket cases were added to my docket, so I was hearing 6 cases a day. The stakes couldn't be higher. These were people that were fleeing their countries, claiming that they would be murdered, killed, raped, harmed in their home countries. So you had to spend the time to make sure you got it right.
How were you fired, and were you given any reason?
I was given no reason. It was an afternoon. I had heard my afternoon case on the bench, and I learned that other judges in San Francisco had been fired. I then went to my chambers and logged on and saw an email with the subject line termination, and before I could even print that letter, I was shut out of the computer and escorted out of the building.
President Trump has tried to block all asylum seekers from applying at the border. He's been blocked several times by the courts, but do you think he's ultimately going to succeed? And what would be the implications if he were to succeed?
Well, I don't know if he will ultimately succeed, but the law does allow for people who are in the United States to apply for asylum in the United States. You know, what I worry about is that the access to this important protection is being limited. And that's being limited in a number of ways, not just by the inability to apply for asylum, but those who are also here in the United States who have applied to have their cases terminated or pre-terminated or denied without a full hearing on their asylum application.
Another change to immigration policy under this Trump administration is the ability to hold migrants without bond, meaning that they're held for much longer periods in detention centers, which are often overcrowded, unsanitary. How is that affecting the experience of migrants who are seeking to get their asylum cases through court?
Well, it impacts it by them returning to their country that they claim fear and that they fear being harmed. The impacts on them are tremendous. I do recall an instance where a woman had entered the United States legally. She had applied for admission into the United States. She had been held in detention for over 8 months, and by the time she got to my individual hearing docket, she requested to be returned to her home country. She no longer could bear the harm that she experienced in detention facilities.
Yeah. I can guarantee you this guy is no fucking radical. He's probably just some milquetoast liberal. And like this guy lost his job for just doing his job. And that story at the end there of that woman who is so distraught and in so much, who knows, like untold suffering, right? Because he doesn't go into great detail on why she was suffering. But we know all the reasons: overcrowded cells, food. We just went through them. Not having a shower for, however long. Not having enough food. It's just a form of torture, right? Like in the context of Gaza, we call it collective punishment. And that's effectively what they're doing to immigrants in the United States right now. Depriving them of water, food, hygiene, medical treatment. And people just say, fuck it. I'll just leave. Anywhere is better. Damn, we did a whole other hour. A whole other hour. Super secret probationary galactic content goal. And we still didn't quite complete it. We did make progress, though. Which makes me want to... I'm going to add another little bit. A little bit to my timer over here. We're so incredibly close. $10 on like Cash App or PayPal would solve it to those on YouTube. Most of the donations we've seen have been on Twitch tonight, which is weird. It's a weird change. Now we go to anti-immigrant government activity to anti-Muslim civilian activity. Or at least what I assume is civilian activity. I guess a cop or something could have done this, but I'm just assuming it's a rando. But who knows? On Long Island, a horrifying trend has started to appear on street corners, on stop signs. People have been writing one word: Islam. Yep. Some sick, hateful individual thinks that they're funny, and they're going around defacing stop signs. Here's CBS New York from 22 hours ago on this.
Some other headlines of the day now. Some hateful graffiti has a Long Island community on edge tonight. Messages scrawled on stop signs in a Deer Park neighborhood amid a rise of Islamophobia across the country. Jenna DeAngela spoke with a man who called police.
Sad, disgusted.
Neighbors outraged by an alarming sight around this Deer Park neighborhood. Anti-Muslim vandalism on at least 8 stop signs in the area of Cardo Circle.
Every single
Muslim vandalism.
It's just hateful. This is just hateful. All right, this is the sort of hateful behavior that's intended to make people of the Muslim faith be afraid in their own neighborhoods, their own communities. Even though I'm sure the vast majority of Muslims in this neighborhood and in most neighborhoods across the country are fully documented legally here in the United States, whether they're citizens or green card holders or whatever else. And this is the thing that people like Mike Lawler should be focused on. And that's why this is in here right now. Because we just got done talking about Mike Lawler, who is a representative from Long Island, should be focused on. Instead, he's trotting out ridiculous resolutions to condemn Hasan Biker.
This is ridiculous!
This should be his focus, is getting people to stop doing this kind of nonsense. Not what Hasan is saying any given moment, for the love of God.
At least 8 stop signs in the area of Cardo Circle.
Every single stop sign has a stop Islam all over the place.
This father didn't want his face on camera, concerned for the safety of his children.
It's unfortunate they have to see the stop sign and they say stop Islam, and they've been asking questions, why is this?
Town Supervisor Rich Schaefer said in a statement, "We will not tolerate this hate and intolerance in our town." The town says.
Well, hopefully they arrest these deranged freaks. Mike Lawler is a fucking prick. That's true. While we're talking about deranged fucking lunatics, we should see what Laura Loomer's been up to.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Because she has been taking a new tack after losing her direct access to the president. All of a sudden, she is spilling the tea on all the MAGA grifters. Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk, 2 days ago.
Oh, buddy, this right here, y'all. This right here is spicy. It is, ooh, this is special. Now, Laura Loomer may be an absolutely psychotic bitch, and she is that. She's a psychotic bitch. However, man, when you let one of these people start going and start gossiping and talking shit about others, it's like watching Tiger Woods in his prime. You know what I'm saying? It's like watching LeBron dunk on somebody. I mean, this is like watching a gazelle run on the open plains. It is a beautiful sight to see when you let a psycho-ass bitch just start running her mouth and like suplexing everybody around her that pisses her off. Woo, this is great. Laura, whatever you do, do not take your meds. Stay off the meds. No more Seroquel, no more Thorazine. Don't pop the Xanax. Don't take that Lexapro. I'm telling you, just let it rock. It's everybody else. It's not you, sweetie. It's everybody else that's the problem. You're the one that's right about everything. So just let it rip. Let her rip over and over. So here's Laura Loomer, who I must say, her set's looking kind of on point. Like, I kind of like the way her set...
Kyle, stop trying to glaze Laura right now, dude. You've got a wife. Ah, God. When you were 13, after you had your bar mitzvah, Dad called you anti-Semitic for talking shit about Israel. Ah, Jesus. Yeah, honestly, I grew up having similar thoughts. Like, I thought that anti-Zionism was anti-Semitism. You know, things like the Elders of Zion, things like that, things that I heard people say. Led me to think that for many, many years into adulthood. Until the time I started educating myself more on all of that. You're not the only person out there. All right, let's see what Laura is saying.
I like that. I fuck with that pink light, the pink, like, purpley light in the background. Bookshelf is nice. Well done. I'm gonna give Laura I'm gonna give her a solid, like, 9 out of 10 on the set design here. But so she now is gonna just absolutely rip into other MAGA grifters, okay? And she's gonna spill all the tea. So the reason why this is so great, y'all, is Pandora's box is now open, because the target of her ire here is Milo Yiannopoulos, who, if you don't know, might be the only other petty psychotic bitch who's more petty and more psychotic than Laura Loomer. So, y'all ready for this, man? This is fun. So here we go. She's gonna go Insky. Let's get it.
Look up the court records. You'll see that Milo has multiple judgments against him. He is not only an illegal alien, but there's multiple court records. You're not going to see it by doing a Google search right now. You have to actually like look in court records. I'm going to post these records because I actually have them, and I'll be posting them on X for everybody to see themselves. Milo has multiple outstanding judgments against him. So he also told people that I used to work with, oh, I want Laura Loomer to sue me because I want to raise $1 million on GoFundMe, because there's so many people who hate Laura Loomer that I would be able to raise money, and then he would just use the money to go pay for his drugs, right? So Milo is
hell no. So Milo's an illegal immigrant, and he's just trying to...
Damn. Damn, I can't. There's a lot packed into that 30-second clip right there. Where did it even start? I got caught up. I got caught up in there somewhere. I got distracted by the ending where she said to buy his drugs.
Illegal.
Wow, wow, wow. Wait. The title of this video is Crazy Candace Gets Loomered. She's such a dork. Oh my god, you're such a dork. Crazy Candace Gets Loomered. Yeah. She's... Oh my god.
Make
So
money so he
cringe.
can raise drugs for his money for so he can afford drugs because he's a drug addict. Oh my word. Inject it into my veins like it's Milo injecting the drugs into his veins, y'all. Let's go.
Is squatting in a home. He's an illegal alien. He needs money for legal fees.
Now he's squatting in a home too? Oh, Milo, what have you done, son? Why is it that all these right-wing pundits are always like the biggest fucking disgusting degenerates you've ever seen? And then you look at all the liberal and leftist ones and they're like perfectly responsible, raising their kids, taking them to soccer practice, having like the most regular lives of all time. White picket fence, couple, cat and a dog. And then you look at the right-wingers and they're just like, desperately looking for somebody's dick to suck, desperately looking for a crack pipe. Like, whatever. The right-wingers just are a total fucking mess, bro.
Because he's facing deportation proceedings, something he doesn't want anybody knowing. And so Milo wants to raise money. Milo wants me to sue him because he wants to be able to raise a ton of money so that he can continue his illegal alien lifestyle in the United States of America. Why would I rack up millions of dollars in legal fees in a case that's going to get drawn out forever, only to never get paid out if Milo Yiannopoulos were to continue lying about me? He has nothing to lose. Milo Yiannopoulos doesn't make any money. Milo Yiannopoulos is an illegal alien squatter, and court records prove it. You can go look it up yourself. That was literally like 2024. Okay, like you can see here, it says that.
Wow, dude. She is going in on Milo right now. Milo is a broke, jobless drug addict. What else did she call him? There was a bunch of shit in here. Oh boy, she's
alien squatter, and court records prove it. You can go look it up yourself.
Illegal alien squatter. Illegal alien squatter, broke drug addict, illegal alien squatter. So many nouns.
Okay, like you can see here, it says that a judge was expected to decide on whether to remove the residents because Milo Yiannopoulos was illegally squatting in this home that was foreclosed upon. They tried to kick them out, and Milo was living there with a bunch of trannies. He was literally living in a house with a bunch of trannies and homosexuals and some cat that he didn't take care of. And then he said that he made up a story about how the cat got lost and he couldn't find the cat. When in reality, like I was told that Milo allegedly sold the cat for drug money.
I'm like, wow, dude. Oh, boy. Oh.
Every single person on this planet is gay. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. I just want to hear that last
In reality,
piece
like
one more
I was
time.
told that Milo allegedly sold the cat for drug money.
That's got to be the lowest accusation in all of this. That Milo Yiannopoulos allegedly, according to Laura Loomer, sold his cat for drug money.
Illegal.
God, sir. Have you no self-respect? Honestly, it's probably best for the cat. If we're being real, there's a high likelihood whoever bought the cat did it out of sympathy for the cat, right? Like if some drug dealer somewhere was like, you know what, this cat, Milo is not treating this cat properly. Let me give it a better home. You know, some philanthropic crack dealer or whatever it is that Milo is up to over there.
Crackhead. At gunpoint.
That cat's probably living a better life now, rather than being neglected and abused by Milo. Allegedly, according to no one. Okay. I know he's litigious. I don't want to get myself into hot water over here. I did make that last part up. He is what we Australians would call a loose unit. Got a loose unit over here. How many drugs can you buy with the profits off of a cat? It can't be a lot. It can't... I don't know what kind of cat he had, but... It can't be that many. It can't be that many drugs. He really must have eaten them.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. I'm sorry I'm stunlocked by how much real estate is left in Luma's face. Her nose is too small for her face. And it's crooked.
Damn, Columbia Regan coming for Laura Loomer over here. I think she had a nose job. She had a nose job. She's had like a bunch of reconstructive surgery, I think. Yeah. Like this is the before and after. This is Laura before. This is Laura now. She looks like a completely different person. She looks a little bit like what's his name from the Saw movies, Jigsaw. She looks a little bit like Jigsaw. We've talked about this before. Okay. Oh my God. Taylor Swift arrested on weapons charges after federal agents raid tour bus.
Illegal.
Oh, Taylor. Sounds like we got bad blood. That was stupid. Never again. Let's talk about The Onion. Of course, that is a fake news story from The Onion, a headline for a completely fictitious nature. Taylor Swift not arrested on weapons charges. However, The Onion will be continuing to bring us fake news, and potentially in the near future, InfoWars programming.
Satirical media company The Onion is taking another stab at gaining control of Alex Jones's InfoWars platforms. A Texas judge on Thursday will consider whether to approve the news outlet's proposed takeover. So, how did we get here? Alex Jones pushed many conspiracy theories over the last 3 decades, including that the US government was behind the 9/11 attacks. After getting fired from an Austin radio station in the mid-90s, he began broadcasting from home on his InfoWars website. He bought the domain for just $9. Alex Jones and his company were first sued by the families of Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting victims in April 2018. He was sued for defamation and inflicting emotional distress for saying the shooting was staged by crisis actors to win more gun control. The Connecticut case produced a judgment against Jones of more than $1.4 billion in damage, which was reduced by about $150 million during appeals. In Texas, Jones was hit with nearly $50 million in damages. His Texas appeal remains pending. In late 2022, Jones filed for bankruptcy. His bankruptcy case included an auction to liquidate InfoWars' assets to help pay off the judgments, and The Onion was named the winning bidder. But
yes, indeed. Onion is now the controller of InfoWars assets, including the name which Alex Jones is continuing to use. I don't know what'll happen if he continues to use it, if he's going to be sued again. I don't think he has $1 billion. So I think at this point, he's just planning on not paying any of these judgments ever. Even though they're clearly seizing all of his shit. I don't know if he's been evicted from the InfoWars studio yet. I gotta check in on Alex. It's been a little bit. The Onion Wars. Onion Wars. Gotta get an Onion Wars skin suit wearing guy out there. He's not the real Alex Jones. It's not, everybody knows it. It's fake. It's fake news. Well, speaking of court judgments, we should go and talk about the Supreme Court a little bit. And it's sort of been a stupid week, Supreme Court-wise. Both state and federal. Let's start here. 3 days ago, where a Virginia federal court a lower court blocked a voter-approved U.S. House map, one which we talked about last week, which was approved by a consensus vote by Virginia voters that Republicans immediately sued over. Because how dare you let the people decide what the congressional districts are? As unconstitutional.
Illegal.
I keep hitting the wrong one.
Virginia's Supreme Court
is really, honestly,
deciding on a case that carries high stakes for the balance of power in the U.S. House. Judges heard oral arguments Monday on whether a voter-approved redistricting amendment complied with the state's constitutional requirements. The new districts, which could net Democrats 4 additional seats.
This is one of the most nonsensical arguments I can imagine. Allowing the voters to decide what the voting districts are going to look like in a democracy, in a democratic fashion, is unconstitutional. Can somebody help me with this one? How could anybody possibly try to go before a court and argue that? It's the most un-American thing I can imagine. It's unconstitutional for the voters to decide. No, Congress should decide who their voters are. Not the other way around. That's too democratic. That's basically the argument they're making here. But it's now being heard in Virginia Supreme Court. What the determination will be on that will be fascinating to see, considering Supreme Court said political gerrymandering was perfectly fine. And this wasn't even political gerrymandering being done by Congress, it was being done by vote. By referendum. However, even though I said before that if it makes it to the Supreme Court, we talked about this on Sunday, or earlier this week. Maybe, did I do a stream Tuesday? Yeah. Or Monday? Whatever day it was, I did a stream this week. We talked about this, and I said back then, when we first listened to that story, that I thought it'd be impossible for this to be ruled anything else but totally legitimate. Supreme Court already said political gerrymandering is perfectly fine. And then they ruled against themselves yesterday, saying, actually, you can't gerrymander to create a district that is a majority non-white. Now, I would just like to point this out to everybody, which I'm shocked made it pass, but these guys are they really do want to usher back in Jim Crow era. People to disenfranchise whomever they want from the vote. But by this same logic they apply here, in my opinion, and I don't see an argument against this, you cannot create a majority white district. If you can't create a majority, if there's something inherently wrong with creating a majority black district or a majority Latino district or a majority Asian district or whatever else, then by the same measure, it would be wrong. It would be disenfranchising everybody else to create a majority white district. Am I wrong? Someone tell me where I've missed the mark here. Where's the flaw in that logic? Which means we just can't have any more districts anymore at all, or they must be perfectly even in their distribution of ethnicities. Otherwise, somebody's getting disenfranchised.
The Supreme Court has struck down Louisiana's second majority black congressional district in a decision that could open the door for Republican-led states to eliminate black and Latino electoral districts that tend to favor Democrats. The decision was an about-face for the court, which less than 3 years ago reached a different outcome in a similar case from Alabama. An effort spurred by President Donald Trump to preserve the slim Republican majority in the House of Representatives already has led to a nationwide round of redistricting.
The Supreme Court has ruled that Louisiana will have to redraw its congressional map. Now, it's a landmark decision. It effectively guts, a major section of the Civil Rights era Voting Rights Act. It was a 6-3 decision along partisan lines that renders ineffective, really, Section 2 of the Act that's long.
You just can't state the race as the reason. So, okay. Okay. Perfect. So if I have you correct, Louisiana can redraw the map as is and say it's not because of race. It's because that's how the old map was. You see what I'm saying here? Right? Like, you can easily argue this so quickly. There's so many ways that you could just completely ignore this ruling. Right? It's like, great, okay, new map. It's the exact same one as the old map, but it's not based upon race. It's based on arbitrary geographical reasons that we came up with in our own free time. Here they are.
Used to ensure minority voters are treated fairly in any redistricting. We're reacting to it, the former President Barack Obama criticising that decision, saying it shows how a majority of the current court seems intent on abandoning its vital role in ensuring equal participation in our democracy. Well, let's examine all of that further with you. Our International Affairs Editor, Kedavan Gurjistani, is with.
Like, technically, it's like a game of poker. Or like bullshit or something between the map makers and the regulators, I guess, if this is the case, right? It's basically, okay, as long as we don't say what we have, as long as we don't move our face at all, and we just give them the same map, and it's different because it's a new map for different reasons. It's the same map, but for different reasons. Unattributable. That we have poured over. And we feel this is the best map. For reasons that have nothing to do with race. Right? That's what I'm to understand, right? It's just as long as you don't break first. As long as you don't tell them that you're doing it for that reason. You could be doing it for the reason, but as long as you don't tell anybody that that's why you're doing it, it's fine. Just can't let it slip. It's a fascinating system we have.
Here on set. Kedavan, just explain, first of all, what this decision is, how on earth the Supreme Court came to it.
Well, look, the question at the heart of the Supreme Court's ruling in this case was how much lawmakers, in this case in Louisiana, should or can consider race when they are redrawing electoral districts. And really, this case has been 6 years in the making. You have to go back to 2020, which was the last major census. At the time, Louisiana did some redistricting, and there was just one Black majority district in a state where Black voters represent a third of the state's population. At the time, a group of Black voters sued the state and won because they claimed that their votes were simply being diluted by only having one Black majority district. A new map was drawn, adding a second Black majority district. That's the one that we're talking about in this decision. There was at the time a new lawsuit, this time brought by a group that presented itself as a group of non-African American voters, claiming that a second Black majority district was basically unfair to them because it was diluting the voting rights of non-African Americans. A judge in Louisiana ruled that they were right, and the Supreme Court upheld this ruling, this new map, saying that it relied too heavily on race. The opinion of the conservative justices on the Supreme Court is that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act that you were mentioning should be limited to intentional discrimination.
The whites are being disenfranchised, according to the Supreme Court down in Louisiana. As a result of this here existence of two, not just one, but two Black majority districts in the great state of Louisiana. We just can't have that. It's unfair. It's unfair, don't you hear me? Okay, so 58% of Louisiana is white. They got 6 districts. 4 of them were majority white. 2 majority Black as a result of the latest redistricting, which would have made it close to fair, but not quite. I do declare that is unacceptable. Can't be disenfranchising our white voters. By giving them a representational amount of representatives. Is that the point of representative? To represent? I think not.
The Supreme Court just did the unthinkable in another 6-3 decision. So the case is Calais v. Louisiana, and it will go down as one of the worst decisions of the Roberts Court by far, alongside other decisions like Citizens United, because it's really that bad. It's essentially the death blow to the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So Section 2 was under scrutiny in this case, which is the section of the VRA that prohibited racial gerrymandering that would otherwise dilute the voting power of Black and brown voters. And Louisiana Republicans decided to explicitly defy Section 2, probably so they can challenge it, and deny Black voters equal representation, even though Black people make up a third of the state's population. And Brett Wilkins of Common Dreams explains, civil and voting rights advocates challenged Louisiana's Republican-drawn and racially rigged congressional map. In 2022, a federal judge agreed that the map likely violated Section 2, and the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals upheld that ruling, ordering Louisiana to draw a new map by 2024 of January. Louisiana complied, but a group of non-Black voters challenged the new map, claiming it was a racially rigged creation that violated the 14th Amendment. The Trump administration supported the challengers, arguing that black voters had no right to a second majority-minority district. In other words, white people in Louisiana argued that it was discrimination against them to give black people equal representation. It was discrimination against white people to give black people, which make up a third of the population, just one more majority-minority district. So they basically weaponized Section 2 against itself to destroy it, and it worked, somehow. And I say somehow because the Supreme Court bought that argument. They
sure did. Robert's court continues to dismantle the Constitution. Time for impeachment, in my opinion. They can be impeached while they have life sentences, life appointments to the bench. They can be impeached, and it's by the same exact method that you impeach a president. It's a completely political process where you essentially just need a majority vote in the House and 60 votes in the Senate. You can start ousting these motherfuckers just in mass, all 6 Republican justices. I'd be for that. Honestly, they've shown themselves to be a threat to democracy. They have no problem with trampling over the rights of Americans, even over congressional action. They've clearly overstepped their bounds. They are not constitutionalists. They're not originalists. They're a bunch of psychotic ideologues, hell-bent on enacting their will upon America. Not even-handed, judges, philosopher kings. Not even close. Because that's a solution, technically, right? And what it requires is winning at the ballot box. Best way to do that is for us to vote in the primaries. Because if we have good candidates by the time the general election comes around, people might actually be incentivized to vote for those candidates, challengers, rather than being fear-mongered into voting for them, as we are often done with the worst of candidates. Oh, we have to stop Donald Trump. We've heard it too much, and it's clearly proven to be ineffective. So we need a new strategy, and that's actually having a strategy. Because this is all doable. I know it sounds unattainable. 60 votes in the Senate. Maybe unattainable if it's 50-50. I'm a near 50-50 split, which is how it's been for so long. Doesn't have to be that way. Don't have to have vice president and they're always voting things in. I mean, the makeup of the Congress was... you go back to the New Deal. More than that. All right. MS Now. Chris Hayes. For more on this ridiculous fucking decision. What happened?
Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court John Roberts has spent basically his entire career, starting when he was just a little-known Reagan White House staffer, in pursuit of one major goal: eliminating the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And his court has been chipping away at the law bit by bit for years, and today, he may have dealt the final blow. Technically, today's ruling was about new congressional maps in Louisiana. Back in 2020, the state tried to draw maps with only one majority black district, even though black residents make up a third of the state's population. A lower court ruled that the VRA required a second majority black district to ensure adequate representation for those voters. Well, today the Supreme Court disagreed. In a 6-3 ruling along ideological lines, the conservatives on the court, including all 3 Trump-appointed justices, struck down those maps and in doing so also gutted enforcement of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, specifically as it relates to racial gerrymandering. While the conservatives denied what they were doing, they didn't explicitly strike down all of the section. As Justice Elena Kagan pointed out in her dissent, quote, today's decision renders Section 2 all but a dead letter. As it stands, it seems as though states across the country, most notably in the South, are going to be able to rewrite their districts to essentially ensure the mass disenfranchisement of black voters by denying them the opportunity to elect their own representatives. That means they're going to go around and crack apart these majority-minority districts in states like Tennessee and Mississippi and Alabama, Louisiana, and Florida, where just hours after the Supreme Court ruling, the legislature approved new gerrymandered maps in order to dilute the political power of black voters. I mean, the consequences of this ruling today could deal essentially a fatal blow to our current version of multiracial democracy, where we have many black elected politicians up and down the ballot. The struggle to achieve that vision of democracy has always faced fierce political opposition. I mean, after the Civil War, radical Republicans wrote the Reconstruction Amendments, 13, 14, 15 Amendment, and for about 8 years, it inaugurated the first true era of multiracial democracy in the United States. There were black state legislators, state senators, congressmen, senators. Black voting registration and white voting registration levels were equal. And that era was destroyed. It was destroyed by white supremacist violence and terrorism, the Klan. But it was destroyed with the crucial assistance of the Supreme Court in a series of rulings that helped usher in decades of Jim Crow oppression and political terror. And it was about a century later, nearly 200 years after our country's founding, that Congress passed the VRA to once again bring us closer to true multiracial representation. I mean, basically, the Voting Rights Act 1965 was done to revive the portions of our Constitution the Supreme Court had destroyed. Now, more than half a century after that, the Supreme Court has done it again. They've once again intervened to pull us back towards the policies of Jim Crow. Sherilyn Eifel's a founding director of the 14th Amendment Center for Law and Democracy at Howard University. She was previously president, director of the Council for the NAACP.
Yeah, and this is why I'm saying that they need to be impeached. They just don't belong on the bench. They're trying to drag us back in time, reversing already existing Supreme Court decisions for the sake of regression, not progress, but to regress this country back into a time when people had less civil rights. It's unacceptable. People are America last garbage humans.
CP Legal Defense Fund, also the author of Sherilyn's newsletter on Substack, where she wrote about today's ruling. She's been litigating voting rights for decades, and she joins me now. I first just want to get your takeaway of the decision about how bad it is, a scale of 1 to 10, how catastrophic we should think of it, what if there's anything to salvage out of it.
This is feeling about like a 12.
Here's the thing, before she gets into this, like, the reason I call them America Last is because you can't love America without loving the people in it, right? You can't just love a certain group of Americans. You have to say everybody belongs here, you know? Otherwise, you're America last. You're some other group first. You're some specific group of people first, but it's not America. Usually tends to be white America.
If there's anything to salvage out of it.
This is feeling about like a 12, Chris. It's bad. You know, maybe there are things to salvage out of it. I'm not seeing them at this moment. And frankly, I don't think it does us any good to get to the salvaging stage. I think we have to deal head on with what has happened here and what it means.
Tell me what has happened and what you think it means.
Well, I described in the piece I wrote that, you know, the Supreme Court has, you know, dropped the other shoe on the Voting Rights Act. In 2013, They all but gutted Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, leaving it standing hollow, removing the preclearance provision from the Voting Rights Act that was supposed to allow us to stop racial discrimination in voting practices before they were enacted. And when they did that, the Supreme Court said, the conservative majority said, you still have Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which allows you to sue, to bring cases challenging discriminatory racial practices or districts. And, you know, ever since then, we've been kind of waiting for this, but now it has happened. The Supreme
Yeah, they completely turned it on its head. Actually, they're saying you can sue as not a minority to claim that you've been disenfranchised now. It's completely been turned on its head. It's fucking insane. I mean, if you look at Congress, it's a sea of white people. By the way, I just want to say thank you to... Actually, I don't know if this person wants to be shouted out or not, because I can't read their whole message. This is very annoying to me. Like, it's not anybody's fault. Well, it is somebody's fault. It's PayPal's fault. But if somebody types me a long, thoughtful message on PayPal, I can't read it. I can't read the whole thing. It's very stupid. It's very stupid, but it's very real. So I can only read part of this message, which I will read. I'm trying to figure out, is there a way for me to read this? There's got to be a way for me to read this, but I just don't know how. But this is from somebody, RDL. I won't say your exact name. I don't want you to get, I don't want to dox you, but thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I lived in Louisiana as a kid, and some people really are so racist there. I remember kids in middle school telling pro-Klan jokes. That's funny. On the other hand, my kid is biracial, and her ... I can't read the rest of it, and it's very sad. And I don't know how I would read this otherwise. I'll try and figure it out. But on my phone, it cuts off the message. So, sorry. I don't know if you want to be shouted out for that. But either way, thank you very much for your generosity. And that's enough to do it. To complete the galactic content. Yes, indeed. It's beautiful. Confetti. Abounding. As a result of us completing the galactic content goal once again, I knew we would do it, even if it took a little longer than expected. We got it done. As a result, we are gonna get the whole stream tonight. I was a little bit worried. Because we had a bunch more to cover tonight. So very much stuff. Just on the things that I have in the thumbnail alone, just to get to the end of those things, it's gonna take us 8 hours. So, we got a very full show tonight. I'll probably hit a few more stories that I have, aside from those, of course. But thank you to everybody who contributed to the Galactic Content Goal. You've helped keep the Galactic News Network alive with your donations. And you should feel good about that. Because now, as a result of your generosity, everybody gets to enjoy the rest of the show tonight, rather than being deprived. And I've also added it to the Galactic Deficit. As you can see, down the left-hand corner. As I see someone reminding me right now to do in the chat, I've already done it. Slightly closer. It's not, just a reminder, it's not the Galactic Deficit. This is the YouTube took it a money deficit. The real Galactic Deficit will be calculated probably later tonight. Should be pretty easy. Since I won't have to add my YouTube and Twitch money. Or at least I won't have to add my YouTube money together with anything else, because that's all gone. Nope, this is just the money that we're not going to get next month. That we already know we're not going to get. Damn, we're only 10 subscribers left to go on YouTube to get to 2,000. This is a bittersweet moment. Demonetized 2 weeks ago. And we're about to hit 2,000 subs. A milestone that I was very excited about. I could see us getting closer and closer. It's really kind of sucks that I'm being prevented from enjoying it fully. So we've been unfairly demonetized. They still haven't given me a specific reason. That's very frustrating. This is exciting but frustrating. Maybe we'll get remonetized before we hit 2,000. I don't know. Crazier things have happened. We invaded and captured the president of a foreign nation. He's sitting in a jail in Brooklyn right now. So I think that's probably crazier than us getting remonetized all of a sudden. Could happen. Anyway, let's keep talking about the redistrict. Didn't I move this? I could have sworn I moved this already. Oh, this is dragging us back to a conversation we already had. I screwed myself because I moved this. I should have done this and then that, and I just... Well, all right. Here's get an update on the redistricting fight in Virginia with the majority board. And let's talk about what the redistricting fight means for the future of politics in America.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program Ested Herndon. He's the Vox editorial director and host of the new podcast, America Actually.
I'll be right back.
Ested, welcome back to the program. What? Tell us about America Actually.
Yeah, it's good to be back here. Our hope is to do something that looks kind of beyond Trump. You know, I was thinking kind of how we're marching towards elections. It's going to be an open primary for the first time in a couple decades. And so I wanted to follow up on what we did about elections, kind of seeing things from the bottom up. But I was like, also thinking about how much he's blocked out the sun. And I think some of the seeds of change that are going to define both 2026 and 2028 are going to be based beyond that. And so our hope is to kind of our hope is to see that. So we're looking at immigration, we're looking kind of at changes in both parties. And our hope is to kind of identify the groups that are going to lead, I think, to parties that have to ask fundamental questions about themselves, things that weren't answered in the presidential election of 2020, which was all kind of sucked up by the Trump emergency. So that's our hope, is to start asking those things, and every Saturday.
But you also kind of began doing that in 2024. Your reporting indicated that the economy was going to be really the main driver of that election, or determining factor, and that the Democrats were really slow on that front. For people that may not be familiar, just talk about what you reported on in 2024, and maybe you can toot your own horn about what you saw coming and what others didn't.
Yeah, I mean, our goal in 24 was really to ask, like, how did we lead to this kind of double haters election? Like a kind of party and establishment that had nominated candidates that the clearest sign in polling, the clearest sign in our kind of anecdotal work was that folks didn't want it. And so we were looking at that gap and where kind of that was emerging. And so in doing a lot of that, we were seeing the places that I think Democrats were talking over and now kind of know of that stuff. When we were checking in with voters, particularly in 2022, 2023, there was legitimate anger about an inflation crisis folks felt was unseen. There was anger about southern border for folks felt was overrun. We would feel things about Biden, the kind of uncertainty or kind of shock that he was thinking about reelection, even though there was a kind of certainty in my kind of DC and CNN life. And so we were seeing a lot of that. And one of the things we reported on, I think we talked about, was how the price inflation, the kind of way that they were talking about Bidenomics at the time was not reflected by anyone on the ground. The job numbers were still in that pre-revision stage. And I think we were kind of telling a story to ourselves that was kind of ridiculous to folks who were experiencing month-to-month pain. And so we were talking to people, we were in Cleveland, we were hearing a lot of that stuff about the need for folks to focus on raising minimum wage. They were wondering where Democrats were on kind of basic promises like a $15 minimum wage. And that stuff came, I think, to be seen more clearly as Trump was able to seize on it. And so that's really what the run-up was about, was, I think, not necessarily trying to predict DR, Trump winning, Biden winning, Harris and all that, but really trying to find how the unity among DR and independent was really about what was clearly a disconnected establishment, what was clearly a broken, felt like an election that was a manifestation of broken system. And so hearing those voices really made that the clearest for us.
It would be fascinating if there was a way to get a autopsy from the Democratic Party. If they could go in, obviously not enough. If there was just some way that had a mechanism. If only. You mentioned immigration, and this is sort of
elections. We have to focus on those lessons. We have to do this exercise, by the way.
Yeah. The lessons are we got to pivot to the center more, by the way. Just wanted to tell you guys, here are some of our lessons. Pivot to the center harder than we ever have.
God damn it. I did all that and nobody heard me again. I'm back, and we are now on our next clip here with Hasan. Since we were just talking about Democratic autopsies for the 2024 election, we should hear from DNC chair Ken Martin, who was on with the Podjons earlier this week.
Okay. And also reinstate our unlimited loyalty and support to the nation state of Israel. That's what the autopsy showed.
Start with the 2024 autopsy, which you call an...
Okay, this is I'm going to issue a trigger warning. You're going to watch someone get on...
Oh, thank you, Emily. Thank you for getting out of bed to tell me. I appreciate that. Are you watching on your TV? Am I big? Am I big on the TV? My God. I'm up on the big screen. I always assume everybody's watching on their phones, but I know they watch on other devices.
On camera right now. This is head of the DNC, Ken Martin, on Pod Save America, where Jon Favreau is asking the appropriate questions, as a matter of fact, and he doesn't let up. It's ridiculous. This interview is ridiculous.
After action review, when you won the chairmanship in February of 25, you criticized the DNC's refusal to release their 2016 autopsy as exactly what not to do. You said, quote, was there any utility in doing that? And then promised your 2024 autopsy would be different. Your exact quote was, of course it will be released. Why did you change your mind on that?
Well, look, I mean, what I said all along, even when I ran for this position, is that we were going to focus on the things that will help us win the upcoming election, right? Making sure that we learn the right lessons that could help inform our victories. And that's what we've done. We said this when we sent out the press release back in November, saying we weren't going to release the report. We were going to actually keep our focus on those lessons, and we released those lessons. We continue to do that. So it's not completely accurate to say that we didn't release that.
Dude, it is so bad. This is so bad that I think it's like low-key indefensible by even like centrist accounts. Obviously, there's still like weird-ass...
What is he shoving into his face now? Can Hasan ever not eat food? I mean, it's insane. How much do you figure Hasan spends on food every year? I'm just trying to think. He's constantly eating.
DNC defenders on the timeline doing
Dude
their
never
thing,
runs out of
where
snacks.
they turn around and defend the interests of the DNC, even though they're not paid to do so. And I will never understand what leads someone to behave like that. But for the most part, with the exception of like some of the craziest people, most people are looking at this and going, what the do you mean you can't release the autopsy? Just release it, man. It doesn't make any, I mean...
Let's get the files and figure it out.
The only way this makes sense is because they're worried that the autopsy says exactly what I've been saying leading up to the election and certainly after the election. Israel's a huge part of the reason why they lost.
We're keeping our focus is on the lessons that can actually help us win.
On this show in August, you told me this about releasing the review, quote, we have to do it to give people who invested so much time, energy, and money a sense of what happened and why we lost, especially why we lost. So what changed between August and December? I understand there are lessons, but those are not the full report. Why not release the full report? What's in the report that you wouldn't want to publicize?
Yeah, there's no smoking gun in the report, and I know that's what everyone's so eager to learn. I mean, the smoking gun. Guess what, John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want to keep the focus on the lessons.
What now?
If there's no smoking gun, then what are the lessons? First off, so they learn lessons, but there's no smoking gun. There's nothing to be learned from the report, but they've learned lessons. How do you learn lessons if there's nothing to be learned from the report? Because that's basically what's being said here. They're using a bunch of, weird imagery to do it, but that's basically what's being said here, is that there's lessons to be learned, or lessons that were learned that they have to talk about, but there's nothing in the report to learn from, which is why it's not being released. It's better if they just funnel it to us rather than us assessing it ourselves, It's much better if they just feed it to us like little babies. You get little babies. Give me food.
Because what ends up happening here is that
It's boring. We just don't want you to fall asleep reading it. You'd be so bored reading the lack of smoking gun. What is this? Oh, yeah, I did see that. Yeah, we watched it live. Yeah, it was incredible. Trump, he still got it sometimes.
people, of course, want to weaponize the report in a way to look backwards, to point fingers, place blame in a way that actually doesn't keep us focused on the upcoming election. But instead, the navel gazing of focusing backwards actually takes us backwards. We're 100 election, John. What we don't need to be focused on is actually relitigating 2024. What we need to do is learn the lessons of 24 and the years preceding that can help us win this upcoming election. I get why people are obsessed with it.
How do we learn the lessons if we don't litigate it? They're just deciding what the lessons they need to learn are. That's what he's trying to avoid saying, is that the DNC wants to decide without any input what the lessons that need to be learned from 2024 are. They don't want anyone's input into what those might be. And that's what he's saying. He's like, look, fuck you guys. We have our own lessons that we want to learn. We don't care what the report says or what anybody says. We have our own. We've already formulated a set of lessons which we will be learning from or not.
Various groups and organizations and people who think there's some sort of smoking gun in there. Guess what, John? In the third closest presidential election in the last 100 years, everything mattered. There's nothing that didn't impact that election.
Why did you spend the money going to 50 states, doing all these interviews, doing all this stuff? And
he's like, everything mattered, not one thing. There wasn't one particular thing. John, believe me, it was everything. It was tort reform. There's no smoking gun. There's no one singular issue that was overwhelmingly brought up as a reason.
Doing this report in the first place, if you weren't going to release the full results of it, like why? I don't get why just you and some of the senior DNC people get to see it, but not most of the DNC members.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Israeli Iken Martin is glitching in real time.
Israeli AI Ken Martin is glitching out. Yeah, he this is not. He's not doing a great job here. He's not doing a great job. And I mean, people might be saying, I actually see somebody saying in chat, and maybe to themselves, why are we relitigating this? We know why Democrats lost the election. It's about the leadership. I've been saying it this whole time. We need to be working on the primaries, and we need to be working on infiltrating the DNC and ousting the trash that runs this party. And this guy is the trash that runs this party. He is the DNC chair. He is in charge of basically all of the messaging coming out of the party apparatus, as well as all of the decision making. He's the CEO, right? He's the chief executive, essentially, of the party, and he needs to be stopped because he is useless. Look at him. He is in safe waters here. This is not Hasan. This is the point I want to make with all of this, right? Or watching this, is because he is not on the Majority Report. He is not on Hasan's podcast. He's not on Democracy Now! He is on PodSave. It's the most liberal, safe waters that they could think of. This should be a softball. This should be this should all be fairly easy for him, right? John's not really here to take this guy down. He's just asking some fairly simple questions, which Ken is completely and utterly incapable of answering without looking like a total schmuck.
Who are, state party chairs. I mean, more than a dozen DNC members told NBC just the other week they want it released, including Congresswoman Delia Ramirez and North Carolina Democratic Party Chair Anderson Clayton. And Anderson said, quote, genuinely, what did you all find that we did not?
Seems to me that...
Wait, where's the full one? But what happened while I was gone for a week? Why did I have Customs and Border Patrol ask me if I watched you when I returned to this shithole country this morning and got detained? Shut the fuck up. You're lying. What? There's no way that you got asked. No, not the full Erica Kirk video, guys.
That should not be a question. That should not be a question that any government official asks you. Do you watch Zom Piker? Are you a Hasanabi head?
Right to jail. Right away.
Right to jail. You can't have any Hasanabi heads in
Looking
this
for
country.
the full decom.
Money on that?
I've seen reporting that you did spend money on it. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, that's inaccurate. Okay, the person we asked to do this is an unpaid advisor to the DNC, and so I appreciate where it's coming from, John. But let's just trade in facts on this, right? The reality is we did talk to, hundreds of people. It was an exhaustive exercise to really get at what are those key lessons. And I want to be very clear. There's nothing that changed from what I said on the campaign trail to now, which is
yeah, except for the fact that you said you were going to release the autopsy, and that it would be a mistake not to release the autopsy, and that it would be stupid not to release the autopsy. And now you're saying, no, it's stupid to release the autopsy. So something did change. You made the autopsy, you saw what's in it, and you were like, we can't let anybody know what's in this thing.
When you were on the campaign trail and you talked about definitely releasing an autopsy and criticized the DNC for not releasing an autopsy in 2016, in your mind, you thought, I'm going to do one, but only release certain lessons and not the full report?
No, what I said at the time is exactly what I've been saying now, which is we have to focus on the things that help us win the future elections. We have to focus on those lessons. We have to do this exercise, by the way.
Yeah. The lessons are we got to pivot.
If you wanted to win elections in the future and you're trying to figure out how to do that, wouldn't you want to know what mistakes you made in the past? And wouldn't you want basically everyone in the party, assuming it's an inclusive party, to know what mistakes you've made? Just to be transparent and, make it easier for those in the party to perhaps help with those problems, whatever they may be. I mean, one theoretically would think that would be the best solution. Brainstorm. You don't cloister the information from people. You don't, hide it away, down in the basement. No, you got to bring it to light. Show people look at what the numbers say, where you all went wrong. One would think if you were thinking constructively, that would be immediately where you head. Pour over the figures together. Not do some weird clandestine autopsy and then tell nobody about it. That seems a little sketchy.
Center more, by the way. I just wanted to tell you guys, here are some of our lessons. Pivot to the center harder than we ever have. Okay. And also reinstate our unlimited loyalty and support to the nation state of Israel. That's what the autopsy showed. We got punished for not being pro-Israel enough, it seems.
Of conducting this, actually learn what happened, not just in 24, but in the years preceding that, John. And so that's where our focus is. I mean, the challenge is, think about this as an executive summary of a, like you said, a 200-page document. And I think what we've put together and what we learn, we are sharing with people so they have full insight into what we actually need to course correct on as we go into these final 189 days left and into the future. So again,
are you going to release? You mentioned an executive summary. Are you going to release an official executive summary? Make that public.
We've been releasing that, John. That's what I've been saying to you.
We've been releasing it. This guy is so disingenuous. We've already. It's like the Epstein files. It's like, look, we've already released so many of the files. You want more files?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
This guy's been talked about for years. I'm just remembering to myself right now. Amidst all of this stuff that's happened, us getting demonetized on YouTube and having like $1,000 taken from me overnight. This month is my best Earth friend's birthday. I'm not sorry. I'm sorry. No, this month is my best Earth. I said that wrong. It's my best friend's wedding this month, and it's my birthday My birthday. Next month. Can't remember whose birthday it is now.
I'm staying in the race.
Perfect time to have $1,000 taken from me. Should make things very festive over the next month or so. Ken Martin is a pile of contradictory shit. Yeah. Yep, that's what Ken is. He's trash. Thankfully for Democrats, Republicans are so terrible. And Trump's administration has done so much damage. People's way of life, our country's standing in the world, among other things. The MAGA coalition is beginning to crack, it would seem. We have been seeing some telltale signs. Fighting the inner Trump media sphere, I guess you'd call it.
I love Ohio. We'll never let you down. I swear, I promise.
4 days. They're all heading off to vote. Yeah. 900 miles.
There you go. That's much better.
Red Sox might need a backup catcher. And one giant question. Is Donald Trump's MAGA coalition cracking? Entering Ohio, the Mahoning Valley. Gritty, blue-collar, union, reliably Democratic for decades. No more.
People like this, places like this, are part of how Trump has changed America. Ohio changed from a competitive purple state to a Trump red state because of the magic of his coalition here. But as we head into the midterms, the jobs he promised are not here. The revival in American manufacturing he promised is not here.
Chris Anderson is the Mahoning County Democratic chairman. His midterm bet? Enough Trump voters will be part of electing Ohio's first Democratic governor in 15 years, and part of flipping a critical Senate seat from red to blue.
They got conned by a con man.
You're the Democrat, so you're supposed to say that. What do you see that tells you that things are different?
Well, I mean, drive around Mahoning County. For 8 years, there were Trump signs on every corner. There were flags. You couldn't go to a grocery store without seeing those red MAGA hats. I'd challenge you to find one.
It's true, these are hard to find now. Maybe a clue, but hardly enough to answer the is MAGA cracking question. This is Local 1112 United Auto Workers, Lordstown, Ohio. Ground zero in the local debate about trusting Trump. General Motors made cars here for 5 decades, thousands of good union jobs, but the Lordstown plant closed in 2019.
And in that Senate race, Sherrod Brown, there's at least one Democrat running right now in the primary. I don't know of a second, but there very well may be. I've been trying to keep up with all this, but I haven't done my best. Well, I've been doing my best, but I haven't done as well as I would have liked. I think that's probably a better way to put it. But unfortunately, I haven't done as much as I would like on all the primaries this year. But while we're talking primaries, if you're in Ohio, these are some of the names of the people you could be voting for. Or if you're in Indiana, as on the 5th of May, as you can see here, both Ohio and Indiana have primaries. These are the people that you should probably be voting for in your respective districts. Screenshot it. Do whatever you got to do. I'll zoom in real close so that you can read it. Not going to read them all right now because I'm going to make a clip of the last video we did regarding all of this. Okay. Back to CNN.
Despite a first-term Trump promise, it would stay open. Foxconn built this new factory on the GM site, but its workforce is non-union, and the factory is mostly idle now as the company decides what's next. Nearby, another new factory sold as Lordstown's new hope. Altium Cells, a joint EV battery venture between General Motors and South Korea's LG Electronics.
How many guys are working in that factory now?
Right now, all of production is shut down. 1,460 of us, I think there were. We're all laid off in January 5th, officially.
And you don't know until when?
Don't know till when.
Bob Swager leads the campaign committee at Local 1112. Everyone here remembers when Trump told them not to sell their homes, and later when he said new jobs would replace the GM jobs. The union endorsed Kamala Harris, but a big chunk of its voters voted Trump. And then the UAW endorsed Trump's tariffs.
They were hopeful that they were going to bring more jobs back to the United States.
Has that happened?
Not that I'm aware of.
Manufacturing employment is up a bit of late, but down 80,000 jobs overall since Trump returned to the White House. American auto manufacturing down 25,000 jobs in Trump's second term.
Do you believe in 2026 the Democrats can actually win statewide for the Senate and win statewide for governor in Ohio?
Yes.
Mark Skenesny served overseas in Kosovo, Iraq, and Afghanistan, was drawn to the Tea.
These people are destroying this country. They're deleting opportunities left and right. Right? Doge showed up and literally just mass deleted opportunity and all sorts of other shit while simultaneously downloading all of our most sensitive data. Putting it who the fuck knows where. And, you know, Doge has been gone, but they've continued the vibes. Just decimating every single sector, whatever way Donald Trump can think of. And in ways I'm sure Donald Trump didn't even think of to begin with. The fact is Trump has no idea what the effects of anything he does really are going to be. He just sort of shoots from the hip. Which is maybe fun for like a talk show host, but not great for president.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
And then Trump, after leaving the Army.
I let myself, I don't want to say get radicalized or anything, but I was very right-wing.
Skenesny had a change of heart in 20...
The tariff surplus check is in the mail. Yes, of course. The old tariff surplus check. Yeah, I'm sure they'll get to sending those once they're done paying back all of the illegal tariff money. We'll get to that in a little bit.
Calls himself an independent and is backing Democrats this year because he now views Trump and MAGA as dangerous to democracy.
I've talked to a lot of people whose views are changing, even in my own family. So I am hopeful that that is starting to fracture.
Yet Skenesny concedes many Trump supporter friends will not budge.
And it's a lot harder than I thought.
Most of Ohio is rural, and rural America is Trump country. But rural also means you drive a lot. High gas prices hurt. Farms dot the rolling hills of Albany in southeast Ohio. This one is unique.
The chickens are your supervisors?
Yeah. 400 or so sheep on 100 grassy acres. Lambing season. These sheep are pregnant. 200 to 250 more little lambs due any day now.
Up, stay, Tilly, stay.
Bill Krusling doesn't need much diesel or any fertilizer, so he's shielded from the Iran war cost spikes hitting many other farmers. He does okay, but is saddled by huge medical debts. His biggest complaints about Washington are corruption and deficit spending.
Trump promised to change the healthcare system, and he hasn't. He promised to reduce the debt, and he hasn't.
Well, it takes time. He had 4 years, but he was new to Washington. I don't blame Trump. I blame the Congress.
What a fucking idiot. This guy doesn't know anything. Like, this guy knows as much as any child off of the fucking street. I blame the Congress. You could only blame Congress if you're a fucking uneducated moron who has not watched the news for the last year and a half, because Congress has been the one green lighting all of Trump's whims and wishes, like with excruciating speed. Nothing held back. So if it's not Trump, if it's Congress's fault, then it's Trump's fault. Because he's the one who's directing Congress. They're only doing the things that he wants them to do. Otherwise, they're just dicking around, right? Like, they're doing nothing other than Trump's agenda, right? Like, they're introducing resolutions to censor Hasan Piker right now, right? Like, if it's not Trump's agenda, they're not doing it. And they've already passed his budget. They've already passed his budget. And this fucking idiot does not understand it. And it's just, it breaks my brain that this guy, I mean, he must be in his 50s. He's just somehow just this uneducated. Like, it wouldn't take that much effort. I don't care if he's a farmer. He doesn't have Wi-Fi out on the farm. Back in the farmhouse, I'm sure he does. Right? He could download the Galactic News Network right now and listen to it while he's on the fucking tractor. Okay? Like, one earbud in, one earbud out. You know, you can hear what you're doing. You can also be listening to what the hell is going on in the world. Right? But he doesn't even have a tractor, I don't think. Does he? Or maybe he does. I mean, he's a sheep farmer. So I don't even know if this guy has like that much tractoring to do. But like, it can't possibly not be able to educate himself. He's a grown-ass man. He's closer to the grave than he is the cradle. But he's somehow too dumb to understand that Donald Trump is... Everything Donald Trump is doing is being enacted by Congress. Well, I'm going to skip ahead. John King does not question... And like once John King asks the question, when he gets an answer, no matter how fucking dumb it is like that, he has no follow-ups. He has zero follow-ups, which I find fascinating. He's like, yeah, it's fine, whatever. You said a stupid thing. No big deal.
Conservative, and because he loves Trump, for the very reason so many people can't stand Trump.
He seems to like the fights.
Oh, he loves a fight.
Oh.
He loves a fight. And that's great. That's why I voted for him. This world's got way too many pearl clutchers. It's like, come on, people, give me.
Too many, come on, people. You can't give me a clutching or pearl clutching. Come on. Oh, come on. Pearl clutching, book knowledge clutching, no, word clutching. And these people just say words, they have no idea what the fuck they're saying. He's too stupid to understand what he's saying. Like, that's the conclusion I drew from listening to him. I hate to say it, but it's true. And there's millions of people like him out there who are so tuned out from everything, but they still think that they should have a political opinion on shit. And do. And then CNN or whatever, if these fucking idiots go and find them. All right, let's keep talking about... No, this is fascinating, the dichotomy there, right? Like, because you had a bunch of people in there saying, I'm done with Trump, he's clearly a piece of garbage, but you still have some, as we've seen, MAGA loyalists who are impervious to knowledge and facts, right? Like, they have some sort of, like, protective coating or some sort of like oraic vibes that repels facts and reality and logic, defies all, precepts of knowledge, and just embraces a man based upon his personality. Because he's fight. I like that. It's good. He fights. It's all Congress's fault that my health care up twice as much. Morons. But he is losing support. While MAGA still continues to support Trump 100%. The numbers for MAGA continue to dwindle.
Okay, you guys may not be shocked to hear that Donald Trump wants his smiling, attractive red face on yet another item. And this time it is the U.S. passport. And I just have to show you a picture of this passport. Now, if you recognize that photo or it looks familiar, that is because that is, of course, the beautiful, I say ironically.
I'm sorry. We're going to talk about this later. I forgot that she did this. We'll get to this. Damn it, Jen. You know what? Screw Jen. I'm sorry. We're skipping Jen. I just can't stand her. I hate the fact that there's this, like, White House to media pipeline. Like, Jen used to be the goddamn Biden spokesperson. She doesn't do that. I find that very annoying. Very low effort, actually, if you ask me. If it were a live stream, sure, that would make sense. This is not a live stream. This is a clip, which was posted to MS Now's YouTube channel. With one of the most low effort fucking thumbnails and videos. It just, fuck you. And yet I am the low effort one. I just want to point something out. You all see my fucking videos all the time, right? You see my thumbnails on my YouTube streams and other clips and things like that. You've seen them. This is the fucking Jen Psaki. Look at this. This is the laziest fucking thumbnail ever. Her looking like she's not even into it. Like, just sort of like bored at work. Half smiling. Psaki bombs. Psaki bombs. Such a low effort thumbnail. And yet I'm the low effort one. I've been actually meaning to start doing chaptering in all my live streams, even though they're 8 hours long instead of 15 minutes. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to work that into my routine quite yet. It's quite a lot to do. But I am doing 8-hour live streams, which take me 4 hours or more a day to actually compile. So I have an excuse. What is her excuse? How long is her segment on fucking MS Now? 30 minutes? Is that hard? Is that hard for you? So I can put together 30 minutes of content on one topic in like 10 seconds, but this show requires more than that. I'm sorry, I'm still very salty about being demonetized for being low effort. I work 60 fucking hours a week. Like on just the stream. That's not editing the, any of the backgrounds or anything like that, or any of the animations or the patron avatars or the patron shout out videos or anything in my actual life I have to work on. It's yeah. It is such an insult. Honestly, I feel like we need to start like a Better Call Saul style like letter campaign. Flood YouTube's corporate headquarters with complaints about us being demonetized. Send them like an owl or something. Oh, God. No, it's a goddamn Harry Potter reference. Whatever. All right. Al Jazeera English up next from yesterday. Trump's approval woes. Popularity plummeting amid rising prices.
The votes poured in for President Trump here in Pasco County, Florida, back in 2024. 18 months later, is that love still felt to the same degree? Well, the jury is out.
Lower taxes, make gas cheaper, and all this other bullshit. He ain't done none of it.
Everybody just needs to work together, not against each other.
I'm not for the stuff that's going on, but it is what it is.
For President Trump, the political cost of the war in Iran is getting harder to ignore. Energy prices have been soaring, driving up costs, squeezing household budgets. And that is not just here in Florida, which coincidentally is President Trump's home state, but across America. The White House being blamed for those historic low approval ratings of the president when it comes to the economy. Just take a look at these numbers. Last month, his approval dropped to 27%. That is lower than at any time during his first administration. His overall approval among voters dropping from 56%.
27% on the economy. That's lower than it's ever
when
been.
He re-entered the Oval Office last year to now around 45%. And it's even worse at Fox.
How is that even possible? Who are the fucking morons? Who are the 40? What? Who are these idiots? 1 in 2 people think he's doing an okay job? How stupid do you have to be?
His favorite network, which says only 42% of voters are happy with him. It was seen as one of President Trump's strong points during the election campaign. Remember this.
Groceries, cars, everything. We're going to get the prices down.
But now it is that same issue, the money in people's pockets, those everyday costs that are hitting Americans. Groceries, healthcare and housing, the top concerns, and of course, gas prices. Because that is a big barometer in car-loving America. Not just petrol at the pump, but fuel up there too. Flight prices are through the roof because of a shortage of jet fuel due to the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Schools finish for summer in the next few weeks. The rising costs mean fewer holidays and more staycations. More than 3/4 of registered voters hold the president responsible. More than half of Republicans, his own supporters, do too. And crucially, 82% of independents, who make up nearly half of the electorate now. I say crucial because there are important elections in November, the midterms, and many House Republicans are worried that they're going to lose their jobs because voters blame them for the economy, not the president.
Take all the people out of Congress and the Senate that aren't doing what they need to do and let them go ahead and figure out how they're going to pay for their medical care.
Do you think it would affect your vote? What's happening?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I don't really think actually very much, and can't be bothered to think too much. There's just a massive number of complete fucking morons that live in this country. It is fascinating to me. Just a bunch of grinning idiots. People who can walk through life not knowing anything about what the hell is going on. Not having a single care. While the world is literally on fire. That's called denial, folks. It's called denial. For everybody else who's paying attention, things are not good. Prices at the grocery store, for instance.
$7 for 10 slices of cheese? I need to get the fuck out of the U.S.
$75 a slice
for 3 steaks. Do you think that's ridiculous? Last I was here, it was
$1 per slice for cheese, $25 a steak at the grocery store, not cooked and presented to you on a plate at a restaurant, but raw.
$70 for 3 steaks. Now it's $75.
Because I'm looking for some ground beef for my lasagna and also for my spaghetti. I found the ground beef. Why is it $30?
$5.99 for a regular sized bag of Doritos. Are you freaking kidding me?
I told my nephew go pick out your favorite juice, but
99.10.
nah, nigga, we got water at the crib. I mean, let's go.
$99.10.
$3 to $4. This is $9.
Yeah, it might as well be at that price. At that, honestly, that kid's right. At that price, it might as well be $99.10. Sure. Does it say $10.99? Yeah, it does, but I mean, is there much of a for orange juice? Really? What's the difference between $11 and $90 when we're talking about orange juice?
Favorite juice, but
99.10.
nah, nigga, we got water at the crib. Let's go.
This used to be $3 to $4. This is $9.29 for a case of sodas.
Look at this, $3.29 for a regular damn Hershey's bar. You guys are smoking crack.
10 pretzels in there, right?
Call it cracking.
25 fucking dollars, dude. Go fuck yourself.
$25 for chocolate pretzels. How hard is it to melt chocolate and pour it over already existing pretzels? It can't be that hard. Can't be $25 hard. I know that much. I know that much. That doesn't check out. But it's not just at the grocery store, at the pump. Americans are feeling it nationwide. ABC 7 Chicago from earlier on Thursday. God damn, look how late it is already. Are we really 7 hours in? Oh my God. Is it really taking us this long to get through the U.S. news? We're going to have to do part 2. Well, not really, but we're going to have to do a lot of this tomorrow. I have a massive list. Like 140 videos. There's no way we're getting through. Oh. I just sort of wasn't really keeping track of how fast I was moving. How many videos is this? 20, 40? Oh, I lost place. 40. It's only 50? I only did 50 in 7 hours? That's bad. That is slow. That is really slow. Okay, ABC 7 Chicago. Here we go.
Filling up is doing a lot more to empty the wallets of drivers these days, and even those coming across the border here into Indiana looking for relief are experiencing sticker shock, and there does not appear to be any immediate relief in sight. Gassing up in Chicago is really putting the squeeze on drivers who watch in dismay as the cost of filling up in some cases is topping out well over $100. The pain? Profound.
Very much so. I live in the suburbs, and so when I am in the city and need to fill up in the city, it's so much more expensive than it is even in the suburbs.
According to Gas Buddy, the war with Iran keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed, along with a weekend power loss at BP's refinery in Whiting, Indiana, are among the reasons behind the spike at the pump in the last week in both Illinois and Indiana.
Just any way you slice it, pressure from every single side, on the refining side, on the oil side. You know, for motorists, it may be more of a buckle up and hang on for dear life. You know, prices certainly could hit records if this does not ease anytime soon.
DeHaan says gas hasn't been this high since July of 2022. Even drivers crossing the border to Indiana in search of lower prices are surprised. Gas here jumping more than 80 cents a gallon in the last week.
I actually was shocked as I was driving down this road here. This is usually like a good place to fill up, and it's obviously shot up significantly.
I only had to put $30 in it. I don't let it get that low because then it cost me $100 plus.
Some Illinois Republicans are calling on Governor.
I always love when people tell me things like that. Because you're still paying the same amount of money for the gas. And depending on when you buy it, right? Like, for instance, like if you were to time it right, I'm not saying people should do this, but like if you were to time it right, you know, you could wait until you see the lowest price gas, you know, and hopefully have that meet up with your tank being very low and then fill it all the way up, right? Rather than filling up random stations where it may very well be a lot more expensive. And if the price changes during that time, then you get hit even harder, right? I don't know. It's just a weird concept to me. It's like a lack of... It's like a lack of object permanence or something. It's like it's the same amount of gas. You realize that, right? Your car, it doesn't improve your car. It's performance for you to just be topping up all the time. It doesn't help. In fact, it weighs the car down more. If you keep putting more fuel in it rather than letting it go to empty. It'll weigh the least and it'll take the least amount of energy to move. Just physics. Anyway, not just Chicago getting hit with high gas prices. Trump's home state as well, of course, South Florida, where gas prices have reached the highest daily average in 4 years.
New at 6, gas prices today have reached the highest daily average in the last 4 years. That's according to AAA. Experts say it could continue to climb as the war in Iran continues and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz remains in limbo. CBS News Miami's Bree Buckley is your reporter in Fort Lauderdale, checking out the prices at the pump and what you can do to save.
We can't afford the prices right now.
Drivers continue to feel the pain at the pump after gas prices spike again.
Can't afford to fill my tank. I can't afford $60, $70 to fill my tank. I can't.
Darvin Somariba says his commute to work in Fort Lauderdale is short, but he feels for his friends going to and from Miami.
We work to pay for gas to get to work, and then we don't actually have that much amount of money to spend so much money on gas.
All eyes really are on the Strait of Hormuz and how this conflict is affecting traffic through that area. And
Mark Jenkins with AAA says gas prices are rising, with crude oil back above $100 a barrel. Some gas stations like this one off of State Road 84 in Fort Lauderdale are out of certain grades. Jenkins says we're not seeing a shortage. Some stations are likely trying to be strategic with purchasing.
retailers trying to be a little bit more aware of what prices are whenever they purchase their next delivery. And so in some cases, they might be waiting a little bit longer than they normally would, and that's leaving them a little bit short on supply.
On North State Road 7 in Davie, prices are a bit cheaper if you pay with cash at $4.02 a gallon. Down the street on Griffin Road in Dania Beach, it's $4.19. 4 cents higher than the average in Florida today.
If it's going to happen like this in the future, we are unable to do the business in this.
According to
Yeesh. Fact is Florida is not getting hit that hard. It's coastal states, especially on the West Coast. From Arizona all the way to Washington, everything in between getting hit really hard, and then the Northeast is getting slammed. The rest of the country is doing fairly well. The Midwest is still mostly below $4, while other places in the nation are reaching close to $6, which is wild.
I'm staying in the race.
Well, while we're in Florida, let's take a look at some of the other people that are being hit by these rising fuel costs. Florida farmers.
On his 300-acre cattle farm in North Florida, Evergreen Farm CEO Ray Hodges keeps a close eye not only on his cows, but also on fuel prices.
Well, things are energy-driven. Everything is energy-driven to an extent.
Tensions in the Middle East have disrupted global oil shipments, driving fuel prices higher. A rising cost that farmers like Hodges are beginning to feel.
Before we get any further, now this is a complete guessing game and we'll never know the answer to this question. But I already watched this before, and all of these guys gave me a particular vibe, and that is of Republican voter, right? They're a bunch of old rural white men who work on farms. Not all, now, I know not all of, not that doesn't, not, you know, doesn't encompass all rural farmers, but it's just the vibes that I got from these guys. I wonder if that's the case, how they feel about their vote for Mr. President Trump.
Tensions in the Middle East have disrupted global oil shipments, driving fuel prices higher. a rising cost that farmers like Hodges are beginning to feel ripple through their operations.
The impact may not be felt immediately, but over time it's going to increase a lot of things. For instance, I'm going to have to order more feed for my developing heifers and my bulls in the next day or so, and that'll be by truckload. And the delivery cost from Lake City is where we get it, will be reflected in the transportation.
While Hodges says his larger acreage offers some flexibility to absorb costs, smaller operations feel the strain more quickly. One such operation is Florida Georgia Citrus in Monticello, where citrus farmer Dale Aldrich manages around 70 acres. Aldrich said the trouble started when global tensions escalated.
So it didn't take long for all of a sudden price of fuel went up $2 a gallon, which is significant. A tractor will hold 80 gallons. So all of a sudden, that's $160 more to fill it up.
He added that rising costs trap farmers in a no-win cycle, where prices must be raised to survive, but that leads to their products becoming unaffordable. Despite different sizes and pressures, both farmers agree that farming will continue.
Farming is one of those basic trades where without it, we wouldn't have anything to eat. And it's very essential for this generation and the next generation to have a consistent and affordable supply of food.
Yeah, that is true. It is pretty important for us to have an affordable supply of food. Unfortunately, all of Trump's policies are making our food supply less affordable and less secure. Sad but true. Good God. All right, people. I think... How far have we gone? And what else do I have here? I think what I'm going to have to do tonight is do just the U.S. news. Because we still got like a dozen videos left before we even start like broaching other topics like outside the U.S. Environmental news and such, space news, Earth news. Yeah, I've been moving very slowly tonight. I don't know what that's about exactly, but suffice to say, do we take one or two breaks? Do we only take one break? Jesus Christ. Yeah. All right. Well, consumers and farmers and businesses and basically everyone is getting hit with higher energy bills, higher fuel costs. There's a certain group of companies that are reporting near record profits. I'm, of course, talking about the oil companies. British Petroleum, aka BP's profits more than doubled from the same time last year. With oil prices higher and their costs literally not changing whatsoever. They are killing
Now, the UK energy giant BP has just released its latest results, and it made profits of $3.2 billion in the past 3 months. That is way more than expected and double this time last year, as soaring energy prices.
Average of $4.95 a gallon here in Northwest Indiana. Northwest Indiana, was that Indianapolis? That makes sense. Sounds like one of the higher averages for the Midwest, not counting Illinois.
Is boosting earnings. They're the first results under the new chief executive, Meg O'Neill, and will be seen by some as a vindication of its pivot back to fossil fuels. BP has been torn by a shareholder row over the future of the company, which flared up at its annual meeting last week. Some, including hedge fund Elliott Management, support its move to double down on oil and gas. Others are angry at its decision to row back on renewables. The insurer...
No, you're in Gary, Indiana. Isn't Gary a tiny town? Why are gas prices so high there?
General said this week it was deeply concerned and warned that climate change is, quote, a systematic long-term risk to our clients' portfolios. Meanwhile, rival Shell has this week agreed to buy the Canadian energy company ARC Resources, a move, according to one analyst, that puts to bed any hopes it will also buy BP anytime soon. Well, let's check the price of oil currently. In the last sort of 10 minutes, we saw it trading at this, just over $110 a barrel, the international benchmark for Brent crude. Let's bring in Ashley Kelty, who's research analyst at Panmure.
Solidarity from Berlin for International Workers' Day.
Nadia, thank you for the resub on Twitch.
Iberian morning, Ashley. So we knew BP's numbers this time would be strong. The higher price of oil is helping BP and its arch rivals. But what about the future for this company? We had Meg O'Neill outlining her strategy for the company. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think the results this morning were exceptional, certainly well ahead of market consensus. I think the other point to note is that the actual results in the second quarter for BP and the other companies is going to be much better, because the high oil prices only really came in from the end of the period, basically for March. I mean, they were rising ahead of that, but certainly we're going to see even better performance in 2Q and beyond, depending on how long the conflict continues. In terms of BP's pivot back to oil and gas, I think shareholders are broadly supportive of it. I think there's been somewhat confusing about the protests at the AG.
Okay, that's enough from this one. This is crazy. How did I move so slow tonight? It's insane. Well, while everybody is being hit with higher prices, Donald Trump is continuing to amass more wealth for himself. Let's talk a little bit about that with the Majority Report from Monday.
All of the presidents, including successful business owners over here, 100 years versus less than a 1-year period of wealth accumulation for one president.
The New York Times had a piece entitled "Firm Building Trump's Ballroom Got a Secret No-Bid Contract for a Nearby Job." And I think this is indicative of the way that Donald Trump has been robbing this country blind. In this instance, yeah, this is it. Trump says that they're not spending any money on the ballroom. It's really cheap. I got a good deal. To build his mammoth White House ballroom, President Trump last summer chose Maryland-based Clark Construction. Since then, Mr. Trump has repeatedly sung the company's praises, even saying he wanted it to refurbish projects all over Washington. In January, government documents show the Trump administration secretly gave the company a no-bid contract to do another job at a sharply inflated price. The National Park Service wanted to repair 2 ornamental fountains in Lafayette Park across from Pennsylvania Avenue from the White House. The Biden administration in 2022, so granted, this is, 2022, that was almost 4 years ago, had estimated the work would cost $3.3 million. But Mr. Trump's government agreed to pay Clark $11.9 million to do it, and later added tasks that increased the contract to $17.4 million. The agency did so without considering offers from other firms, citing a rarely used urgency to get the fountains repaired. The point is this is the way you can manipulate government contracts. You can overpay in some areas to underpay in others. And theoretically, In this instance, Trump's just doing it to get his pet project, the ballroom, done. But if Trump has the ability to overpay for a fountain repair by a factor of 7, let's say, right? I mean, 3 million to almost 18 million, maybe a factor of 6. Then he also has the ability to sort of say, like, we're going to overpay that no bid contract by a factor of 5 or 6 or 10 for something else that company is doing for me, not so much within the business. Or, you know, we've all heard about like the cryptocurrency that people have. We know there has been multiple reports of people buying pardons. Play that clip with the cups, just to give you a sense of what is going on. This is clip number, which one is it?
Oh, 15?
Yes, 15.
Yeah.
This is a guy named Sully Dog on TikTok. I don't know who he is, but we've seen many reports to this effect. These give you a good visualization. This is what he did.
Every cup that you're looking at is $10 million. And this small stack over here to start with, this is a representation of a full century of U.S. presidents' personal wealth growth while they were in office. We're talking Coolidge, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Reagan, Bush, Biden, all of them except one. 4 cups, roughly $40 million in total, and that's what all the modern presidents combined gained while serving over an entire century. Total, not per president. Now shift your eyes to this monstrosity. 1 year, 1 president, same cups, same scale. 1 century versus 1 year. Not opinion, it's visual math, and your eyes are doing it in real time. So take a good look. All of the presidents, including successful business owners, over here, 100 years versus less than a 1-year period of wealth accumulation for 1 president. Donating a salary is just a headline. It doesn't offset the billions quietly being accumulated elsewhere. If you're telling yourself it's because he's a good businessman, then ask one question. If nearly 50 years in business didn't produce anything close to this, but 1 year in public office did, that's not skill, that's corruption. Nothing you can say can explain this. And if you're at...
I mean, this guy has been one of the most corrupt presidents. Well, not one of the guy has been the most corrupt president. I mean, he's completely, in addition to just lining his pockets, we don't even know like how much his kids have gotten, or Witkoff's kids, or Lutnick's kids. Everybody's getting paid.
Yeah. It's a mountain. It's a clusterfuck of corruption. It's an embarrassment of corruption. So much corruption, we should all be embarrassed. Gary has a population of 67,000. That's a little bit more than I thought. I suppose that makes sense, though. Yes. Now back to more of Donald Trump's insane policies. Now, of course, the tariffs were just really a circuitous way for Republicans to try and patch up the deficit that was created by the tax cuts for Donald Trump and his billionaire friends. Because no one else is really seeing any of those tax benefits, unfortunately. However, with the Supreme Court striking down much of Trump's tariff policies over the last year, tariff refunds are supposedly coming back. To whom? Well, giant corporations, of course, mostly. I believe the recipients of record, or if you get the exact legal term, business term, whatever you want to call it is, but If you weren't personally importing things into the country, into your warehouse or something like that, you're probably not on the list.
Among the many uncertainties clouding the U.S. economic picture are tariffs, both the prospect of new ones and upcoming refunds from recent tariffs deemed illegal. And there are a number of questions for businesses and consumers alike. Our Stephanie Tsai has more.
In February, the Supreme Court struck down the sweeping tariffs imposed by President Trump under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Now, businesses are scrambling to get their money back. Last week, U.S. Customs and Border Protection started accepting refund claims for $166 billion in tariffs collected over the past year, including from companies such as Basic Fun, which sells toys familiar to many of us, Tonka trucks, Care Bears, and Lite-Brite. The CEO, Jay Foreman, joins me now. Jay, great to have you back on the News Hour. So how much money are you owed? And tell us what the process has been like to claim the refund.
Sure. Well, if all goes well, we've got $7.4 million coming back to us, which we'll use to reinvest in our business and our employees. So far, I have to say the process has been smooth. The CBP set up the portal. The portal operated pretty well. You know, a couple glitches here and there last Monday when we were able to start loading everything in, but we've got all our invoices and claims loaded. And all we're doing is waiting for the magic day when they push.
Did you say 17 million? It's a fuck ton of money. And just to play a game here, if you were to take the lowest tariff rate that existed during this time, which I believe is 15%, that would mean that would be like, what, $100 million in sales? Or not even in sales, in imports. Who knows what he's selling that shit
and
for?
Actually,
this could be $1 billion business. I don't know what the name of this business is, but supposing say he's turning around and selling a product that he buys for $1 for $10, that would turn that 100 million into 10 billion, into $1 billion in revenue. Technically, I mean, his margins probably aren't that high, but just doing the math
money
here.
starts to flow back in the form of refunds. That's, you know, at this point, that's what we're waiting for. Everything else is locked and loaded.
Do you have any idea when that button is going to get pushed, and how does it come out? Is it just all in?
Did you say 7 or 17? I don't want to misquote him.
To have you back on the News Hour. So how much money are you owed? And tell us what the process has been like to claim the refund.
Sure. Well, if all goes well, we've got $7.4 million.
I thought he said 17.4. 7.4. Okay, so it's like half of whatever I just said.
Maybe 90 days at most, but we haven't been told. There's no posting on the portal that tells you when to expect those refunds to come in. And we're really not sure whether they're going to come in. It's all going to come in one shot, or it's going to, you know, sort of dribble in invoice by invoice. And we've got 560 individual import invoices logged into the computer. We're hoping that it's going to come back in, you know, one lump sum.
Because here's the thing. Here's why I'm saying it was the reason why I think it's the lower rate. The reason I'm quoting that rate is because a lot of the people, because we've been keeping up with the tariffs since the very beginning. A lot of people were saying, we're just not doing new orders right now. We're holding off on new orders. We're going to wait out the environment, hope that our inventory holds up, and then, you know, work from there. Right? And so I feel like a lot of people who were eating the tariffs, or at least just by eating, I mean at least paying them to import, were most likely the lower tariff rates. Because like if Trump is like, if it's like China and Trump is like raising the tariffs every fucking 30 seconds, like, you know, you're not buying at 140%, right? You're not saying, fuck it, it could go to 200 tomorrow. You're like, maybe we should wait. This seems rash. right? That's what all the businesses were saying. That's why business activity like practically stalled out as a result of the Liberation
But we
Day.
really have no idea right now. We're just, sort of sitting and waiting.
Well, I know that your business basically sells toys to the major retailers who then sell to customers, right? Some of those retailers, as you know, passed on surcharges to customers. You said that you're planning to invest these millions back into the business. Will customers ever reap any benefit from the tariff refunds?
No, certainly not monetarily. They're not going to be doing that. None of these businesses are going to be doing that, okay? They're going to be reinvesting it into the stock market, okay? When he says in reinvesting it, this guy is an importer. He's an importer who then sells to the major brands, which means he was most likely passing on the cost to all of the retailers that you've been buying from, Amazon, whoever, Walmart, Target. I don't know who he works with. But you can see he's working with some pretty big brands in the background there. He had like Harry Potter and Tonka and all these other things piled up in the background. And these guys are just going to hold on to the fucking money. They have nothing to reinvest in. They run warehouses. They run bonded warehouses and then just, like they just import shit for other people and then resell it. They're glorified drop shippers. This guy is not going to reinvest it into shit. All right, this is a little more complicated than drop shipping, but you get what I'm saying. And while everything continues to get worse, Donald Trump is continuing to celebrate himself.
I did everything right.
Including a recent announcement yesterday involving the U.S. passport, which will now feature Donald Trump's mugshot for the 250th anniversary of the country. This is insane. Like, this is full on, like, this is full on tin pot dictator type shit. He's putting his mugshot on the 250th anniversary U.S. passports. Nobody asked for this. He's just doing it.
This is ridiculous.
Yes, exactly. This is ridiculous. Thank you. It's exactly how I feel. This is ridiculous. I fully agree. Good use of sound shot, Radar Ranger. This is ridiculous.
Renewing your passport soon? Well, you might get one that features President Donald Trump. He will be the first living president to be featured in the travel document. There will be a limited release of these commemorative US passports in Washington, D.C. to celebrate America's 250th birthday. The passport will feature...
This man literally thinks he is king. He's God King Trump. That's how he sees himself. I mean, great Supreme Leader Donald Trump. Stalin would be impressed.
Trump's rendering over his signature on...
Move over, Kim Jong. Trump is
page.
here.
The cover will have the words United States of America at the top and passport at the bottom, reversing the standard cover. An American flag with the number 250 encircled by stars will be at the bottom of the back cover. The only US presidents featured in current US passports are in a double-page depiction of Mount Rushmore: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln. You can get a standard passport, but you'll have to apply for one online or outside Washington. Along with this, there are also efforts to add Trump's signature on all new US paper currency and his image on a gold commemorative
coin. This man is a complete megalomaniac. People tell us we're not allowed to call him a threat to democracy or a fascist, while he emblazons literally everything with his own image and signature. What are we supposed to do about that? It's supposed to be just like, oh, it's fine, totally normal, not a threat to democracy, definitely not a dictator. No fascist tendencies in this guy. I mean, no president has ever done this. Can you imagine Biden releasing any of these things of himself? Barack Obama? What if Barack Obama, just imagine what would happen if Barack Obama put his face on on every U.S. or even any number of U.S. passports. If he had put his face on one U.S. passport aside from his own, and actually, I take it back, Obama didn't even need to put his face on any other passport aside from his own for Republicans to lose their shit over his birth certificate, right? Like, I mean, and yet this guy, right? Like, you can just, I mean, it's crazy. This is insane. This is lunacy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
So I'm running out of ways to adequately describe how perverse this is, what we're going to talk about here. Trump's Doral National Golf Course in Miami installs gold statue of Trump, which is remarkably similar to one of
Oh my God. Strong man, Kim Jong. He's a good guy. Perfect, totally perfect, beautiful man. Gorgeous, handsome. I just want a statue like that. Give me a beautiful golden statue as good as Kim Jong's. I'm not going to lie. This statue looks better than this statue. If I'm being objective, this statue was done better, in a better, like, I don't know what this is. It's like gold. Is this like gold foil? I can't tell what's going on here. But this one actually looks halfway good. This looks like garbage. I'll bet it was the flag guy. I'll bet it was the flag guy who made this. You know who I'm talking about? Fucking, oh my God. Please tell me people know who this guy is.
Korea. So here, let me show you. This is his Doral National Golf Course in Miami. Now, by the way, let me point out, the PGA Tour is hosting an event there this week. This is when this thing was debuted. He puts up a gold statue to himself at a golf course.
Scott Lebedo. Hold on. Let me get his picture. He's from Staten Island. This guy is a fucking... This guy is a piece of work. I'll bet he made the... Yeah. It looks like his work, you know? This guy. This fucking unhinged weirdo. Everybody remember this guy? We've seen him, like, he appears at random protests with his flags and works of art, quote unquote. The statue just gives me Scott vibes.
The same week, the PGA Tour is hosting an event there. Like, this is beyond words at this point, right? Like, I don't think the average person can correctly conceptualize of just how deep of a malignant narcissist this man is and what the consequences of that are for the country and the world more broadly.
I'll be right back. I need more tea.
I mean, it's an insane, it is just out of this world to do something like this. So here's what it looks like. And then you also have, again, this is the North Korea statue. You know, people point out all the time that Trump has now made the White House look like, you know, St. Petersburg in Russia. He went there in like the 1980s. I guess he likes the look. It is so fucking gaudy and over the top and gold everywhere. And it's just so unpalatable, classless, I think would be the best way to describe it. But I'm just getting started. So it's not only the gold statue of himself, which is like next level insane, but then we also have this. CNN says the U.S. will soon begin issuing passports featuring an image of President Donald Trump inside, a State Department official said. Look at this. U.S. to issue passports featuring Trump's picture to commemorate America's 250th anniversary. Putting himself on the passport. This is, guys, it doesn't take a genius to figure this out. This isn't exactly rocket science, but this is literally like authoritarianism 101, dictatorship 101, banana republic 101 type shit. This is like, you know, we don't believe in democracy. We don't believe in liberty. We don't believe in freedom. We don't believe in checks and balances. We don't believe in a constitution or individual rights. This is like, you know, this guy is the end-all be-all, and you need to worship him like he's some sort of deity. Day one for the next Democratic president, no debate, no discussion, no gray area. It's very black and white. You have to absolutely purge all of this shit, okay? You need to purge all of this. I don't want his face on anything. As I said the other day, I don't even want his name on his own buildings. I think they're such a horrific crime family, and they're basically like a cartel, like a criminal syndicate. I think you should liquidate all of their shit and give it to the poor. That's what I think. That's what I think. I think you should liquidate.
That's what I said earlier.
The Trump family's entire net worth.
Do people remember when I said this earlier? I'm glad that Kyle and I are on the same page now with this one. It feels right. It just feels right. Because I said this like weeks ago. I was like, might have been months ago now. I can't remember. I was like, this guy has like illicitly enriched himself to the tunes of billions of dollars. Literally handed out pardons for money among so many instances. I'm not even going to start down the road of all of these things we've talked about over and over again. And it's just, that money doesn't belong to him. He's either fleeced his fucking cultist members, right? Or like corruptly gained money. Also, like I was saying earlier, Republicans are rushing to fund the ballroom that's already supposedly funded. So where's that $400 million gonna go? Is he gonna subsume that into this offshore account that it's sitting in? Because it's not in the Treasury. It's somewhere. He says he claims to have raised $500 million for the Epstein ballroom. You got Republicans rushing to fund it with taxpayer money, even though he claimed he was going to use only donated money. So it's like corruption on top of lies, on top of more corruption. It's just disturbing.
And give a bunch of it to the families that lost little girls when they triple tapped in elementary school in Iran. That's what you need to do. Because this is fucking unacceptable, bro. By the way, I
very similar to the GalacticStreamLord statue. Where is there a GalacticStreamLord statue? Point me in the direction of that. I'd love to see that.
I can't help myself. I have to show you this response. So this is what the passport's going to look like. Somebody posted this. This is what it should look
like. Just like as like literally like in the same way that this is hilarious, I would find that equally hilarious. If you know. This is really what we should do. I think this is probably the best thing. Although we would just be haunted by this man's image for a very long time. So I guess actually, no. We should get those Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Remember when Congress passed a law? Not just a resolution, but a law? To release the Epstein files? It's weird.
Right? This is the country under Trump. The fucking Epstein regime is the correct way of describing it. So we got a golden statue. We got his name on passports. He's really letting it all hang out in this second term, as you all know. Then we get this. So Brendan says here, son and I went to a national park in January and asked to buy the $80 annual pass. Rangers said they were ordered to throw out all the hard passes because they didn't have Trump's photo on them yet. Had to buy online, and Rangers printed a temporary pass. This came in the mail a month later. Trump.
This is deranged. America the Beautiful. All caps. The National Parks and Federal Recreational Lands Pass. From George Washington to number 47. has an annual pass, which means you have to have that in your wallet for a year. And you assume they're going to renew this image through the rest of Trump's presidency.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Shit is fucking deranged, dude. Honestly, though, the passport's worse. And people were so in such disbelief upon hearing this. France 24 English felt compelled to do a truth or fake segment on this situation. Just a quick reminder of some of the things that France 24's truth or fake segment has covered. Let's see. Fake AI video, numerous, honestly, an incalculable number of AI slop videos from wartime stuff to Jeffrey Epstein in Israel. I mean, they like they cover the fakest stories, right? As well as they've also covered some real stories that people thought were fake. This is one of them. I need the Law and Order bang bang sound.
Truth or fake means we find Vedeka held by the big board. Vedeka, good evening to you.
Good evening.
Donald Trump's portrait soon to appear on a limited number of US passports. No sitting president has ever appeared on a US passport before. Tell us what we know.
That's right. This is the latest instance of Donald Trump aggressively plastering his personal stamp across government institutions, documents and other tributes. Now, to mark 250 years since the Declaration of Independence, in other words, the United States' birthday, the US State Department has revealed it will be rolling out a series of limited edition passports bearing Donald Trump's face. Now, these special editions will be issued only in Washington, and they'll feature Trump's portrait on the inside cover, surrounded by the text of the Declaration of Independence and his signature rendered in gold underneath. Now, there are very few precedents anywhere in the world, let alone in a democracy, where we have the sitting leader's portrait in the passport. But State Department spokesperson.
Not just in U.S. history, but in world democratic history. This is nearly unprecedented, says France 24. Which is why people were so sure this has got to be fake. Why would Trump use his mugshot on the U.S. passport? Because he's a demented lunatic. I keep saying it, and it's just true. He's a sundowning, Alzheimer's-ridden, brain-rotten idiot. Sex pest. Criminal. Convicted criminal. 34 times. President now twice, thanks to millions of idiots across the United States. Using his fucking... he's a criminal. We knew this before he got into office. And now he's using his literal mugshot on the passport like the dictator he said he would be starting on day one.
Tommy Pigott told Fox News that these passports will feature customized artwork and enhanced imagery, but he says that they'll maintain the same security features that he says make the US passport the most secure document in the world. Now, normally, and currently, US passports feature historical imagery like the moon landing, for example, or famous American symbols like the Liberty Bell or the Statue of Liberty or US landscapes. So yes, this is the first time that we are seeing a sitting US president feature in American travel documents. Now, there's no additional cost for these Trump-themed passports.
Oh, thank God. Can you imagine? Can you imagine having to pay extra for the dishonor of having your face on the document with Trump's face on it? That's just adding insult to injury, you know? It's rubbing salt in an open wound. I mean, I cannot imagine anything more nonsensical than paying extra for the Trump-branded passport. You yourself would have to be a demented lunatic, a true Trump cultist, to be interested in that purchase. Like, that's worse than like, in my opinion, that's worse than the gold shoes. Like, you're supposed to have that for life. Or I don't know exactly how, a long time. I know you have to update them from time to time, but point is, like, you have to carry that around for, think about how long you're going to, I mean, there's no way that you're going to wear those gold shoes every day. They're going to get worn out. You don't have to present them to anybody for any reason, right? You can hide them in your closet. You know, you can buy those and then forget that you bought them and never have to show anyone, any other human beings, that you bought them. But in this case, you would have to physically present that document to other human beings, proving that you had paid more money for that farce. I can't imagine something more ridiculous than that.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Okay, stream's not done, but we are approaching the end here. Now, I hear it's potentially going to be optional. That much is not clear to me. Knowing Trump, it'll just be mandated. You'll hear about people complaining about it and be like, what? You don't want my face? It's mandatory, and it now costs twice as much. It'll happen. God. All right. Now let's go to a man who's been accused of a terrible crime. The crime of overly expensive renovations. That man is, of course, Fed Chair, almost former Fed Chair, Jerome Powell, who spoke at his last FOMC press conference yesterday. Here is that historic live stream. It's really not that historic. It's not that exciting.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy.
Sweet. Thank you. We're not going to listen to this whole press conference. I just wanted you to witness the moment that Fed Chair Jerome Powell walked out onto the stage. Now I'll let him finish. I'll give him the last few minutes. He spoke for a fucking hour. So we don't got time for that. So we're going to go to the very end of his statements and or questions and answers.
Politicians are always running for election, and they'll always want low rates. Now, being buffeted by politicians are always running for election, and they'll always want low rates, and that will lead to inflation over time. So after, literally centuries of experience with that, the whole world moved to the different model, and it's worked great. I mean, this is the era in which inflation was under control for 40 years. Then we had the pandemic, inflation everywhere in the world, and now we have inflation that had gone pretty much all the way back to target, really close to all the way back to target, and now is being buffeted by the energy shock, and the U.S. buffeted by the tariff shock as well. So, but what I would say to the general public is that's the backstory, is that don't think about an institution being independent. Think about it this way, that you want people to make monetary policy and set interest rates to benefit the general public and to try to achieve economic goals, which are maximum employment and price stability, and focus only on that and ignore political considerations, completely ignore them. This isn't bipartisan, this is nonpartisan. So we want to just work directly for the American people doing these things. We don't think, oh, I want to do this because the president says it's a good idea, or because there's an election coming up and I want to speed up or slow down the economy. I mean, think about that. If that's what we were doing, we'd have no credibility. Markets would lose faith in us, and our ability to control inflation and have any respect would be gone. And let me say, whatever people say, the markets believe in that we will produce 2% inflation. If you look at longer run expectations, markets believe that there's no sense in which our credibility in the markets has weakened. It's just not the case. It's people do get it, that this is our commitment and that we will achieve it, and it's priced in. If you disagree with that, then you can go ahead and bet against the markets, but the markets are pricing in Fed credibility.
Okay, we'll go to Richard for the last question.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Richard Escobedo with CBS News. We've talked a lot about gasoline prices and even you mentioned airline ticket prices, both of which are up dramatically because of the war in Iran. And so I wonder, are you seeing that weigh down consumer spending in other parts of the economy? And if so, how worried are you that that will be a drag on growth?
You don't see it in spending yet. You really don't. I mean, as one of your colleagues said, the economy has been resilient. It really has. Not just this time, but it's been remarkably resilient for some years now. The U.S. economy has just powered through shock after shock, and consumers are still spending, and
that is two things. That is credit, and that is the K-shaped economy. Consumer spending, this is even before the Iran war, right? You've been seeing it trend down for lower income segment of the population, but the upper tranche of income earners are continuing to spend more and more of the pie of consumer spending and have been driving that up. Well, everybody as a part spends less, and I think we're at a real bad spot. And Jay Powell here, it's a little too blue sky thinking, in my opinion.
That's what the banks will tell you. Credit card.
Like, do I think he's right about a lot of what he's saying? Yes, absolutely. Like, should it be a nonpartisan? Yeah, it should absolutely be nonpartisan. But, he's a true believer in the monetary system, the one that's failing right now. So, yeah.
Companies will tell you the retail sales numbers that we got most recently, people are still spending. And, how long can that go on in a world where if gas prices were to go up a bunch more, that's taking otherwise spendable money out of people's pockets. But right now, we don't actually see much slowdown yet, certainly none from this, but you think logically you will, because people have a certain amount of money to spend. If they're spending 25% more on gas or something like that, then that's going to come out of other spending. But we don't see it yet.
One last thing. You mentioned those economies in Southeast Asia that are particularly dependent.
Well, we were just listening to consumers on the ground who are saying that they literally can't afford the gas to put in their car to get to work. So you figured that's going to start affecting other spending, as Jerome puts it, at
petroleum.
Some point.
They make a lot of the stuff that American consumers buy. So was there any discussion today about whether or not those costs getting passed along to consumers is a real concern, and whether or not that might push up inflation?
So all of those things are in the models that we use to calculate inflation. So they're just parts. You can ask about anything like that, and they have a place. The staff has a place where they're looking at that and pricing in what will happen with higher prices and that kind of thing. So it's there. The effects are not that big yet. We're a huge economy. The import sector is only 10% of the economy. So we're not like a European country where 50% of the external of GDP is in the external sector. We're also, as I mentioned, we're an oil exporter, so we're not feeling the same kind of pain, and we're not likely to feel the same kind of pain that economies in Western Europe and certainly in Asia are feeling. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. I won't see you next time.
Jerome Powell, look how pleased Jerome is with that joke. Look at him, he's strutting out of here like, I nailed it. I won't see you next time. And Mrs. Powell said that joke wasn't gonna land. Look at him. He's like strutting out of there. He's so excited. Oh my god, the worst fucking joke. I won't see you next time. Get it? Because I'm not gonna fit chair anymore. Oh, Jerome. It's probably good that you didn't choose comedy as a career. Now, during that press conference, Jerome unpacked the Fed's latest interest rate decision, which was to hold federal funds rates steady.
The Federal Reserve held interest rates steady on Wednesday in a near-unanimous vote, though three policymakers wanted the U.S. Central Bank to remove its bias toward lowering borrowing costs, making this the most divided decision since 1992. Chair Jerome Powell acknowledged that while the economy remains strong, prices had climbed well beyond its inflation target, in part because of the war with Iran.
Inflation has moved up recently and is elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal.
Okay. Now, I'm going to say something here. I don't think it's controversial necessarily, but I think it can be conceived of and or perceived, I guess, really is the way to phrase that. Perceived as being, or what's the word? I guess the fact is monetary policy is kind of confusing. I don't think people fully understand it. Because I've been hearing some people say that we need the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates, including on the left. And the fact is, I just feel like we're not understanding the situation. Or we're not addressing the problem. By having the desire for the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates, we're basically are saying that we want banks to make more money. Right? Because what we're not doing is we're not limiting the interest rates that banks charge consumers. And this is the issue. In my opinion, if you want to spur growth, increase people's spending power, right? Especially, at the lower tier where of income earning, where income is the most strapped, right? And is the most, what's the word? There's a word for this. The velocity of the money is the fastest, right? In terms of how quickly it travels through the economy, right? If you want to spur those people to start spending from lower and middle income and not just the top of the K spending in this K-shaped economy we're living in right now, you need to force interest rates down artificially, not via Fed interest rate moves, but by forcing via legislation or through agencies, whatever it might be, forcing like the CFPB would be a good place to start, right? But like literally forcing consumer interest rates down by telling banks and credit card companies, you cannot charge above this interest rate. Or right crime.
Illegal.
Right? Because otherwise, you're banking on capitalism, the premise of capitalism continuing to function, but it's not functioning as it stands, right? The capitalism currently is not functioning. And so the expectation that lowering the federal funds rate will somehow lower interest rates for the people that need them lowered most is misguided at best. And I think naive at worst. Right? Because you're assuming that banks will lower the interest rates, because the federal funds rate is not the rate that you pay on your mortgage. It's not the rate that you pay on your credit card or on your car loan. It's the rate that banks pay the Federal Reserve when they borrow money from the Fed. Right? Because the Fed is constantly loaning money to the biggest institutions in the country. And they're paying back that money at the federal funds rate, which is currently at 3.25%. Or 3.5%. It's something like 3.5% or 3.25%. Which is historically quite low. In the 80s, the federal funds rate was way. It was like 5 times higher than that. Hold on. Let me make sure. Let me check this. 14%. No. Federal funds rate in 1980 peaked at 20% in March. All right. So historically, we're low. It was 7 times higher back in 1980. And lowering interest rates is not going to do anything but make banks more money, because they're not going to rush to lower your interest rates. Well, some people are already, like, especially on mortgages or on fixed rates, hopefully, because of course variable rates can be quite problematic, as we saw in the, the Great Recession. But the rate that you pay on your card, on your bank, on your mortgage, although the mortgage is slightly less, it's more tied to the 30-year Treasury. But once again, that's an open market. It's not dictated by the Federal Reserve unless they start doing, unless they start using monetary manipulative strategies like quantitative easing, like buying bonds, like we did after the housing crisis. But unfortunately, we're in a situation right now, like, where that doesn't make any sense, right? You already have an overinflated housing market. You already have inflation as high as it is. You don't need to push that, right? And the fact is, it would be deflationary if you forced banks to stop collecting so much interest, right? Because people wouldn't have to come up with more money. They would have to come up with less money. People following me here on this? I feel like you are. I feel like everybody follows me. All right. Well, we're almost done with the clips here for tonight. Over 8 hours. And a hell of a lot talked about. Now, for the second to last clip and the final one on Jerome Powell. Round of applause to everybody. Jerome Powell, during this speech, also warned against unprecedented legal attacks on the Fed, as he's been the personal recipient of that from the Trump administration at the end of his tenure.
I welcomed the announcement last Friday by the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia that she had closed the criminal investigation. She also noted, however, that she would not hesitate to restart the investigation. Over the weekend, the Department of Justice provided assurances that they will not reopen the investigation unless there's a criminal referral from the Fed's Inspector General. I've said that I will not leave the board until this investigation is well and truly over with transparency and finality, and I stand by that. But these legal actions by the administration are unprecedented in our 113-year history, and there are ongoing threats of additional such actions. I worry that these attacks are battering the institution and putting at risk the thing that really matters to the public, which is the ability to conduct monetary policy without taking into consideration political factors. After my term as chair ends on May 15, I will continue to serve as a governor for a period of time to be determined. I plan to keep a low profile as a governor. There's only ever one chair of the Federal Reserve Board. When Kevin Warsh is confirmed and sworn in, he will be that chair.
Okay.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy
video
Goodman. Just
that I would have used as a segue to the rest of the topics of this stream. But let's talk about the detrimental effect of a particular business practice and the chemical which created a empire. I am talking about Roundup.
Is that the U.S. Supreme Court heard arguments on Monday in a case that could determine whether thousands of cancer patients can keep suing the manufacturers of the popular weed killer glyphosate, or Roundup. The pesticide was developed by Monsanto, which was bought by Bayer in 2018. Critics of Roundup have long alleged a link between the herbicide and cancer. On Monday, justices appeared to be split on whether a federal law that regulates the sale and marketing of herbicides preempts state-level lawsuits against manufacturers. The case centers on whether the federal government or states should decide what warning labels should be put on herbicides. The main plaintiff in the case is a Missouri man named John Durnell. He's alleged 2 decades of exposure to the chemical caused him to develop blood cancer. A jury found Bayer had failed to warn him of the risks associated with Roundup and awarded him $1.25 million in damages. The Trump administration, which is called Roundup Safe, is siding with Bayer. Meanwhile, Mother Jones and the Center for Investigative Reporting have just released a major investigation looking at how the U.S. Forest Service has been rapidly expanding its use of the herbicide despite concerns about Roundup safety. In a moment, we'll be joined by investigative reporter Nate Halverson. But first, let's turn to excerpts of a short documentary he made as part of the investigation he did with data reporter Melissa Lewis.
We found that over the past 20 years, the use of glyphosate has more than quadrupled in California forests.
Check out this map that Melissa made. We only have these numbers on California because the state is crazy enough to make everyone report their pesticide use, and thank God they do, because no other state apparently does it. And so we have almost no clue what it looks like elsewhere. Almost no clue. I dug up this crazy long appendix to another crazy long EPA report, and guess what? It gives me an estimate for national use. And you know where it estimated that 90% of forest spraying was happening? In southern states. So California is only a drop in the bucket. These southern states are some of the biggest timber producers in the country, and companies are using it right after they log the land, spraying glyphosate everywhere to make way for the next generation of trees. The timber companies and the Forest Service are using Roundup in the woods to help trees grow back faster. And then one day, they can cut them all down again, make more money, and repeat the process. They are treating millions of acres of forest just like a row of corn.
An excerpt from a new short documentary by journalist Nate Halverson from Mother Jones, who'll join us in a minute. But first, another excerpt from the documentary.
For decades, Monsanto, the original maker of Roundup, has insisted the product is safe when used as directed. But in 2015, the World Health Organization released a landmark assessment saying glyphosate is probably carcinogenic. It sparked all those lawsuits.
The most popular weed killer in the world may cause cancer. That is the determination by the International Agency for Research on Cancer.
The optics were really bad, and PR catastrophes like this didn't help.
You can drink a whole quart of it and it won't hurt you.
It's, you want to drink some? We have some here.
I'd be happy to, actually, but not really. But
not really.
I know it wouldn't hurt me.
If you say so, I have some glyphosate.
No, I'm not stupid.
Okay, so you.
No, but I know.
So it's dangerous.
I know people try to commit suicide with it and fail fairly regularly.
Tell the truth.
It's not dangerous to humans. No.
Barely
So
regularly.
You drink one glass of
no.
Fairly regularly, which sort of implies that sometimes, on an irregular basis, people succeed.
I'm not an idiot.
Here's where the safety debate and our investigation takes a turn, because Monsanto's strategy went way beyond public relations. Monsanto was secretly behind some of the most influential scientific reports. It was padding the scientific studies in its favor.
An excerpt from the short documentary by investigative journalist Nate Halverson, an Emmy award-winning producer for Reveal. The video accompanies his new article from Mother Jones headlined, "We're Bombarding America's Forests with Roundup." Nate Halverson joins us from San Francisco. Hi, Nate. If you can start off by talking about the oral arguments the Supreme Court heard this week around Roundup, and then how that relates to this major investigation you've done for Mother Jones Reveal.
Yeah, so the Supreme Court, as you said, was hearing whether or not people will be able to sue in state courts. And because essentially on the federal level, the EPA had previously come out and said that Roundup and glyphosate, the chemical behind Roundup, was safe. I think it's worth noting that the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals actually overturned the EPA's decision, noting that the EPA had failed in coming to this conclusion that it does not cause cancer, that by its own research, the majority of studies it looked at indicated it had caused non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So even on the federal level, there's a lot of uncertainty around the safety. And in the state courts, I mean, some of the information you saw there in the documentary, we only have like the internal emails from Monsanto employees talking about creating these fabricated, or as they say, ghost-written studies. We only have that information now because people were able to sue in state courts. And in that very first lawsuit that came forward, which was here in the Bay Area, the jury determined that Monsanto had acted with, quote, malice. And part of that was because of their dummying up of the science.
Just like the oil companies, Monsanto, now Bayer, completely faked the science so they can just continue pumping poison into the environment. It's disturbing how little responsibility these people take, right? And that's why I say, like, they will always pass on the downstream costs and effects of capitalism, but they will never pass on the profits, right? The tariffs, the interest rates on the credit cards, all these things, like, they're constantly going to try and just make as much money as possible. And just giving them the opportunity to make less, they never seize it. They're like, oh, a perfect opportunity for us to make less money and be nice to the consumers. Never doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. That's not how business works. Sad but true. Well, we got through a small portion of the week here. Took us only 8 hours to get through not that many topics, really. A little frustrating for me, but I don't want to overdo it right now either. I already knew there was not going to be any serious Earth news discussion today because I didn't get through my whole list because it was so long. Like I said, I've been struggling to actually stay focused and motivated, working to make these shows. It's just been somewhat painful having our, income just sort of seized without any discussion. But thankfully, I feel like I'm slowly feeling slightly better thanks to all of you space fams. Hopefully I'll be able to continue bringing you streams straight through May, uninterrupted. But it's going to be a tough month. Just looking right now at the YouTube took it to money deficit, still $500, nearly $600 shy. Now I'm about to have to add up what I need to pay the bills. As a result of that, it's not going to be good. I'm dreading it. I'm dreading trying to figure out how much that's going to be. All right. Well, can't dwell now. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brading, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorptist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noep, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, and Lovely Pariah. Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York. Wait, damn it. Oh, I screwed up. Where did I put it? I gotta retake this. I did this download earlier today, didn't I? It is this one. Yes. Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Urban Neurologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Penny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Winnie and Robin, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfects, L, Young, Chris, Echios, and Emily S. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for the low, low price of $3 a month on Patreon.